Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Lloyd Nolan in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents a true story of crime and punishment. The fame of this actual case rests with the singular qualities of its characters. The detective is no better than ordinary, and the killer is a man without a future. The story is called The Man with Two Faces. Our star, Mr. Lloyd Nolan.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Sam, my friendly Autolite spark plug man. How's the advocate of those able, admirable, and advantageous Autolite spark plugs?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Wilcox.
You sure are, Sam, and that's why I tell car owners to bring their cars into you for a spark plug checkup. You know, Sam, that unless spark plugs are operating properly, you won't get the smooth and economical performance you expect from your car.
It pays to have spark plugs checked every 3,000 to 5,000 miles, Arlo.
Right you are, Sam. And if cleaning or adjustments are needed, your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer has the latest equipment to give you the best spark plug service money can buy. And if he finds your spark plugs are worn out or wrong for your style of driving, your Autolite spark plug dealer will replace them with the world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, either standard or resistor type. To locate him, look for the Autolite spark plug sign, or just phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll tell you the name of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents The Man with Two Faces, the documented story of an actual crime, starring Lloyd Nolan, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
They dug him up on my birthday. He was 6 feet tall and 4 feet under. It was just an accident. They were digging in a cellar and they found a buried packing case. They hauled it out and opened it. Inside the case, they found a steamer trunk. They opened that. He was jammed inside, doubled up, his knees against his chest. All he had for company was a pile of quicklime. He was wearing a blue suit, a big smile, and 2 holes in his skull. The best dressed skeleton you ever saw. My name, Palachek, Gus R. Detective Lieutenant, badge number 1416. I've been a cop for the city of Cleveland for 19 years. The last 14 of them, I've worked out a homicide. I'm not a chowderhead and I'm not a Sherlock Holmes. I'm strictly average. I try to make it with what I've got. If that doesn't do, they call for a smarter man. They should have had one around the day they dug up the skeleton. We completed our preliminary investigation at the spot where the packing case was uncovered. There wasn't much. I drove back downtown to check with the medical examiner. Hiya, Sam. How's it going?
Oh, hi, Gus. Happy birthday.
Yeah, sure is. You about done with him?
Just finished. Don't envy you.
Find anything at all?
No question it's a homicide. Where'd they dig him up, anyway?
Basement of an empty building out on Euclid Avenue. Hey, by the way, how long would you say he's been dead?
About 3 years.
And they had to dig him up on my birthday.
There's a few things here that might help you.
What's that?
Possible description of the victim. It's only partial. I figured it out from the skeleton, size of the bones, general structure.
Uh-huh. What else?
This piece of bridge work here. Put in a little leg work. You might find the dentist who made it.
You go through the clothing?
Here's the label that was sewed inside the coat.
Custom tailors since 1885, 10th near Parkway.
That's it.
Dead at least 3 years.
That's the way I figured, 3 years. Looks like a long hike for you, Gus.
Let's hope it's not for nothing. As I say, masterminds don't run in our family. I have a tough enough time figuring a homicide that's 3 hours old, let alone one that's going on for 3 years. With me, tracking a killer, strictly hammer and saw work. I grab what I figure's the strongest lead and start hiking from there. The next day, I checked with the custom tailors who had their label in the suit we find on the skeleton.
This suit here?
That's right. It's got your label on it. You remember who you sold it to?
What's the matter? This some kind of a joke?
I don't pound the pavement for LEROY'S. What are you talking about?
Well, this isn't my suit. It's a fake.
Huh?
Look, in my whole life, I never made a suit like this. It's a fake. Somebody took my label and sewed it into a cheap store suit.
You sure of that?
Well, naturally, I'm sure. Here. Look.
Yeah?
Look at how it's made. This is not hand stitching. It's stitching made by a machine. Cheap store suit.
The label on the suit was an obvious plant, something the killer figured throw us off the track. This being true, then why did he leave behind something as telltale as a piece of bridge work in the mouth of his victim? I had another talk with the medical examiner. We double-checked the victim's remains.
I don't see what we're going to prove from this piece of bridge work.
Say, what's the average number of teeth a man has?
See? Full-grown male, 32.
Uh-huh. And how many did you count in the victim's mouth?
31. Only had one extraction, a molar, I could tell that. Oh, I see what you mean.
Only one tooth pulled. Yet he had a bridge loose in his mouth with 4 molars in it. That's 35 in my book.
Yeah, 3 more than any normal man could possibly have.
Yeah.
Well, why would the killer plant a piece of bridge work? What for?
When I find him, I'll ask him. That made 2 phony plants the killer had made. The piece of bridge work and the suit label. I looked for one more. I found it. The victim's hair had remained intact. It was dark brown and gray. I took a couple of specimens and had them checked.
Someone's playing games, Gus.
How do you mean, Doc?
Oh, a specimen of the dark brown hair. It's fine, silky texture.
Uh-huh.
Gray hair's thick, coarse. Big difference.
Possible they could have come from the same head?
Not a chance in the world.
3 phony plants. The bridge work, the label, and the hair. I began to wonder about the packing case and the steamer trunk the skeleton had been found in. The trunk was a cheap, mass-produced item. 3 years' worth of mildew wrecked any chance of picking some kind of a lead from it. The packing case which contained the trunk was a little different. There was block lettering on one side of it. It spelled out the name of George Gallagher. Below that, it read Harrisburg Avenue. But where the street number would have been, the surface of the packing case had been scraped away. I started to work on the packing case angle. I had the manager of one of the factories in town that makes them look at the case. It wasn't standard size. It was a custom-made job, built to hold a murder trunk and nothing else. That's when the legwork began. Weeks of it, months. February, March, April, May. I covered every factory that made packing cases for 100 miles around. It got me nothing. I kept at it. June 5th. I checked a small box factory about 50 miles south of town. The manager's name was Higgins.
Let's see now. I thought I recalled it. Huh. Oh, yeah, here it is.
The same dimensions I gave you, Mr. Higgins?
Exactly. An odd-sized case. That's why I remembered it. Yeah, this is it, all right.
Did you take the order for it?
No, Carl did. Carl Pearson. He was the other clerk.
How do you mean he was?
Well, Carl's dead. Poor fellow. Sick for a long time. He passed away 3-4 months ago.
What, do you have the name of the man who ordered the case, Mr. Higgins?
Yeah, right here. It was George Gallagher. Yeah, Gallagher.
And you people delivered the packing case?
Uh-huh, that's right.
Where?
Harrisburg Avenue, number 6913.
The first real break in 6 months. It had finally arrived. I felt pretty good about things on our way back to the city. The feeling didn't last long. When I got to the right block on Harrisburg Avenue, I found out that the delivery address for the packing case did not exist. 6913 Harrisburg Avenue was a vacant lot. I started canvassing every house in the neighborhood. No one had seen a packing case of any size delivered anywhere near the vacant lot. It took a week of climbing stairs, pushing doorbells, before I found a neighborhood gossip who claimed that she had seen the packing case delivered. Her name was Emma Mackenzie.
Why, yes, of course I remember it. I remember seeing it standing there that day.
Standing where, Mrs. Mackenzie?
Well, right at the front of that empty lot down the street. Large packing case. Half of it blocking the sidewalk. Oh, certainly made me mad.
Well, how do you mean, man? What made you mad?
Well, there were a couple of nails sticking out of the case. And on my way to the store that afternoon, I happened to pass by it, and my coat got caught on one of the nails. My good black coat. Oh, it made a terrible rip.
I see.
Yes. I turned to this young fellow standing next to the case, and I really told him. I remember very well. It was just last year.
Excuse me, ma'am. You said last year?
Yes, that's right. Happened about a year ago. Well, maybe a little longer.
You're sure that it wasn't 2 or maybe 3 years ago?
Oh, no, I remember distinctly. At the most, I'd say it couldn't have been more than, 14 or 15 months ago.
Well, now, this young fellow that was standing next to the packing case, you happen to remember what he looked like, ma'am?
Well, not in any detail, no. He was tall, though, on the thin side. And he had buck teeth, I remember that. Used foul language.
About how old would you say he was?
Oh, not more than 28 or 30.
Uh-huh. Now, how about his hair? You remember what color it was?
Why, yes, it was blonde.
When I finished talking to Mrs. Mackenzie, I didn't know where I stood. Either I was wrong about the killer's hair being dark brown or gray, or else there was more than one man mixed up in the homicide. And more important, the case was only 1 year old. So somewhere along the line, the medical examiner made a mistake, a big one. Maybe it was the quicklime that threw him off, I don't know. The important thing was he was wrong. So the basement of the building wasn't vacant at the time the body was buried. I checked back with the owners of the building and found out that at the time it was occupied by a laundry that had since gone out of business, the White Star Laundry. The owner and manager turned out to be a Myron Wagner. I finally located him at his home in the south end of the city the night of the 4th of July. It was a big gray house set well back off the street. Wagner was an Austrian immigrant, pleasant, cooperative. I interviewed him in the dimly lighted living room. It was a hot night. Outside, you could hear the kids with their fireworks.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
Well, it's just a couple of questions for you, Mr. Wagner. Try not to hold you up.
Oh, that's all right. I'm not going anyplace. What is it you wanted to know?
You owned and operated a laundry in the basement of a building downtown on Euclid Avenue. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. We're out of business now, though. Have been for some time.
You closed down about 12, 14 months ago?
Yes, that's right. We didn't have much luck.
I'd like a straight answer, Mr. Wagner. Did you ever know a young fellow by the name of George Gallagher? Mr. Wagner?
Yes, I know the boy. I guess I should say I knew him.
You tell me anything about him?
Well, he came to me one day asking for a job, George did. I thought he was a nice-looking fellow. He was tall and blond and clean-looking. I hired him as a night watchman in the laundry. He seemed to like the job. We got along fine together.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
But then, one night, I went back to the laundry to get my briefcase. There were some tax papers in it I wanted. Well, after I got them, I went down to the basement to say goodnight to George. He met me on the stairs, a crazy look on his face. I didn't know what was wrong with him. I didn't know if he was drunk or what it was.
What'd he do?
Oh, yeah, he screamed at me. Go back. Don't come any further. Come down here and I'll brain you. I'll brain you. Well, I got out as fast as I could. I thought he'd been drinking.
You happen to see what he was doing down in the basement?
No. He had a shovel in his hand. That's all I remember.
All right, what happened? You fire him?
Well, I didn't have the chance. He left that night. He never came back.
Did you read in the paper about the body that was dug up from the basement?
Yes.
You think Gallagher's responsible?
Well, I don't know what else to think. I can never forget it. He came up the stairs toward me, screaming at me, holding that shovel, screaming. And his hands.
Yeah?
Both his hands. Covered with blood.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Lloyd Nolan in The Man with Two Faces. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, you want smoother performance, quick starts, and double spark plug life?
I sure do, Sam, and I know you're talking about the outstanding advantages of the Autolite resistor spark plug. The greatest advancement in spark plugs for automotive use in the past 20 years.
I sure am, Harlow, because
the Autolite resistor spark plug is original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. And like the complete line of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, is famous throughout the world for quality and performance.
And you get something extra with the Autolite resistor spark plug.
And that's the exclusive Autolite 10,000 ohm resistor, built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug to make possible such extra advantages as smoother performance, quick starts, and double spark plug life. So, friends, see your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. Have him check your spark plugs, and if replacements are needed, he'll install ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, either standard or resistor type. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Lloyd Nolan in Elliot Lewis's production of The Man with Two Faces, a true report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I talked to Myron Wagner for another hour, but I got nowhere. He was sure of the time and date he'd seen George Gallagher in the basement of the laundry, and he was sure he'd seen blood all over Gallagher's hands. He couldn't give me any idea who the victim might have been, and he didn't know a thing about Gallagher's possible whereabouts. I asked him why he didn't report it at the time, but he told me he was afraid the bad publicity might hurt his laundry business. The next break came in early October. We found a pawn shop in the downtown area that had loaned $20 on a watch to a George Gallagher almost 22 months before. The watch had never been redeemed. It had a name engraved on its back, Albert L. Henderson. The city directory had an A.L. Henderson listed at a Hanford Street address. I checked it out. A dark-haired woman who identified herself as Mrs. Henderson answered the door. After the preliminaries, I showed her the watch.
Yes, my husband's watch. Where did you get that?
Where's your husband now, Mrs. Henderson? Is he home?
No. I don't know where he is.
Well, when do you expect him home? Can you tell me that?
Well, no. You see, he's gone. He's got in some trouble. He ran away.
When was this, ma'am? How long ago?
Oh, about 2 years. 2 years in November next month. He was partnerships in business. He stole the money. He ran away.
You any idea where he is now, Mrs. Henderson? You ever hear from him?
No. Never. No letters, nothing. He went away one day. He never came back.
Uh-huh. Who had told you about your husband stealing the money? His business partner?
Yes, Mr. Hoffman. Myron Hoffman. He's a nice man. Albert was lucky to have him for a partner. I don't know why he did that.
Now, about this watch, Mrs. Henderson. Did your husband ever pawn this watch at any time?
What, pawn his watch? Oh, not Albert. That's the last thing he would let go.
One thing I can't understand. Why didn't you ever make an attempt to find your husband? File a missing persons report?
Why should I want to find him? A thief. No good. Let him stay missing. I don't want to find him.
This business partner of your husband's, ma'am, this Mr. Hoffman, where can I get in touch with him, do you know?
No, I guess I don't. He went away, I guess, I think a year ago, maybe longer.
You got any idea where he might have gone?
Well, I don't know. He seemed to talk a lot about New York City. I never asked him, but I thought that's where he came from. They were always talking about New York City, him and John.
Who's John?
That's Mr. Hoffman's nephew, John Mueller. He worked for my husband and Mr. Hoffman in the business.
Oh, I see. Well, I'd like to locate them if I could, ma'am. Can you describe Hoffman and his nephew for me, please?
Well, I guess Mr. Hoffman was about 50, 52, gray hair, about my height, 5 feet 6 inches.
Uh-huh.
His nephew John was tall, little thin maybe. He had blonde hair. He was a young fellow, about 30 years, I think.
Are you sure of that description, are you?
Oh, yes, they came here to the house for dinner a few times, both John and Mr. Hoffman. I knew them.
Well, would you give me a description of your husband?
Albert? Well, he was a big man, as tall as the nephew John. Dark hair, gray eyes, 43 years old. He was a heavy man, 180 pounds, I think. Why do you want to know, officer?
How about your husband's teeth, Mrs. Henderson? At the time he disappeared, did he still have his own?
Oh, yes. Albert had wonderful teeth. Strong.
Uh-huh. Did he ever have one of his teeth pulled out, do you know?
Yes, just one. Why?
I guess that does it.
Does it? Well, this makes no sense. I don't think I like this.
No, ma'am. I don't think Albert liked that either. The next day, we got out an all-points bulletin on Myron Hoffman and his nephew, John Mueller, alias George Gallagher. We finally tied in the last piece of evidence. The day after, I took a train for New York City. I spent the better part of a month there. Legwork, phone calls, more legwork. It didn't go for nothing. December 13th, I took the train back to Cleveland. Next morning, I checked in with Captain Rogers in charge of homicide.
Palachek, how'd it go? Good trip?
Tired. I think we made the grade, Captain.
Mm-hmm. What's the story?
I got enough here to start a novel. Here's page 1.
Yeah?
Mr. Henderson's business partner, Myron Hoffman. He's from New York, all right. He's got a record there long as your arm. Bunco, forgery, narcotics, grand theft, robbery, everything but murder. Here's a collection of his mugshots.
None of them too recent.
No, I know. That's the only drawback. Last one taken 12 years ago. It's pretty interesting, though. Here, take a look at those profile shots.
Yeah. All the difference in the world.
See? Left side of his face. How about that, huh? Looks pious enough to pass for a saint.
Queer one.
Put it next to his right profile shot of him. You'd swear it wasn't the same man.
Looks like the worst thief in the world.
It's not a bad advantage, huh? Saint on one side, thief on the other, 2 on 1.
Well, what does it mean?
All right, let me lay out the rest of it. Now, this Hoffman's nephew, John Mueller, he used that George Gallagher alias.
Yeah.
I found his sister. She told me she hasn't seen her brother for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I took a flyer. I got the name of Mueller's dentist from his sister, looked him up, showed him the bridge work we took off the skeleton. He identified it. He made it for John Mueller, Gallagher, 5 years ago.
All right. Oh, where does that leave us?
I'm still guessing. Now, nobody gives up their bridge work, not without a struggle, anyway. I think we got another body to look for.
Yeah, fair guess. Hoffman and his nephew killed Henderson. Then Hoffman killed the nephew, took his bridge work, planted it on Henderson's body, and buried it. Anything to throw us off the track.
That's my guess.
The owner of the laundry, Myron Wagner, that story of his about the blonde kid, the shovel of blood on his hands, kind of makes a liar out of him, doesn't it?
No big change.
What do you mean?
He was a liar long before we met him. December 15th, my birthday, 1 year, right to the day. I left the office, got in a car, and drove to the south end of the city. I pulled up in front of the same gray house, got out, and walked up the stairs to the front door. The name on the mailed box was still the same, Myron J. Wagner. He answered the door himself, ushered me into the same dimly lighted living room. He was calm, relaxed, perfectly at ease.
It was very good of you to come, Lieutenant Palachek. The early evening, a good time to visit.
Well, it's not a social call, Mr. Wagner. A few things I want to talk to you about. You want to get your hat and coat?
My hat and my coat? What is it you mean?
We want you downtown, Mr. Wagner. A couple of questions we'd like to ask.
Questions? About the Gallagher boy, you mean? I told you everything the last time you were here, Lieutenant Palachek.
Now, look, Mr. Wagner, this happens to be my birthday. I got a family. I want to get home early tonight. I'll put it straight to you.
Put it straight?
Yeah, I'll draw you a road map. Now, for a whole year, I've been pounding my feet east, west, and south in the city and out of it. I'm not a smart cop, mister, but I can still put 1 and 1 together. It adds up to you, Wagner. Now, how about the hat and coat?
It adds up to me, Lieutenant Palachek. I don't think I understand.
Number 1, your name's Myron Hoffman, not Myron Wagner. We've got your mug shots, your prints, and exemplars of your handwriting from New York to prove it. Number 2, you killed Albert Henderson and buried him in the basement of that building where you had your laundry. And besides that, it's odds on you killed your nephew, too.
You assume this, or you have proof? Which one?
90% proof. Your hair, Wagner, I'll bet on it. Same kind that was planted on Henderson's body. Same color, same texture. There's a bum bet, mister, right from the start. Why'd you try?
You want me to get my coat?
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just curious, Wagner. You want to turn on the overhead lights?
Yes. Uh-huh. My face. Is that it?
Lord. Good Lord.
There are 2 sides to a face, Lieutenant. Look at both of them. You will find one of them is good.
We better get your coat.
Just one thing. My friend Henderson, my nephew John.
Yeah?
As you say, just as you say, a bum bet. Why did I even try?
Hey, Wagner. What's the matter? Wagner! Deputy coroner got there a half an hour later. He ran a fast check on Wagner, and he put his money on a heart attack. The autopsy confirmed it. Later on, I tried to explain what it was like. Standing there and watching Wagner's life suddenly drop out of him. He turned to start for the door when his hands went up to his chest. I reached for him, but not in time. He straightened out on the floor. That's when I noticed his face. The left side. The side that made him look like a saint. It was changing in front of my own eyes. The whole face, the whole side of it, fading all into one. Like a thick brown stain over the skin. The same look as the right side of the face. Dirty, dark, twisted. It was all there. It was frozen into his eyes and his mouth. All the evil in the world in one face. I saw it happen. I saw it with my own eyes.
Suspense. A true story presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Lloyd Nolan.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as well as are the 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and Autolite plants in many foreign countries. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, the story about a group of brave men who risked their lives in a desperate effort to save their fellow men. The true story entitled Arctic Rescue. Our star, Mr. Joseph Cotton. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Man with Two Faces was adapted for Suspense by James Moser from the recent book Allen Hines' Murder. Featured in tonight's cast were Jeanette Nolan, Martha Wentworth, Tom Tully, Ralph Sedan, Joseph Kearns, Lou Merrill, and Eddie Fields. Remember, next week, Joseph Cotton in Arctic Rescue.
Buy Autolite resistor or standard type spark plugs, Autolite stay full batteries, and Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize it's going to involve my trying to hold Western Europe together with 2 mirrors, a book of matches, and a rusty razor blade. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. You're flying to Paris. But don't get any ideas.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
I'm afraid this dream's going to turn into a nightmare.
Oh, swell. What's the deal?
Tell me, what do you know about Aristide Reynal, Steve?
Reynal? Oh, sure. The Swiss Sherlock Holmes. A sleuth of the old school, complete with a derby hat, umbrella, and false faces. But a very right guy, even if he is left-handed. And also one of the sharpest little detectives in the world.
That's right. But I see you don't know the latest about him.
What's that?
Last night in Paris, Aristide Reynal was murdered.
What? I'm sorry to hear that. I really liked the little guy. Who did it?
We think it was our old friend Lupac, Steve.
Lupac? Is he still on the loose?
More than ever. Now, Steve, I don't have to tell you about Lupac. He's a hired killer and the cleverest man we've ever had in our hair. I'll tell you how clever he is. He's been operating 5 years that we know of. We're fairly sure he's implicated in at least a half dozen assassinations, and yet no one even has a description of him.
Yeah, I know that. Look, Commissioner, Aristide Reynal was a sort of a friend of mine, but I don't think you'd be sending me over to Paris to find Lupac for that reason.
No, there's a lot more to it than friendship, Steve. You see, representatives of several European nations have been trying to hold top-secret conversations in Paris for the last week.
What do you mean they've been trying?
Every time they schedule a meeting, one of the representatives meets with a fatal accident, and I don't mean accident.
I see.
We think Lupac is responsible for those murders, that he's been hired to hamstring those negotiations. Now, Steve, they're going to try to meet again next Monday. Lupac's got to be caught before then. Get over to Paris, work with Inspector Murat of the Sûreté, and find Lupac. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Say, friends, are you celebrating proper? It's National Wheaties Week, you know. National meaning everybody coast to coast. Wheaties meaning the whole wheat flakes with a wholehearted energy. And week meaning 7 big days for you and me to buy 'em, try 'em, and tell the neighbors. I'm eating 'em. My family's eating 'em. How about you and yours? Get Wheaties yourself and get with America. Come on, it's National Wheaties Week.
That's what I like about my job. The commissioner's always so nice to me. He gives me a whole weekend in Paris, and all I have to do is find a killer nobody's ever lived to describe. I should be so lucky. Well, it's Friday when I get to Paris. I go to the headquarters of the French Sûreté, and Inspector Murat is waiting for me.
Mitchell, all of us here at the Sûreté feel we have lost an honored colleague in Monsieur Aristide Reynal.
What facts can you give me about Reynal's murder, Inspector?
Unfortunately, very few. We know only that Reynal's body was discovered yesterday morning in the apartment of a man named Belog.
Belog? Who's he?
We have no idea, Mitchell. This Belog has dropped completely out of sight.
Do you have any description of him?
We have managed to piece together a slight description by questioning the other tenants. Belog is a small man, dark, with a mustache and a Van Dyke beard. He customarily wears horn-rimmed glasses and a beret.
Great. That description could fit 1,000 guys in Paris.
True.
You know, there's a little idea pecking at my brain, Murat.
I should not be surprised if it were the same idea that occurred to me, Mitchell. Namely, that this mysterious Monsieur Belog might be the hired killer we seek, Lupac.
Yeah. You got a key to this Belog's apartment, Commissioner?
Yes, we have left everything untouched for the time being.
Good. Come on. I'd like to take a look at it.
As you can see, it is quite a simple apartment.
Yeah, pretty bare. You spot any items of interest here?
A rusty razor blade in the bathroom.
Oh, well, let's take a look. Yeah. And some whiskers in the washbowl.
It is possible that Belog, after the killing, decided to shave off his mustache and beard.
So now we're looking for a little man with horn-rimmed glasses, with or without mustache and beard. You know, we're getting less to go on by the minute. Funny?
Indeed. I do not see any humor in it.
No. I mean, this guy Belog must have been a pretty vain gent.
How do you mean?
He's got 2 mirrors in here.
Oui, I noticed that.
One of them here over the washbowl on the left side of the room in the corner, and another one in the middle of the wall.
Perhaps he needed more light.
There's as much light here as there is there.
You are right. It is strange.
Well, Anything else, Inspector?
There on the table in front of you.
This matchbook?
Yes. Note that there are but 2 matches remaining on the right side.
Right now, I'm more interested in noting the name on the cover. Hugo's. What's that?
A small restaurant on the Boulevard de Clichy.
Well, when you don't know where to start, I guess one place is as good as any other, Inspector. Besides, I'm hungry anyway. I'll see you later. So I head for Hugo's, and of course every other guy I see on the way there answers Balog's general description, which gives me a good idea what a sweet job it's going to be finding him. Inside the restaurant, a mournful-looking little gent is circulating from table to table, sawing away at a fiddle for the benefit of a few moonstruck couples. Then a tall, skinny gent spots me standing in the doorway and comes up to me.
Welcome to Hugo's, monsieur.
Are you the official greeter?
I am Hugo.
Oh, good. I'd like to talk to you. Where can we sit?
Why, at this table right here. But if you are selling anything, I am not in the market. Business, it stinks.
Don't worry, I'm not selling anything.
Oh, my friend, I now have much warmer feeling toward you. In that case, I would like to sell you something. A dinner fit for royalty.
Later, but right now I'd like a little information. Did you ever hear the name Balog before?
Balog? Balog?
What are you doing, memorizing it?
Oh, but of course, Balog, a steady customer, noble. Oh, at least he was.
Was what? A noble soul or a steady customer?
In Hugo's mind, there is no difference, my friend. But to be brief, I have not seen Monsieur Balog in here for the last few days.
I don't wonder. But before that, he used to come in regularly, huh?
Now you're making me slightly uncomfortable, monsieur.
Mitchell. Why?
Mitchell. Very simple. When inquiries are made about my steady customers, sometimes makes them very nervous. Then they become unsteady customers. And then Hugo's nerves become unsteady because it means he is losing money.
I get it. You think $5 American would steady your nerves, Hugo?
Would be interesting experiment. Place the bill in my hands.
Here you are.
Uh-huh. The experiment worked? See, my fingers, they are not quivering one bit.
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Now, about filling me in on this guy Balog.
Of course. He came in here regularly, usually in company of another man.
What did this other man look like?
Oh, he was small, about Balog's size. Very inconspicuous-looking man. Let me see. I believe he usually wore a derby hat and carried umbrella with him.
Derby hat? Umbrella? Hey, wait a minute. Look, here, take a look at this picture. This isn't the guy by any chance, is it?
But, of course, the very man.
And you say that he and Balog were in here together all the time?
Yes. You know the man in this picture?
I knew him. His name was Aristide Renal.
Well, the two of them seem quite friendly.
I don't get it, unless...
Don't get what, my friend?
I'll skip it. Well, thanks for the information, Hugo.
Oh, but there is more.
Huh?
Indeed. Let us say that you have paid only for the main course of the dinner. There remains dessert.
You know, I don't see why you bother serving food in this place. You seem to do pretty well without it.
One must live, my friend.
Okay, steady fingers. Here's another 5 spot. Now, how about the dessert?
You see, over that corner table, alone.
The girl?
Who else?
Well, you said dessert, and you weren't kidding. French pastry yet. Who is she?
Celeste. Shall we say, friend of Balog's?
That gives me 3 good reasons for talking to her.
3? What are the other 2?
Her eyes, of course. Oh, I'll see you later, Hugo. Hi.
Hello.
Mind if I join you?
Why not?
Good question.
I am drinking Pernod in case you want to buy me another drink.
Sounds like an open and shut in case. Waiter, Pernod and scotch.
Oui, monsieur.
You're a friend of Balog's, aren't you?
Why?
You seen him lately?
Why?
Your needle is stuck. I owe him some money.
Give it to me. I will give it to him.
No, thanks. Not that I don't trust you. I just don't trust you. I'd rather give it to him myself, Celeste.
Suit yourself. I have not seen him lately.
I see. Did you ever hear him use any other name beside Lebuck?
Other name?
Lupac, for instance.
For instance, no. But why do we talk about Balog? He bores me. I know something much more interesting to talk about.
What's that?
Celeste and,
Steve.
Celeste and Steve. It sounds nice.
Yeah. Might be an interesting topic of conversation at that. Where do you think it would lead us?
Maybe to 36th Rue Saint Anne.
What's there?
My place.
Oh? Well?
Here are your drinks, monsieur. Scotch and Pernod.
You're a little late, Buster. We're leaving. There you are.
Merci, monsieur. But the drinks, what shall I do with them?
Well, you might. No, just drink them. Come on, Celeste. We drive up and stop at her place and start in. Then I catch a glimpse of a figure standing in the shadows of the alley across the street. Could be Baylog, alias Lupak. Celeste promises to wait, goes inside, and I walk down to the end of the block. Then I cross over and circle around that block. I came up the alley behind the guy, but when I get into the alley, there's enough light to tell me that no one else is in there. I come out across the street from Celeste's apartment, and still no one in sight. I start to turn for another look back down the alley, but just then an arm swings down out of the doorway beside me, and something awfully hard connects over my right ear. Knocks me to the ground. I fight to get up on my hands and knees, but just as I do, I get it again. I grab for the legs in front of my bleary eyes, but this guy must be enjoying it. The third time is the charm. Out I go.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. It's National Wheaties Week.
Hello, this is Frank Martin, the family man. Yes, sir, a family man with a wife and a son and a home like yours. Pretty much like the man around your house, I'll bet. I wake up hungry, and I do mean hungry. But my wife, bless her heart, has a cure for that. She has Wheaties ready with bananas sliced and the cream right handy. You know, that sure is a wonderful way to treat a man. So why don't you try it on yours during National Wheaties Week? If he's anything like me, he'll go for those Wheaties. Yes, and they can help keep him going, too. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Not bad, huh? A whole kernel. So I'm asking you to try Wheaties once during National Wheaties Week, won't you? Try 'em.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell!
Oh.
Mitchell!
What? Oh, Inspector Murat.
Oh, you are not so bad off after all.
Don't take any bets on that.
Oh, I'm glad.
Brother, my head. What happened anyway?
Oh, well, one of my patrolmen heard a commotion. He saw a man dragging you into this alley. The man fled. When the patrolman saw your identification papers, he called me, and here I am.
Looks like I was about to get taken for the well-known ride.
Who hit you?
I wish I knew. Could have been Baylog. Hey, that reminds me. Come on, Inspector. We should have a talk with Celeste. No answer.
She may have gone. On the other hand, she may be hiding in there.
You got a pass key?
Oui.
Let's find out.
Very well. Here it is.
Now, watch it. Baylog may be inside, too.
That possibility has also occurred to me.
I'll get the lights. Empty. You know, there's something that bothers me about this whole setup.
What is it?
That's the trouble. I can't put my finger on it. It's like listening to a pretty little tune and hearing a discord every now and then. Like, for instance, Hugo told me that Baylog and Aristide Renal were regular customers at his restaurant and that they seemed very friendly.
Monsieur Renal was what we might call a detective of the old school. I am sure the idea of assuming another identity and befriending Baylog would have appealed to him.
Yeah, like I say, that could be it. And if that was the only discord, I wouldn't pay any attention to it.
There are others?
Just little ones like, why the two mirrors in Baylog's bathroom?
You think there is a significance there?
Right now I'm having trouble thinking at all with this lump on my head. Look, I'm going back to Hugo's and see if he can give me any more leads on Celeste. I'll check with you later at headquarters.
Good evening, Monsieur Mitchell.
Hello, Hugo. Hey, looks like you're doing quite a business.
No, these are not customers. They are would-be waiters. Waiters. Today I need a waiter. I put in paper advertisement, and they pour in a flood. Oh, but I do not think that you come back here to talk about waiters. Did you find your friend Baylog?
No, I can't even find Celeste. Hey, there's $10 in it for you if you let me know the next time she drops in here.
$10?
$10. Is it a deal?
My friend, for that I will not only let you know, I will have her here waiting for you in chains.
Mitchell. Mitchell, were you able to find out anything more at Hugo's?
Only that he's having employment troubles.
Tell me, are you still hearing little discords in this tune we are listening to?
Yes, I am. I'm beginning to think that the discords could add up to a whole new tune.
But anyway. Hello? Oui? What? Hello, Kiko. Very well. The trail is warming up, Mitchell.
How so?
At your suggestion, I have had one of my men watching Celeste's apartment. He reports that a man answering Belog's general description just went inside.
Okay. Well, that sort of knocks my new tune into a cocked hat. Come on, let's go. Better stop here, Inspector. Celeste's apartment is just ahead.
Oui.
There's a small open car parked up there in front of the apartment house.
Yes, that is the car the suspect arrived in, according to the report my man gave me.
Look, here he comes out the door.
He's getting into the car. Mitchell, we must not let him escape.
Hold it. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. He's just sitting in the car. Huh. He's a little guy, all right. And Hugo said Belog was a little guy.
He is not wearing glasses, however, and he is clean-shaven.
Don't forget those whiskers in Belog's wash basin. He could have shaved his beard off.
What are you going to do?
Have a little talk with him. I'll be back in a minute.
Be very careful, Mitchell.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, what is it?
You got a match?
Why, of course. Here.
Thanks. Say, I wonder if you could help me.
Help you?
Yeah. I'm a tourist here, and I need a little information.
Oh, yeah. I'm rather in a hurry, and...
Well, this won't take a minute. Here. This is a timetable for the Underground Railway, but I can't seem to figure out where the nearest station is.
Oh, very well. Excuse me. I must put on my glasses. So, now let me see it. Oui, your nearest station is just off the Boulevard de Montparnasse.
How do I get there?
Let me see. You go down this street 2 blocks, then over 1, and then you turn...
No, not so fast. Look, here's a piece of paper. Would you write it down for me?
Oh, certainly.
I'm sorry to put you to the trouble. Thanks.
Oh, it is quite all right. Here you are.
Thank you very much.
Well?
I don't know. Could be Belog, all right. He had to put on glasses to read the timetable.
In that case, perhaps we... Mitchell, look!
Yeah, Celeste just jumped into his car. Come on, Murat, get this baby started. We don't want to lose him now. So, for the next 30 minutes, we chased them down a dozen assorted side streets and alleys, but we can't seem to gain on them. Finally, we spot the car pulled up in front of a 4-story warehouse. Neither the little guy nor Celeste is in the car. We pull up behind it.
They must be somewhere in that building, Mitchell.
Yeah, but where? This is a lot of building, looks like.
One of us had better go to the rear entrance, the other take the front.
Okay, you, Murat, get back!
Mon Dieu.
Brother. Yeah. This is the guy we were chasing, all right, or what's left of it.
No identification on him, but that does not surprise me. Well, Mitchell, the case is closed. Our little friend, Belog, realized he was cornered. He preferred to administer justice to himself.
Did he?
I know what you are thinking, that perhaps he was pushed off the building. Well, perhaps he was. It is no matter. Either way, it would appear our case is closed.
Yeah, you're right. That's just the way it would appear.
Monsieur Mitchell, international cooperation is a wonderful thing, and it has been a privilege to work with you in this affair. But I must say I am becoming increasingly annoyed at your present attitude.
Sorry.
It is true we have identified the body as that of Harold Pravda, an unemployed waiter. But to me, this means nothing. If Belog was Lupak, as we believe him to be, he was quite capable of assuming a dozen different identities.
I know all that, Inspector.
But I tell you, the whole thing fits into place. Observe. First, we know that Aristide Renal was on the trail of the notorious Lupak. Second, Renal is murdered in the apartment of a mysterious little man named Belog. Third, we know that Celeste is a friend of Belog's. Fourth,
we chase Celeste and a little guy to a warehouse. The little guy takes a dive or gets pushed off the roof.
Exactement. And furthermore, this little guy, as you call him, answers Belog's description, even to the horn-rimmed glasses which he put on to write directions for you when you approached.
Hey, hold it right there.
What?
You just said something, Inspector. I remember now. That little guy wrote out the directions for me right-handed.
Is this so unusual?
It's unusual enough to take us back to Baylog's apartment right now.
Baylog's apartment? But surely if Baylog is dead...
Baylog is dead, all right, but if my hunch is good, there's something a lot more important than Baylog in his apartment.
But what could it be?
The answer to this whole deal. Inspector, one of the things you showed me when we were here in Baylog's apartment before was this matchbook on the table.
But of course, that led us to Hugo's restaurant.
Yeah, and that's all I was paying attention to at the time. I should have paid more attention to the fact that the remaining matches were on the right-hand side of the book. That means the person who was using those matches was left-handed.
Grant, he picked off the matches with his left hand.
Aristide Reynal was left-handed.
Of course he was, Mitchell. We both know that. But what does that prove? We believe that Reynal was posing as a friend of Baylog's. They ate dinner together. Reynal obviously visited this apartment. As a matter of fact, this is where his body was discovered, if you will remember.
Yeah, Reynal was left-handed. He probably used those matches. Now, come on into the bathroom.
Very well.
This is the part I couldn't figure out before, Murat, but it sure makes sense now, the two mirrors.
But I still do not see...
Look, the regular mirror is over the washbowl right here in the left-hand corner of the room.
True.
Now, pretend you're Baylog and you're going to shave, and also pretend you're left-handed.
Well, all right. I would simply take a razor in my left hand and then... Mitchell.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. There's not enough room between the mirror and the wall on the left side for a left-handed man to shave.
Yes.
You'd probably cut your nose off.
That is why Baylog set up the other mirror farther along the wall.
Yeah. Inspector, doesn't it strike you as a pretty big coincidence that both Reynal and Baylog happen to be left-handed?
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that Reynal and Baylog were one and the same man.
What? But that is impossible.
Is it? Look, we know Reynal liked to adopt various disguises. I think he grew a beard, rented this apartment under the name of Baylog, and went after Lupak. Then, when things got too warm, he shaved off his beard, but it was too late. Lupak killed him, and his body was correctly identified as Reynal.
But Hugo himself told us he had seen Reynal and Baylog dining together frequently in his restaurant.
That's the point, Inspector. That means that...
That means that Hugo was lying.
Hello, Hugo. I figured you'd be pretty close on our trail at this point.
I had to be sure you were convinced that the little man who, shall we say, fell off the roof was Baylog. Unfortunately, you're not convinced, that's all.
Then Hugo is Lupak.
That's about the way it adds up.
I have that honor indeed. Inspector, the hand away from the pocket, please. I admit there are more artistic ways of killing than with this gun of mine, but I am a practical man. I always suit the weapon to the occasion.
You were pretty smart in this deal, weren't you, Hugo?
Up to a point.
When you found out that we believed there was a guy named Baylog and that he'd killed Reynal, you decided to keep the story alive. You even went so far as to hire a little waiter who might pass for Baylog. You made a deal with him to take us on a chase through town. Then you shoved him off the building, hoping that would close the case and take the heat off of you.
Stay where you are. So it did not work. However, you are the only two who know it did not work. And you can be easily disposed of. Mitchell, stay where you are.
Don't worry, Hugo. I'm not getting any closer to you. I'm just walking sideways.
Stop.
You know, Hugo, for the first time in your life, you're going to have to make a choice.
I said stop.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Up to this point in your illustrious career, you've always been told who to kill. Now you've got to choose, me or Murat.
I shall kill both of you.
Oh, no. We're on opposite sides of the room now, and you're right in the middle. Whichever one you shoot, the other's going to jump you, and you won't have time to get us both. So, which one of us it is going to be, Hugo? Hugo licks his lips, jerking his head first towards me and then Murat. My plan is working. I'm almost to the light switch. Hugo takes another quick look at Murat, and I grab the switch and drop to the floor. I know Murat's got his gun out by now, like I have, but I also know Hugo's too smart to stay in one spot. I listen. No sound. I've got to figure out a way to trap him. Then I think of the small shaving mirror on the bathroom wall. I'm about 2 feet from the door. I ease into the bathroom flat on my stomach and get the mirror. Then I prop it up against the inside of the door so it'll reflect from behind the door out into the living room. I get behind the door and stick my gun through the crack. Then I take my cigarette lighter, reach back behind me, and light it. He takes a shot at the reflection, and I've got his location pegged. Murat!
I am all right, Mitchell.
Okay, I got the right guy then. Get the lights.
Oh, indeed, you did get the right man, Mitchell.
He's still alive, but I don't think for very long.
Your mirror device was most effective.
Well, I guess it was pretty fitting, Inspector. That mirror was what tipped us off to the whole deal anyway.
It would appear the old superstition about breaking a mirror is true.
No, you're wrong there, Inspector. This proves that superstition is all wet.
How do you mean?
Well, breaking a mirror is supposed to bring 7 years bad luck, isn't it?
Well, yes, I guess it is.
So it sure isn't true for Hugo anyway. He should live that long.
You have just heard the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
It's National Wheaties Week.
That was my wife. Sure, it's National Wheaties Week. So the Wheaties people asked her if she'd come to the studio tonight and tell the truth about me and Wheaties. Our little boy would have come, but he's only 3.5, and it's about time he was in bed. My wife's name is Maud Lee Martin, and she comes from Kentucky. Maybe you can tell it when you hear her talk.
Thank you, honey. Well, I'm surely glad to have a chance to celebrate National Wheaties Week because we're really fond of Wheaties at our house. Our little boy Jeff eats them right out of the box. Your Wheaties announcer, my husband, eats Wheaties too. And I'd like to tell every wife listening, I really do think Wheaties make a great deal of difference in a man's work. I have a real nice feeling when I put Wheaties on the breakfast table because I know I'm giving my family a wonderful lot of real nourishment. If you haven't had Wheaties lately, pick up a package when you're at the store tomorrow and join the Martins at breakfast, won't you?
Sure, do that. It's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties at breakfast, the champions.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Carn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another Dangerous Assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 weeks from tonight, the great Gildersleeve returns to NBC.
You are alone in Paris, unable to speak the language, unable to cope with a gigantic conspiracy which seeks to convince you that you are mad. And you know you are the victim of a plot from which there is no escape.
Escape. Produced and today written by William N. Robeson and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Today we escape to Paris at the time of the Great Paris Exposition and one of the recurring legends of the 20th century in Alexander Woollcott's version of the story of the Vanishing Lady.
Another cup of tea, Bruce?
No, thank you, my dear. I'll just light up my pipe now and have a look at the Evening Standard.
I'd like another, please, Mother.
All right, Alice. Only one sugar, dear. We must watch our figures, you know.
Oh, what nonsense. A growing girl like Alice needs plenty of sugar.
See, Mother, Daddy approves.
Perhaps. But Mother is still boss.
Yes, Mother.
There's a dear.
Mother,
Yes, dear.
I've been thinking.
Yes, dear.
I've been thinking about my grandparents.
Oh.
I know all about Daddy's parents. How Grandfather Stanley commanded a dreadnought at the Battle of Jutland.
It was not a dreadnought, Alice. It was a heavy cruiser.
Yes, heavy cruiser. He got the VC, and how Grandmother Stanley was a volunteer nurse at Westall Arch when the Zeppelins came over. And I know about your father, too, and how he died in India from his wounds and how gallant he was at the Khyber Pass. But, Mother...
Yes, dear.
You've never told me anything about Grandmother Winship.
Haven't I?
No, and I'd like to know something.
Bruce.
The child's 16. I think it's time she knew.
But, Bruce...
And you'd probably feel better to get it off your chest.
What, Mother? What is it?
Well, my dear, I've never talked about your grandmother because I've always half believed that someday, somehow, she'd come down our garden walk and... Oh, I know it sounds silly. And explain where she's been for the last 20 years.
Why? What happened to her?
I don't know, and I don't suppose I ever will.
Cynthia, darling, if it's going to upset
No,
you...
Bruce, you're quite right. It would be best to get it off my chest, as you put it. As you know, Alice, I was born and brought up in India. And I was about your age when my father was killed in the Khyber campaign. Mother decided to leave India for good and return to her old home in Warwickshire. However, since it was necessary for her to go to Paris to attend to some details of my father's estate, she decided we should leave the P&O boat in Marseille and proceed by train. You may imagine the timidity with which we two unescorted ladies traveled across France, without the slightest knowledge of the language, and without, indeed, assurance we could find a hotel room in Paris, though we had telegraphed for reservations from Marseille. You see, dear, the Great Paris Exposition had just opened, and the city was jammed with visitors from all over the world. You may imagine our relief when we arrived at the Grand Hotel Universel and heard the clerk speak in quite understandable English.
Mademoiselle Winship, welcome, welcome. You will please to sign the register here and here.
You have our reservation.
Oh, indeed, yes. Oh, most fortunate, madame, that you telegraphed. I reserved for you the last room in the house.
Oh, I'm so relieved. Here, Cynthia. You may as well learn now to sign a register for yourself.
Oh, yes, Mamma. Where do I write?
There, in that line.
Oh, yes, I see.
Voila. You are fatigué from your journey, no? I shall have the boy show you to your rooms at once. Chasseur? Chasseur!
Oui, monsieur.
L'appartement 342 pour madame et mademoiselle Winship, tout de suite.
Bien, monsieur.
This is your baggage, madame?
Yes, these 6.
Là, voilà le bagage. Il y a 6 pièces.
Entendu.
You'd best carry the little one with the medicine in it.
Yes, Mamma.
Permettez-moi, mademoiselle.
Thank you. I'll take that one. The little red one?
Très bien. This way, ladies.
Keep your eye on that porter, Cynthia. I don't trust this Frenchman.
Oh, Mamma. I don't think he'll make off with our things. Oh, here's the lift.
Troisième étage.
Troisième.
Oh, I do wish we could have gone straight on to Southampton.
But you'd only have had to come back across the channel to see the solicitor, Mamma. We really saved time this way.
I suppose I wish we hadn't come to Paris at all. Such a sinister place.
Oh, Mamma.
Voilà, le troisième.
This way, ladies, to the right. Attendez.
C'est bien.
338, 343, 340... Oh, voilà. Entrez, ladies.
Thank you.
Oh, what a lovely big room. And look, Mamma. French windows. Oh, and the park out there. And that square with the statues.
The ladies desire.
No, thank you. Yeah.
Merci.
Oh,
thank you,
those
ladies.
beautiful, beautiful bridges. Oh, Mamma, it's like something out of a book.
Yes, my dear. That's the trouble with Paris. It's so attractive. But underneath it's evil.
Oh, and Mamma, the furniture, the gilt clock, and this lovely marble-top table. Oh, Mamma, everything is so French.
I'll be very glad to be on my way to where everything's English by this time tomorrow. Now, come away from that window and help me get into something comfortable. There's a dear.
Yes, Mama, of course.
I don't know when I've been so tired. I just can't seem to catch my...
Mama. Mama, what's the matter? Mama. Mama, speak to me. Oh, here, I'll get you up into bed. There. Now, let me loosen your corset. Here, Mama, here are the smelling salts. Breathe deeply, darling. Mama. The telephone. I've got to get a doctor.
À votre service?
Hello, operator. Will you please send a doctor up to room number... let me see. Number 342.
Pardon? Qu'est-ce que mademoiselle désire?
Will you please send a doctor to room number 342?
Je ne comprends pas. Qu'est-ce que mademoiselle
désire? A doctor, please.
Ah, oui, un docteur. Oui, mademoiselle, tout de suite.
While I waited for the doctor, I did everything I could think of to bring my mother back to consciousness. I massaged her fingers and toes. I put wet cloths on her forehead. I waved the smelling salts under her nose. But she lay silent and white and unmoving, like one dead. Only the quick, shallow movement of her breast assured me she was not. And all the time another anxiety possessed me. What if this doctor could not speak English? How should I tell him the circumstances of Mother's unexpected fainting? How should I understand his instructions for treatment? I'm sure it was not long, although it seemed like an eternity before he arrived, accompanied by the manager of the hotel. And to my great relief, they both spoke English. The doctor felt Mother's pulse, took her temperature, and did the usual things that doctors do. And then he turned to the tail-coated hotel manager.
La jeune femme parle-t-elle français? Pas un mot. Vous en êtes sûr? Tout à fait. Alors, je peux parler à mon aise. Monsieur, ceci, c'est une affaire très sérieuse. N'ayez pas l'air alarmé lorsque je vous mets au courant. Cette femme est atteinte de la peste. La peste? Elle n'a qu'une heure à vivre. Je n'ai pas besoin de vous dire que si ceci se connaît, votre hôtel perdra tous ses clients. Et mon Dieu, pas seulement l'hôtel.
While they talked in this language I couldn't understand, I looked from one face to the other, trying to read from their expressions how serious my mother's illness was. But they were as casual as though they were ordering dinner. And finally I could stand it no longer. Oh, you must tell me. What is the matter with her?
Mademoiselle, your mother is ill, yes. Seriously ill. It is a collapse, due perhaps to the strain of traveling. However, a week or two of absolute rest will work wonders.
A week or two? Well, we were to go on to England tomorrow.
That would be out of the question, mademoiselle. She cannot be moved for at least several days. Right now, she must have complete rest. The next 24 hours will be critical.
Oh, Mama. Poor Mama.
No, mademoiselle, you must not break down, too. I need your help.
Yes, doctor.
Immediately, I need some medicine. Will you fetch it for me?
Why?
I must not leave your mother for a moment during these critical hours. Here, I will write down this address and a little message to my wife.
Your wife?
Yes. I have the medicine already prepared at home. It will be faster to go there for it than to a pharmacy. There are very few chemists who have the ingredient.
But couldn't you telephone?
Hélas, I have no telephone.
Well, a messenger, perhaps.
Mademoiselle does not know Paris en fête. With the exposition opening, nowhere can you find a reliable messenger. They are all selling souvenirs.
But,
Oh, no, mademoiselle. You will accomplish here and more rapidly yourself.
Here is the address. 24 bis Rue Val-de-Grâce. And here is the message to give to my wife.
But I don't know Paris at all. I'm a total stranger here.
I am sure the manager here will give the necessary instructions to the cabby.
Indeed, I will. Now, if mademoiselle is ready...
Before I quite knew what was happening, I was seated in a rickety taxicab outside the hotel with the doctor's message clutched in my hand, while the hotel manager gave valuable directions to the cabby.
En plus, vous toucherez un pourboire assez grand pour remplacer cette vieille bagnole avec une belle voiture. Allez au petit pas. Prenez la piste la plus circuiteuse et surtout, ne soyez pas de retour en moins de 2 heures. Entendu? Entendu. Bon. It is arranged, mademoiselle. Jacques is one of our most trusted cabbies. He will get you to the doctor's house and back in safety.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. And you will look after Mother, won't you?
Indeed, I will. Of that, you may be sure.
When we left the hotel, we crossed a huge square with statues around it and turned into a wide avenue which led up a gentle incline, at the top of which was a huge arch. But before long, we turned off to the right into narrower streets. It must have been 20 minutes later, when we turned into another wide boulevard and I saw another huge arch up ahead. Or was it the same arch? Driver?
Mademoiselle?
Haven't we passed that arch before?
Regardez, mademoiselle. Voici l'Arc de Triomphe. Là-bas, la Tour Eiffel.
Driver, I don't want a sightseeing tour. I want to go to this address directly. Don't you understand? Now, please, take me there at once.
Eh ben, on fait de son mieux. De la patience, mademoiselle. Paris, c'est une grande ville, voyons.
At last, we turned into a narrow street and pulled up before a grim grey house. The blue enamel sign on the wall read number 24 bis. I jumped out of the cab almost before it stopped, rushed up the 3 stone steps and pulled at the brass bell knob. Oh, hurry. Hurry, hurry, please.
Oui?
Oh, the doctor sent me for some medicine. Here, read this, please.
Retenez cette jeune femme aussi longtemps possible. C'est de la plus grande importance pour l'avenir de Paris et même de la France. Oh, entrez, mademoiselle.
Thank you.
Quand vous ne pouvez plus la faire attendre, donnez-lui une bouteille de pastilles.
The doctor's wife stood there reading and rereading the note as though she didn't understand it. And until I thought I would scream. Please, please hurry. Get me the medicine. It's my mother. She may be dying. I must get back to her. Please hurry.
Asseyez-vous.
She pointed to a chair.
Attendez.
And slowly walked down the hall and closed the door behind her. I waited and waited. And I wondered. Wondered about the time the taxi had taken to get here. About that arch that looked so familiar. And I was torn by the 100 nameless anxieties that torture you when your nearest and dearest is ill. And then I heard something that froze my blood. A telephone. A telephone clearly ringing somewhere in the house. But the doctor had said he had no telephone. That was the reason I must come all this way for the medicine. Oh, no, it couldn't be in this house. It must be next door or across the street. Of course, that's where the sound was coming from.
Allô?
But no.
Qui parle? Oui.
It was the voice of the doctor's wife answering the phone. Oh, no. No, what monstrous plot was this? I felt my scalp crawl with terror. My brain pounded and my head felt as though it would burst. I wanted to scream, to run out of this awful house, to run all the way across Paris to the bedside of my mother.
Voilà, mademoiselle.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Now, driver, please, please, in the name of your own mother, hurry back to the hotel as fast as possible, please.
Ah oui, on fait de son mieux, mademoiselle. Roulons.
But my pleading was of no use. Either it was misunderstood or ignored. We crawled across Paris, just as slowly as we had come. And I was certain I saw that same white arch 3 times. But at last we crossed the great square with the statues. And I knew we were close to the hotel. Oh, please, please, hurry.
Zut, on fait de son mieux, mademoiselle, voyons.
Just beyond the great square, we turned up a narrow street which shortly entered a wide circle, in the middle of which was a tall, slender monument. The driver swung around the monument and pulled up before the entrance of the hotel, reached back and opened the door.
Voilà, mademoiselle.
I jumped out of the cab. And then I saw the sign over the entrance. It said, Hotel Ritz. Driver? Driver, you've taken me to the wrong hotel. I'm staying at the Grand Hotel Universal.
Mais non, mademoiselle. Je vous ai pris au Ritz. Et je vous dépose au Ritz.
No, I don't understand what you're saying, but will you please take me to the Grand Hotel Universal?
C'est ici que je vous ai pris en charge et c'est ici que je vous dépose.
Oh, you stupid man, can't you understand? My mother is sick. You've taken more than 2 hours to get me to the doctor's house and back. Can't you understand? My mother is sick, perhaps dying.
Les affaires de mademoiselle ne me regardent pas.
I looked around me. A small group of passers-by had stopped and were listening curiously to the argument. And then they joined in, taking sides. Everywhere I looked were foreign faces. Strangers, enemies. And then, shouldering through the crowd, I saw a bare-headed young man in tweeds, with a pipe clamped in his teeth. And before he had a chance to speak, I knew help had come.
I say, having some trouble.
Oh, thank heavens, you're English.
Right you are. Now, what seems to be the matter?
I told him as rapidly as I could. And he paid the mulish cabbie. He popped me into another cab. 5 minutes later, we walked up into the lobby of the Grand Hotel Universal. The manager was behind the desk. My mother, is she all right?
I beg your pardon, mademoiselle.
My mother, Mrs. Winship in 342, is she all right?
There is no Madame Winship in 3242.
What?
342 is occupied by Monsieur Auguste Noailles, a permanent guest.
But don't you remember me? I'm Cynthia Winship. 2 hours ago, you put me into a taxi to go to the doctor's house for some medicine for my mother.
I am afraid that mademoiselle is mistaken. I have never seen her before in my life.
Well, look here, what is this?
No, listen, I swear to you. It's just as I say. We signed the register less than 3 hours ago. We got in on the train from Marseille.
Well, let's have a look at the register.
Yes. I'll show you I'm in 342. Where is the register?
It is there, mademoiselle. You may see it for yourself. See today's date. 14 guests registered, but I do not see any mademoiselle or Madame Winship. Do you?
No. What have you done with my mother?
Please,
what have you done with my mother? I demand that you answer me this
please,
minute.
Mademoiselle,
what have you done?
I should not like to ask you to leave.
Switcher, please. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Perhaps mademoiselle is mistaken. Perhaps she is registered at some other hotel.
No. This is the hotel. The Grand Universal. You were standing there when we arrived. You handed my mother the pen with which she registered. You came to the door with a doctor. You put me in a taxi.
But I assure you, mademoiselle, these are fantastic.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
That bellboy there. He carried our baggage. He'll remember.
Garçon.
Oui, monsieur.
Vous vous souvenez d'avoir porté les bagages de madame en numéro 342 cet après-midi?
Non, monsieur.
There were 6 pieces, don't you remember? You wanted to take them all, and I insisted on carrying the little jewel case. It was a little red one.
Oh, non, mademoiselle. C'est la première fois de ma vie que je vois mademoiselle.
He says he never saw you in his life before.
But this is monstrous. It's impossible. My mother is somewhere in this hotel. What have you done with her? What have you done with her?
Feeling better now, Miss Winship?
A little, thank you.
Care for something else?
No, thank you. Another cup of tea, perhaps?
Certainly. Garçon?
Monsieur?
Une tasse de thé pour mademoiselle.
Tout de suite, monsieur.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. You realize I don't even know your name?
Oh, it's Bruce. Bruce Stanley.
I'm very glad to meet you, Mr. Stanley.
It's a pleasure, Miss Winship.
Mr. Stanley, you believe me, don't you?
Of course I do, Miss
We did
Winship.
register at that hotel. We were in room 342. Well, I can even describe the furnishings. There was a big window that went from the ceiling to the floor.
Well, every hotel room in Paris has windows like that, Miss Winship.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
Well, in this room, the draperies were plum-colored, and there was a marble-top table, black marble it was, and a gilt clock. It had run down. The hands had stopped, I remember, at 20 minutes past 3. The walls were covered in rose brocade, and the bedspread was a washed-out yellow. Oh, if I could only get into that room, you'd see that I'm not making this up.
I'm sure you aren't. Perhaps I can find a way to make them let you in the room.
Can you?
Yes. I'm with the embassy, you know, undersecretary sort of thing. I believe the British Empire has enough influence to change the mind of an obstinate Paris innkeeper.
Well, then let's do it. Right away.
Well, I'm afraid the might of Britain can't move that fast. It's past dinner time. But tomorrow we shall see.
Tomorrow? But I must get into that room tonight. I have no money. Nowhere to sleep.
Well, we can do nothing with the people at the hotel. You saw that. We'll just have to be patient until tomorrow. I'm sure I can find a room for you tonight in a pension near the embassy.
You're so very kind. How can I ever thank you, Mr. Stanley?
Well, you might begin by calling me Bruce.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Oh.
What is it?
I just thought of something. The doctor.
The doctor?
Yes, the one the hotel manager brought in to look after Mother. I still have his address somewhere here in my purse. Yes, here it is. Now, we must go there immediately. He can tell us about Mother.
Now, let me see. 24 bis Rue Val de Grace. Well, that's not far. Just off Boulevard Raspail near the Luxembourg.
Well, how long would it take to get there by taxi?
Oh, about 10 minutes.
But it took over an hour this afternoon.
Voilà, monsieur. 24 bis, Rue Val de Grace.
So here we are.
Yes, this is the place.
Attendez, mon vieux.
Très bien, monsieur.
The house is dark.
Well, it's quite late.
Well, I don't care. We've got to find out tonight.
Qui est là? Qui sonne?
Where is he?
There, at the upstairs window. Monsieur le docteur, c'est Mademoiselle Winship. Elle veut vous questionner à propos de sa mère.
Winship, je ne connais pas Mademoiselle Winship.
He says he doesn't know you.
But he must. He must. Doctor, don't you remember this afternoon? You sent me here to your house for medicine for my mother.
Je ne comprends pas l'anglais.
He says he doesn't understand English.
Oh, the liar. The dreadful liar. He does. He speaks perfect English.
Et vous, jeune homme, je vous conseille de ne pas déranger le repos des gens comme il faut et de vous en aller avant que je n'appelle la police.
I'm sorry, Cynthia.
Oh, Bruce. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? If it hadn't been for Bruce, I'm certain I should have gone out of my mind. He found a room for me at a pension near the embassy, where I spent a sleepless night of anxiety, almost beyond endurance. Bruce called for me at 10:30 the next morning and took me back to the hotel. To my surprise, the attitude of the manager had changed completely.
But of course, mademoiselle may inspect room 342. We are only too glad to convince mademoiselle that her mother is not and never was in the Grand Hotel Universel.
Why,
I personally will escort you to the room. This way, please, to the ascenseur.
Oh, Bruce, that terrible man. That horrible, horrible...
Cynthia, don't let him upset you.
Monsieur, au troisième. Troisième, monsieur.
Now, remember what I told you last night, Bruce. You'll see. Plum-colored draperies, black marble-top table, rose walls, and a gilt clock with hands stopped at 3 You'll see.
Yes, Cynthia.
Voilà, le troisième. This way, please. It was room 342 that you wished to see, mademoiselle?
Yes, that's right. Third door to the right.
Parfait.
You see, Bruce? I know where it is.
Yes, my dear.
Here we are. Voilà. Enter, please.
Now, Bruce, you'll see. The yellow bedspread... Oh.
Not quite the room you just described in the elevator, mademoiselle. The drapes are royal blue.
Oh.
A little dusty, I fear. I must have this room renovated. You see, there is no marble-top table.
No.
The clock, as you notice, is running. And right on time, it seems. And the walls are not rose bouquet, but yellow-flowered wallpaper. Now, my dear mademoiselle, you see how thoroughly mistaken you are.
No! They had tried to make me think I was mad. They succeeded. I remembered nothing until I awoke in my aunt's house in England 2 weeks later, thanks to Bruce, who never left my side during those terrible days when my sanity hung in the balance. Well, that's the story, Alice. And that's why I've never been able to talk about your grandmother Winship.
Oh, Mother, how horrible.
Because all these years I've clung to the foolish hope that somehow she'd come back and tell us herself what happened.
You poor dear.
You may as well dispel that hope forever, Cynthia.
What?
Since you at last brought yourself to discuss your mother's disappearance, I think it's time you knew the true fact.
Bruce.
Your mother died 20 minutes after you left the hotel on that fool's errand for the doctor.
Oh, no.
She died of the bubonic plague. She had caught it in India before she sailed. The doctor recognized the symptoms the moment he examined her. He told the hotel manager in French in your presence. They agreed that the matter must be kept completely secret. If the news leaked out that there was a case of plague in Paris, the city would have been emptied of visitors, and the exposition would have been a failure.
Oh, Bruce.
The conspiracy of silence began in the hotel. The bellboy was paid to claim he never saw you. The taxi driver was paid well to take you to the doctor's house by the most roundabout route. The note to the doctor's wife advised her to detain you as long as she could. The taxi driver added his own imaginative touch by returning you to the Ritz instead of the Universal. I shudder to think what might have happened if I hadn't come through the Place Vendôme just then.
But you didn't know?
Not then.
When did you find out?
Next morning. By then, the conspiracy had grown to international proportions. The embassy had been advised. If the exposition was a failure, the franc would fall and the pound sterling would be affected, that sort of thing. You know. I knew when we went back to the hotel you would not find your plum drapes and rose-colored walls and black marble-top table.
And you let me go through with that?
What could I do? I was acting under orders. I knew that the hotel had completely fumigated and redecorated the room overnight, and everything was in readiness to repudiate your story. I had to let the last act of the dreadful farce play to its dreadful end.
What did they do with my mother?
Her body was removed from the room less than 30 minutes after you left it. It immediately burned.
Why? Why didn't you tell me all this years ago? Why did you let me go on all this time?
This is the first time you've ever mentioned your mother since then, my dear.
Alice?
Yes, Mother?
There's a new issue of the Tetler in the library. Wouldn't you like to look at it?
Mother, I won't...
Now, dear, there's a good girl. I want to have a talk with your father.
Escape, produced by William N. Robeson and directed by Norman MacDonald, has brought you The Vanishing Lady by Alexander Woollcott, freely adapted for radio by Mr. Robeson. The part of Cynthia was played by Joan Banks. Bruce was played by Hy Averback. The hotel manager and driver by Ramsey Hill. Musical score was conceived by Cy Fewer with Eddie Dunstetter at the console. Next week...
You are deathly afraid of snakes. And between you and a fortune, between you and escape, you're on the white jaws of a deadly cotton mouth.
Next week, we escape with Irvin S. Cobb's famous story, Snake Doctor. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when we again offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the appointment with death, when a courageous policewoman waited for a deadly killer whom police didn't even know.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Frederick H. Block, Assistant United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, to narrate tonight's case.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Let's start tonight's case in a second-floor room of a dingy rooming house near the Bay section of a large eastern city. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and persistent pounding on the door of Vicky Chester was needed to awaken her. She was by trade a night spot hostess and had retired only an hour before. For a moment, Vicky sat on the edge of the bed. Then, as the door pounding persisted, she slipped on a light negligee and went to the door.
Oh, all right. Take it easy. 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh, who is it?
Come on, let me in.
Who is it?
You don't know me.
Well, then a fine chance you got. I'd think twice before I let in somebody I know. Now, it's 5 o'clock. Go on away. I got a lot of sleep to catch up on.
I'm a friend of Pinky.
Oh. Yeah?
That's right. Come on, open up.
Pinky who?
Waldo, Pinky Waldo.
Just a second. Come in.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Excuse me for not being more formally dressed.
Don't bother me any.
Company was the last thing I expected at 5 o'clock in the morning.
You know, Pinky's sort of a magic word around here, huh?
Pinky and I meant a lot to each other. Did you see him in? Were you cellmates or something? How's he look?
I didn't even know Pinky was doing a bit until I tried to look him up tonight.
Oh?
You see, Pinky owes me a lot. He said if I ever got to this burg, it'd pay off. Looks as if I got the time too late.
Yeah, about a year too late. Or about 3 years too early, whichever way you want to look at it. Now, go on. I don't get much sleep as it is.
Did Pinky ever mention, Slim to you?
Slim?
Yeah.
You want Slim?
I'm Slim.
Well, sit down, Slim. Make yourself at home. Listen, if it weren't for you, I'd never even have met Pinky. He'd have been stuck away in some can in West Virginia.
It was in Ohio.
Yeah, that's... Say, who told you about me?
I heard about you.
Well, couldn't you wait until noon or sometime? Do you have to go pounding on doors at this hour? And incidentally, how'd you manage to get in the downstairs door? That's always locked.
I managed. Ain't that enough?
Yeah, I guess it is. What'd you want with Pinky?
I'm broke.
Well, don't look at me. I ain't no good for a touch.
No, it's not a touch I'm looking for. I just want somebody with connections to get me a heater.
Oh.
Who do you know?
Listen, Slim. You look like a nice guy, but I don't want to get mixed up in anything.
Well, what are you going to get mixed up in? All I want you to do is to tell me where I can get my hands on a gun, cheap.
Well,
Now, look, I'm trying to make enough to get to Arizona. There's a good deal waiting for me there. I had a bundle, but it was chump enough to get in a crap game in Jersey City. Took my last nickel to come here and look up Pinky.
Well, Pinky can't do you no good now, not from where he's sitting.
No, but you can. Come on, now, how about it? Where can I get my hands on a gun?
All right, okay. I work at a joint called The Barrel over on...
Yeah, I know. I was there. It was closed.
Well, they got laws about closing, you know.
What about the heater?
You come around to The Barrel about 10 o'clock tonight. There's a guy I'll introduce you to.
He can take care of me?
If I recommend you, yeah.
Good.
You know, you ain't bad looking, you know.
I don't want to waste any time.
How long you going to be around here, Slim?
Not any longer than I can help it.
Oh, yeah. Arizona.
You're sure that this connection can furnish me a gun?
Relax, Slim. You'll get your heater. Just come around to the joint tonight.
Listen, Vicky, I got no more dough to spend on drinks. Where is this clown?
You're always in a hurry, Slim. Sit still. He'll be here.
You're sure that he can take care of what I want?
You'll get to Arizona. Don't... Uh-huh. Didn't I tell you to have patience? There he is.
Him?
Yeah, him.
You don't look much like an operator.
Well, what do you care how he looks, as long as he's got the goods? Wait till I give him the... Oh, he spotted me. Here he comes.
When I give you the high sign, blow.
Listen, you don't have to tell me. I don't want to get involved in any deal.
Oh, Vicky. How goes it? Selling lots of rot gut for the house?
I sell my share. Jack, Slim.
Hi.
Sit down, Jack.
Thanks. My feet are killing me.
Jack.
Yeah?
Slim's a friend of Pinky's.
Ah, you don't say.
I do say.
Well, any friend of Pinky's a friend of mine. Put it there, Slim.
Slim's got some business for you, Jack.
What can I do for you?
Look, boys. You'll excuse me. The boss is getting peeved, my sitting at one table so long.
Yeah, go ahead, kid. And, thanks.
For what?
For a lot of things.
Okay. I'll float around later.
Nice girl, that Vicky. Sweet as they come.
We could talk about that all night.
Not me. Early to bed, early to rise. It's my motto. What can I do for you, Slim?
I want a heater. Cheap.
Cheap?
You heard me.
What I got was all hard to come by.
Well, what have you got?
Anything you want. I aim to please.
What, for around $20?
$20?
Yeah, that's all I'm going to spend.
Well, I got an old beat-up Colt 38 special. It ain't much good.
I'll take it.
I wouldn't recommend it to my worst enemy.
I said I'll take it.
Okay. The customer's always right.
That's what you always say, huh?
Always. When do you want it?
Right now. Let's go.
You're in an awful hurry. Slim, ain't that right?
Yeah, that's right. Now, where's the gun? Gotta make me some dough beginning tonight.
Why rush? Haste makes waste. Why don't we have a drink then?
Come on. Let's get the gun.
Okay. You're the doctor.
What do you say we take a turn up 80th, Sarge?
Sure, Ed. Up and back and we'll call it a night, okay?
Yeah, I get... Hey. Look at that.
Yeah. Kind of late for anyone to be huddled in a doorway.
Let's have a peek at him, eh?
Stay here and cover me, Sergeant.
Right, Ed.
Hey, buddy. We're police officers.
That's far enough, copper. Watch him! Halt! Police officer! Halt! Halt!
All right. Take it easy. Yeah, what do you want?
It's me, Slim. Open up.
Oh. How many times do I have to tell you? 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm asleep like all these...
Yeah. I was in the neighborhood, Vicky.
Well, it's a fine reason.
Well, I'm in a jam. I want to stay here a few hours.
What kind of a jam?
The worst kind. Believe me.
Oh, well, then, look, you better get out of here.
I can't go out on the street. Not right now.
Now, listen, Slim, Pinky or no Pinky, enough's enough. I don't want trouble.
What kind of trouble can you get keeping me here a few hours?
Well, I don't know. What kind?
What do you say we sit down?
All right, why not? I guess you'll be leaving for Arizona a lot quicker now, huh?
What makes you think so?
Well, you get a gun, you get in trouble. The worst kind of trouble.
Suppose we forget about my trouble.
Okay, Slim. I hate trouble anyway.
Come here, Vicky.
Oh, Slim. Well. What do you think Pinky will have to say about that?
Who cares? Let him say anything he likes.
So, Gangbusters listeners, as police were searching the neighborhood for the killer, the murderer, John Slim Patterson, had found a place to hide for a few hours. As he enjoyed the company of one woman, he had no idea another would be called upon to play an important part in bringing this case to a conclusion. As the search began and the alarm spread, Sergeant Earl Howard was standing in the corridor at the hospital, where the detective's body was taken. He heard steps approaching and looked up to see Detective Captain Frank Delaney.
Hello, Sergeant.
Captain, he's dead, Captain. He was dead on arrival.
Yes, I heard. What about his family? They've been notified?
Yes, they're all in there.
I'd like to talk to them. Come on.
Helen Branch. She's a policewoman attached to the forgery squad. She's a friend of the family, Captain. She brought them.
Yes, I know her.
Maybe it'd be best if I took you back home. There's nothing you can do here. Oh, excuse me, dear. Hello, Sergeant. Have you heard? Did they get the killer yet?
No, not yet.
How are you, Captain?
Helen, do you think it'd be all right if I talked with her a minute?
I think so. I think she'd appreciate it.
Suppose we step outside, Helen.
All right, Sergeant. That's an awful thing. For them to wake her in the middle of the night. For them to tell her husband's dead.
Yes, I can imagine.
Every time he went out on duty, she was afraid it would happen. For years, every day she was afraid. Now she doesn't have to be afraid anymore.
Look, Helen, when you go back in, would you tell her we're doing everything we can to get the killer?
I wish I could be assigned to it. I wish I could do something.
It's going to be a tough job.
If there's ever anything I can do, call on me. Promise you'll call on me, Sergeant.
All right, Helen. I promise.
Captain Delaney. Oh, yes. What does it look like? Was that so? Come in, Sergeant. That old, huh? Okay, if you run anything else, give me a call.
Hello, Captain.
Sit down, Sergeant.
Thanks.
That was a report of the bullet that killed Ed.
Oh?
It was a .38 caliber slug. Apparently it came from a Colt Special. 40-year-old Colt Special, at least 40. The grooves run counterclockwise in the slug. Mm-hmm. You haven't made that type of gun in 40 years. What's new with you?
Oh, nothing much. We spent all day shaking down rooming houses in the neighborhood. Not a trace of him.
Well, I imagine he's still in town, Earl. The publicity this thing's getting ought to keep him pretty close to his room. And pretty scared.
Captain, I'd like to try something.
What?
Well, maybe this guy has a room in that neighborhood. Maybe he hasn't. Seems to me more of a cinch that he's been hanging out in one of the joints down there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, suppose I pack a bag and visit a few of them. Suppose I get the word around that I'm a hot customer from Philly.
Maybe you got an idea, Earl.
I don't think there's anything to lose except a little time. And maybe I can make connections that'll lead me to the right guy.
Okay, Earl. Have a try at it.
And like I was saying, boys, what's another drink? You buy me a drink,
Hey,
and I'll be...
Vicky.
What?
Telephone.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, will you, fellas?
Yeah, sure. Go on back.
Oh, hiya, Jack.
Not over. Sit down, Vicky. Once you meet a guy.
I got a call on the phone right now. I'll be right back.
Good, but don't forget.
Telephone. Some guys ought to know better than call you up during working hours. Hello?
Vicky.
Yeah. Who is this?
Slim.
Slim, I thought you'd be halfway to Arizona by now.
Well, I decided to stick around till things cool off. Look, Vicky, I gotta see you.
Listen, Pinky won't be a friend of yours if he finds out what's been going on.
Forget about Pinky.
Well, look, why don't you drop in here to the joint? Jack's here and...
You think I'm crazy?
All right. I get through here in about another hour or so. How about me dropping around to your place? Where is it?
Never mind.
Well, okay, if that's the way you feel about it, Mr. Slim, goodbye. Fine thing.
Hey, Vicky, come on. I'll buy you a drink.
I'll see you later. Hey, Jack. You know who...
Sit down, Vicky.
Who's your friend here?
This is Earl, just Earl.
Glad to see you.
He's hot out of Philly. He's a friend of Big Jake.
Is that so?
Hotter than a $2 pistol.
Listen, I wouldn't go shouting it all over the joint. Now, look, Jack, the guys in Philly said you could help me get a room. I can't go lugging the suitcase all over town.
I told you I'll help you get a room. You know of any place, Vicky?
I don't know of any place. Jack, you know who that was on the phone?
Who?
Slim.
Slim? I thought he'd be in Arizona by now.
Well, the operator didn't say nothing about long distance.
Hey, you're not going to be like this guy Slim, are you, Earl? I do the guy a favor and he gets himself all jammed up.
Jack.
What's the matter? I didn't do him a favor?
If you call making some dough off a guy a favor...
How much could I make? He wouldn't give me more than 20 for the gun.
Oh, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, room for me, for instance.
Hey, maybe we can get him Slim's room. Slim's leaving for Arizona.
Well, I don't know where Slim's staying.
Ah, come on, Vicky. Don't kid your Uncle Jack. You've been seeing Slim.
I don't know where he lives. What do you want from me?
That ain't the way I heard it.
I don't care how you heard it.
Look, this ain't getting me anyplace.
The guy's hot around town, Earl. He's got a deal out in Arizona. He wants to get out as quick as he can. If she'll open up and tell me where he is, I'll fix it.
I told you, I don't know.
Okay, I can't sit around all night with a suitcase.
Listen, I can't do you no good. If I could, I would. I can't.
Well, what do you say we all take a ride downtown?
I can't go nowheres. I don't get off for another hour. And what am I doing in your troubles anyway? Find your own room.
Oh, you don't get it, Vicky. This is a pinch. I'm a police officer.
What?
I don't want any disturbance. Come on, both of you.
Listen, I didn't do nothing.
What do you want me for? I'm as innocent as a newborn babe.
Let's just go downtown and get it all straightened out.
Straightened out, all right.
Well, Captain, I put away for the night.
Well, I think they've told us everything they know.
Yeah, so do I.
Sit down, Earl.
Thanks.
It was a nice piece of work.
Yeah, a lot of good it does. After I covered all those joints to find him. All I know him by is Slim.
Yeah.
Don't know where he lives. Might be headed for Arizona any minute.
I wonder what this guy has in Arizona.
I don't know, but whatever it is, Captain, he sure wants to get to it.
Yes. He knows we'll have a tough time getting out of this town. Earl?
Yes, Captain?
I think I'll have a policewoman assigned to this case.
Helen Branch?
Didn't she tell you she'd like to do something?
She practically begged to help.
Okay, get her on the phone. Maybe there is something she can do.
What's that, Captain?
This Slim, whoever he is, wants to get to Arizona. He knows we've got a good idea of what he looks like. He knows we've got the railroad stations and the buses watched. He's read about the roadblocks. Chances are he's too scared to step out of his room.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with Helen Branch?
He gets the papers, for sure. And holed up in that room, he probably reads every word. If you were wanted for killing a policeman, you were trying to get to Arizona, what would you do if you read an ad in the paper that went something like this? Wanted, young man to drive new automobile to Arizona. Phone Mrs. Helen Branch, Central.
Hey, Captain, that's the ticket.
Okay, get hold of Helen and tell her what we've got in mind.
You betcha, Captain, right away.
What do you think, Sergeant? You think he didn't see the ad?
Maybe, Helen.
It was in this morning's paper. If he hasn't seen it by now... Well, I guess it's too much to hope for.
And you know how it is in this business. You got to wait and then wait some more. And if nothing comes of the idea, we try something else.
And you think it's no use?
Well, we'll let the ad run tomorrow, too. If that...
That's it.
All right, now, take it easy.
I will.
If it's him, hand it like we planned.
All right.
Okay, pick it up.
Hello?
Oh, is this Mrs. Helen Branch?
Yes, talking.
You're the one who put the ad in this morning's Times?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'll be glad to drive your car to Arizona. The ad didn't say, are you going along or is it going empty?
Oh, I'm going along. I just didn't want to do all the driving.
When were you counting on leaving?
Tomorrow sometime.
Well, that's okay with me.
We'll have to exchange references, I suppose. Why don't you come over? I live at...
I can't make it just now.
Oh, well, can we meet someplace?
Yeah, I guess we'll have to.
Do you want to give me your name and phone number?
Well, suppose we meet at 7 o'clock. Downtown on the corner of Main and Commerce. You know, in front of the drugstore.
But how'll I know you?
Well, what's your car look like?
Oh, it's a new Pontiac 4-door, green.
Pontiac 4-door green. Okay. All right, then I'll see you. Main and Commerce, 7 o'clock. My name is Slim.
Hello? Hello? He said his name was Slim.
Good work, Helen.
I'm to meet him on the corner of Main and Commerce, 7 o'clock, in front of the drugstore.
He'll be met, all right. Well, that's probably the captain. But you better answer it just to make sure.
Hello?
This is Captain Lady, Helen. Would you let me talk to Sergeant Howard, please?
He's right here, Sergeant.
Thanks. Hello, Captain.
I heard the conversation. Looks like the boy.
How about it? Were they able to trace the call?
Well, it hasn't come through yet, but... Just a second. What was that? Okay, there's a squad of detectives down there. Have them take a look around. Earl.
Yeah?
Call keep a pay station in the B section.
Well, that doesn't help much. He's probably gone by now.
Tell her she'll have to meet the killer tonight. But tell her not to worry. We'll have every man we can spare in the neighborhood.
In the darkness of that winter evening, the policewoman, Helen Branch, drove to the busy corner to keep her appointment with a killer. However, she was not entirely alone. The neighborhood swarmed with detectives on the alert for their man, and Sergeant Earl Howard was out of sight on the floor of the car, behind the seat, as she reached the rendezvous.
We're lucky. There's a parking space.
All right, pull in. Now turn off the motor.
I don't see him, Sergeant.
Well, if he's here, he'll take a little time to look around.
Just doesn't seem... Sergeant, there's a man. He's coming.
Does he fit the description?
I can't tell yet. Yes, he does.
Okay, don't talk to me anymore. Lady.
Just a second.
I'm Slim. You the lady that's going to Arizona?
Yes, I'm the one.
Well, move over. I'll get in. We can talk about it.
Well, suppose
All right, Slim. Hey, police officer, don't move.
Now, look out. Never mind you, Slim. Take it easy.
Yeah, well, I ain't...
Watch him. Oh, you don't.
That's good. That ought to hold him, Captain.
Take care of this guy, man.
All right. Come on, you.
It's nice work, Helen.
Thanks, Captain.
All right, men. Let's get him in.
That, gangbusters listeners, was exactly how this killer was apprehended. He was tried for the crime of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. The man who sold him the gun, an almost equal menace to society, is now serving a life term as an habitual criminal.
Well, thank you, Assistant United States Attorney Frederick H. Block, for this enlightening case history. And gangbusters' congratulations to all the detectives who participated in the investigation and to the brave policewoman who was of such great assistance in trapping this murderer. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Miss Leslie Woods and Chuck Webster in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. The sensible thing to do on a hot summer night is to remain quietly at home with your shoes off, the radio on, and a pitcher of lemonade cooling quietly in the refrigerator. That's why we find the Norths out strolling on this particular night, with, of course, their shoes on.
Shoes.
What about them, Dolly?
The world would be a happier place if more of them were off more feet more of the time.
Shoemakers.
What about them, Jerry?
They'd starve to death. Their little children would roam hungrily about the streets.
All right. The little children does it. Let's keep on walking. You hot?
Uh-huh. And it isn't the humidity. It's the heat.
That ain't the way I heard it. Oh, Jerry. Over there.
No.
All right. Now we'll never know.
Never know what?
Whether your voice is really as romantic as Charles Boyer.
Huh. It's more romantic. Listen. Hetty, Hetty, meet me in the Casbah. Hetty.
No, you can't compare them that way.
Well, how could you?
There's a studio across the street, a sound studio, you see?
I begin to understand.
Only 75 cents to record your voice and take it home with you.
I can take my voice home for nothing.
We could both make a record. A love scene.
It's too hot.
Oh, Jerry.
I meant to go into one of those sound booths.
Boy, what a voice. What magnetism. What charm.
All right. Let's go.
Oh, darling.
We'll record our voices for posterity. And will they be sorry?
Yeah.
Oh, we want to record our voices, clerk.
My friends call me Happy. Why?
Oh. Why do they call you Happy?
Why do you want to record your voices?
My wife thinks I sound better than Boyer.
Oh, well, maybe to her. Women is funny like that, especially wives.
Oh. Why do they call you Happy?
On account of I'm always bubbling with good cheer.
Happy, lead us to the slaughter.
Who's getting killed?
Happy, we want to record our voices, remember?
Oh, yeah. You're the couple who want to record their voices. This way, please. In there.
Thanks. What do you do, throw a switch or something?
A friend of mine once had a switch thrown on him. He was never the same afterwards.
He wasn't?
The guy who threw the switch was a fella up at Sing Sing.
Oh. Jerry,
Happy is just joking. When do we start, Happy?
When the bell rings. Over there, see? But ain't you going to rehearse?
I guess so. Pam?
Well, I don't know. We've never done this before, but I suppose we'd better.
Yeah. Leave me know when you're ready. Oh, by the way...
Yeah?
Over there on the table, there's a book. All about love. Poems.
About love. But
ain't you two gonna make like you was in love for the record?
As a matter of fact, we were, but how did you know?
Mister, they always do. The suckers. Go ahead, folks.
My love is like a red rose.
You know, Pam, as a matter of fact, you're not like a rose at all.
Jerry, we're being recorded.
Oh, okay. My love, you have a red no... No, that's not right. Where were we?
Yeah, my love is like a melody.
Oh, that's sweetly played in tune. I never could carry a tune. Back in school, my music teacher used to ask me for a command performance in reverse. You know, to keep still. I used to mislead the other kids.
Jerry North, at this moment, you're supposed to be making violent love to me.
Oh, sure. Come here.
In verse.
Who can be violent in verse?
Jerry.
All right, let's see. How do I love thee? Boy, that was a snappy answer. With bells.
I'm afraid, darling, that's all posterity is going to get.
I'm afraid that's all posterity may want. Well, let's go out and collect our disc.
All right. But somehow I've got a feeling that it isn't going to turn out to be one of the recording gems of all time. Because you heckle.
I never heckle except on odd Tuesdays. Is today an odd... happy.
Here it is, all wrapped up. For the record, the name and address, please.
Mr. and Mrs. Gerald North, 24 St. Anne's Place. Collectors of rare recordings. Heard on appointment only.
Yeah. This I hate to do, but Mr. Jerem wants I should get 75 cents from all the customers.
Oh, your boss. Here you are.
Thanks. You don't care how you spend your money, huh?
Well, you know the old saying, you can't take it with you.
Yeah. In that case, don't go, Mr. North. Don't go.
Oh, I can hardly wait till we get home, darling.
Ah, that's love.
To hear our record.
Oh, I can wait. 20 years or so.
Hey.
Our driver. Yes?
Maybe you ain't gonna get home.
What do you mean?
We ain't alone.
Of course we're not. Pam's with us.
I meant in the sense a car is following us.
Ah, record collector, perhaps. Although we heard of the new masterpiece rather quickly.
Jerry, somebody is shooting at me.
Don't be selfish at us. Not a record collector, maybe a collector of old automatics. Driver.
I heard, and they ain't mosquitoes.
Well, can't you speed up a bit?
I can, but this hack can't.
I'll take a look. What?
Oh.
They got the back window. Pam, get down the floor.
I will not. Then I'll never know what happened.
If one of these bullets hit you.
Oh, don't be so gruesome.
Don't look now, folks, but I think...
What?
We're gonna hit a lamppost.
Jerry, you're dead.
I am not.
Oh.
Yeah, we did hit that lamppost.
I call him, pal.
Has anybody been hurt?
The post.
Don't look now, darling, but we're not alone.
The crowd? They saved our lives.
They have?
Sure, because they made it impossible for whoever was chasing us to finish the job.
What lovely people. Jerry.
What now?
Our voices.
Oh, we've still got them. Oh, you mean the... here it is.
Is it broken?
Let's see. Nope. Not a dent in the disc.
Oh, I'm so glad. Let's go home, darling.
Right. Driver, do you think you can divorce the cab from the lamppost?
Sure. Like you might say, it was only a marriage of convenience.
Home. Dear old apartment 6B.
Home is where the heart is. Where the... Jerry, standing outside of our door.
Oh, home is where happy is.
Hello.
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 I'll get the door open. Sorry we kept you waiting, Happy. What can we do for you?
I observe you still got the record I give you.
Yes, our voice.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, but it ain't your voice.
It isn't?
I made a mistake. I wrapped up the wrong record.
That seems a strange thing to do.
Yeah. I'm always doing strange things.
Oh, why don't we just unwrap the record and see, darling?
Sounds reasonable. Here's the wrapping paper. And here's the record.
The label. Oh, Jerry. Animal imitations. Us?
No, Mrs. North. That's my parent. That record is devoted to guys making like animals.
I wonder.
So,
the Jerem studio doesn't seem to be run very efficiently. Maybe this is the right record and the wrong label.
Mr. North, I give you my word of honor.
I'm not sure I care to take it. We were shot at on our way home.
Not by me. I am a voice to firearms.
Maybe, but I still think we ought to make sure this is really the wrong record.
I've a feeling you're right, darling. I'll turn the phonograph on.
Thanks, Pam. And now the record. Needle.
Unreasonable, Ma. We're alone. You can still.
Still what?
I got word there's been a heavy snowfall lately.
Yeah? Did you also find out I had Hank taken off the snowplow myself, personal? Because I did. And what's more?
That seems to be all.
Nothing very mysterious, darling. Just a discussion about the weather.
I wonder. Happy.
Jerry, he's gone.
Must have sneaked out while we were listening to the record. I better shut the phonograph off.
That's strange. That record very definitely doesn't belong to us, and...
Happy beat it as soon as we began to listen to it. Which means that...
Suppose you could say there's more in that discussion of the weather than meets the ear.
The doorbell rings. I'll see who it is.
All right, darling.
Mr. North?
Yes? What can I do for you?
You won't mind if I sit down, will you? I'm not as young as I used to be.
Oh, of course not. Please, Pam, this is,
Mrs. Claney.
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Claney?
Hmm?
Oh, but you must be...
That's right, my dear. People call me Ma Claney.
You're the owner of Ma Claney's Kitten Club. Jerry, that's one of the most famous nightclubs in New York.
I've heard of it. Have you come to invite us to appear there? Aha, you must have heard our record
not exactly, Mr. North. Although any time Mrs. North and you would like to come down, there'll be a ringside table waiting for you and no check.
That's very sweet of you.
Well, you're a very sweet child. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Jerums told me you'd received by mistake a record belonging to me. I hate to bother you, but...
Oh, then it must be the... Oh!
What's wrong?
Pamela bit her tongue. She's always doing that. Aren't you, darling?
Yes, darling.
You were saying, Mrs. Claney?
Well, just thought I'd stop by and pick up my record myself and save you the trouble.
Oh, that's very nice of you, but we don't have your record. The only one we have is our own.
How do you know it's your own?
Because we played it on our phonograph. Quite a thrill hearing your own voice coming back at you.
Would you mind playing it for me? Just to be sure. And...
Mrs. Claney, you don't doubt Jerry's word.
Oh, no, of course not.
And it is so late, isn't it?
So why not drop in some other time earlier?
And we'd be glad to let you listen to our record.
For hours on end. But right now, good night, Mrs. Claney.
Yes, good night.
Now, wait a minute.
Having trouble with your bag? I'll take it. Don't. There. Oh, heavy, isn't it? And inside... Why, Ma, a revolver.
Give me that.
You have a license for it?
Of course I have.
Good, then you won't have any trouble reclaiming it from the police. Your bag, Mrs. Claney, and the door.
You know, you two are either very smart or very dumb. I'm not sure yet. But when I find out...
Come back and tell us, won't you? Good night. Jerry, shut the door.
Delighted, darling.
Well, she wasn't very happy. Jerry, was that gun loaded?
To the brim. Darling, get your shoes on.
Again?
Uh-huh. I think we should pay a visit.
Oh, goody. To whom?
Mr. Jerums of Jerums Sound Studio.
Are we going to return the record to him?
Why, no, darling. As a matter of fact, I think we're going to put him on the record.
Oh, streets are almost deserted.
It's late enough. I have a feeling Mr. Jerums may be annoyed when we burst in on him.
Then let's not burst, huh? Or, we have to.
I think so, darling. Well, here's the studio.
It's dark.
Funny, I hadn't expected that. The door. Locked.
Home.
Not yet. There was a back room to the place.
That alley, darling.
Come on.
Jerry, how long can you go to jail for burglary?
Oh, not very, and you meet such charming people. Window.
It's still dark, except... Jerry.
I know, smoke.
It's coming from the studio window.
I can't see. Hey, Pam, there's a man lying on a cot in the room.
I thought you couldn't see.
I can now because flames are creeping into the room.
Jerry, we better turn in an alarm.
Stand back.
That isn't the way.
Sure it is if you want to break a window.
What are you going to do?
That man on the cot isn't moving. I'm going in after him.
Oh, you can't, darling. You wouldn't look nice toasted.
I've got to. He's unconscious. Darling, call the fire department while I go in there.
Nothing doing. I'm going with
But
you.
Pam...
I'm too young to be a widow, so I've got to make sure that you don't die. Anyway, not before I do. Oh, Jerry, that smoke was awful.
It's all over now, darling.
Is he still unconscious?
As a matter of fact, I think he's given up consciousness for good.
Jerry, he's dead?
Very much so.
The smoke?
I don't think the smoke had much of a chance with him. You see, somebody had presented him with a revolver full of bullets. First. Mullins?
Yep, Mullins. We've identified that corpse you rescued. The name is Jerums.
The man who owned the studio.
The same. You kind of wasted that rescue act, Mr. North.
No, we didn't, Mullins. You see, that fire was set for one purpose.
Which was?
It's hard to find bullet holes in a skeleton. Jerums were supposed to be burnt completely, darling, so that it would look like accident instead of murder.
Well, I guess you're right at that. Have you got any ideas on the subject of who killed him?
I don't know. It may have been someone we heard him talking to.
But, darling, we never heard Jerums. Or did we?
I rather think we did, Pam. But it's not much help.
Still, we almost have it. Except...
No proof, no real understanding of the motive or what part Happy played, or... I don't know.
We'd better go home and go to bed, darling. But it's all there, I'm sure.
It's all there where?
Why, Sergeant Mullins. In the groove, of course. Jerry.
No, I'm getting right up. Getting up. Huh?
Wake up, Jerry.
It's too dark. I prefer my mornings with a touch of sun.
Jerry, I heard something in the living room.
Mice. Big mice.
Uh-huh. Are you going to...
I suppose so. When they start moving furniture around, stay there and get ready to scream. It's dark in here. I just stick my head in like this.
Jerry! Jerry! Jerry!
Darling, you've got an echo.
Have I got a live husband?
I think so.
Oh.
Anything missing?
I don't know.
Try the record cabinet.
You think that...
Uh-huh.
Oh, of course. The record was... It isn't. Jerry, the burglar took that animal imitations record, the one that Mark Claney and Jerem's on it.
You mean he thought he did?
But it's gone.
What the burglar took was a little item called The Way You Look Tonight. Incidentally, you look all right.
Oh, thank you, darling. But the way you look tonight is right here, and... Uh-oh. The label's sticky. You switchy?
I switchy. And isn't baby talk repulsive? I guess Mullins is indicated.
Indicated? He'll be apoplectic.
My goodness, even when you Norths go to sleep, do you stay asleep? No. You go around getting hit by strangers.
It was in our own living room, Sergeant Mullins.
And it may not have been a stranger. Mullins, where's Happy?
Who knows? The department has been looking for him, but I guess he took a powder.
Uh-huh, under the circumstances, What did you say?
I said he took a powder. That's a slang expression meaning he scrammed. Blew. Took it on the lamb.
But, Mullins, suppose it isn't a slang expression. Suppose Happy really took a powder.
I don't get it.
I know what Jerry means. And I sort of think Ma Claney got it.
Mullins, we came to see Ma, not her daughters.
Nice family she's got.
Little short on clothes, though. Jerry?
Oh, we're on our way. Office is back here. Shall we knock or...
We go in. Oh, the North. Did you find my record?
Not exactly. Mrs. Claney, this is Sergeant Mullins.
Hello, Sergeant. Rest your arches.
No, ma'am, I'm from homicide, and I thought...
Oh, who's been killed lately?
A man named Jerums.
Well, it's too bad. A friend of yours?
Why, Mrs. Claney, we rather thought he was a friend of yours.
Did you? Well, I knew
No
him.
sense in wasting time. Mrs. Claney was happy.
What makes you think
This
that?
is the only place in town where he could be hiding out.
Oh, why should he hide out?
The police want him.
Murder?
You could say that.
Oh,
The
I don't...
penalty for accessory before or after the crime is the chair, Mrs. Claney.
Oh, sorry. I hadn't realized.
You mean you hadn't realized. All right. Take us to him.
I don't like to let a friend down, but if it's murder, well, I suppose friendship goes just so far, don't it? He's in the next room.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, let's be getting in there and see...
Jerry!
I hide. No copper is going to take me. You hear? No.
Now, look here, young fella.
I've got a big gun, see? A big gun.
Jerry, be careful.
Hey, don't get so close.
Sorry, Happy, but I'll take that gun.
No. Let go of me. I don't want to...
Lovely stocking, Mr. Noah.
He's out cold. I want to take a look at his eyes.
Why?
Because you said Happy took a powder. Pupils like pinpoints.
Then his nickname wasn't because he was sad all the time.
That's right. Happy was only half of it. The other half was dust. Happy Dust.
I certainly appreciate your asking me to come to your home with you, Mrs. North, and offering to return my record.
Jerry and I just wanted to clean up all the loose ends. Right, Jerry?
Mm-hmm. Happy's in jail, and, Mrs. Claney, you'll find your record in the cabinet there. Excuse me while I fix a few drinks,
Sure, I'll just get the record and... Hey, sure it's here, Miss North?
Oh, of course. Jerry.
Here we are, darling. Mrs. Claney, you find it?
No.
Jerry, maybe Happy stole it last night when he burgled the place.
Maybe he did. Because whoever burgled us last night killed Jerums for that record. Mrs. Claney, you know how the record was labeled, don't you? Animal imitations?
Is that so?
Jerry, look. Another gun. And Mrs. Claney is pointing it at us.
Very inconsiderate. If it went off...
Listen, I know that animal imitations record isn't the one with my voice on it.
How do you know?
Well,
Because you stole it last night and tried it on a phonograph and found out I'd switched labels? Wouldn't that be how, Mrs. Claney?
Maybe it would be, North. So what?
So you burgled our apartment, and therefore you killed Jerums.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why would I kill him?
He was blackmailing you with that record.
It must be in this...
Oh, shut up, you. Now, North, what's in that record to give anybody a hold over me?
Snowfalls. You and Jerums weren't talking about the weather. Heroin, cocaine. Snow is quite a common expression for narcotics. And you admitted getting rid of Hank from off the snowplow. Or should I say the truck delivering narcotics?
Nice figuring, North.
Very nice. Happy was just a stooge for you. You bribed him to steal the record, but dope fiends aren't very reliable, are they?
All right, they're not. But I don't take the stuff. I just sell it. So you'll find my aim is reliable unless you hand over that record. Now, where is it?
Why, Mrs. Claney, it's right here in this album. Here, take it. Album and all.
Oh.
Darling, you knocked her cold.
Oh, not me, Jerry. Tchaikovsky.
Okay, Mullen, so long. She's confessed. Police were looking for the murderer of the guy known as Hophead Hank to the narcotic squad. That record will put Mrs. Claney in the chair.
Jerry, do you realize that when Jerem's studio was burned, our recording was burned with it?
I hadn't realized. Oh, well.
Oh, well, nothing. Now, I'll never know whether you're as romantic as Charles Boyer.
Well, darling, there are other ways of finding that out besides having my voice recorded.
As for example?
As for example...
Again?
Again?
Who's Boyer?
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Sir Cedric Hardwicke in tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight,
Autolite presents a story about the most infamous poisoner who ever lived. The Diary of Dr. Pritchard. Our star, Sir Cedric Hardwick.
Land ho, Harlow.
Huh? Oh, hi, Mr. McSorley. Why the sailor's salute?
Why, in commemoration of that intrepid explorer, Christopher Columbus, whose day is coming.
But Autolite Day is here.
Is it no?
Sure, today and every day. Complete Autolite electrical systems, including the starting motor, distributor, generator, battery, coil, wire, and spark plugs, are being installed as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors. And every unit and component part is related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give the smoothest performance money can buy.
Oh, Christopher Columbus had plenty of trouble because he insisted the world was round.
Ah, but you'll never have trouble if you insist on Autolite original factory parts for your Autolite-equipped car. It pays because from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed The Diary of Dr. Pritchard, a true story starring Sir Cedric Hardwick, and hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
There we are, Lily. Now I want you to drink every drop.
Will it taste nasty, Doctor?
No, not at all. A little sour, perhaps, that's all. To make you feel ever so much better. Hold your nose if you like, and mind you every drop. Come along. It wasn't so bad.
Not very nice, sir.
Have to take the bitter with the sweet, Haha, naughty girl. Too many treacle tots, eh? A touch of gastric annoyance. Well, we must be careful of our waistline. Such a pretty waist.
I think I'm getting sleepy.
Good. Lie down. I'll cover you up.
You're so good to me, Doctor.
You're a good girl, Lily.
You'll be tickled. Stop.
Good night, Lily. Sleep well.
Good night.
Lily? 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 That's better. Good night, Lily. 5th of May. What a frightful thing. The upstairs maid passed away in her bed. She must have fallen asleep whilst reading, and I suppose the gaslight ignited the curtains. She burnt to death. Poor little Lily. It will be a great loss to Mrs. Pritchard. I shall have to wire her the first thing in the morning. Then it will be as well to engage a maid to replace Lily as soon as possible. After that, we had better move to a more suitable residence.
But why, dear? Why must we move?
I've been thinking about it for quite a long time, Mary. Whilst you were away, I made up my mind to suggest it, and now, after what happened to poor Lily...
But it seems so lovely here, especially for children.
I know, but there is my position, too. We owe it to ourselves to keep up appearances. Now, there's a delightful spot in Clarence Place. I'm sure you'll be very happy with it.
All right, dear. If you think it for the best.
Indeed, I do. The best for us all.
Oh, are you going out, dear?
Yes, I have one or two patients to see.
Well, before you go, I did want to talk to you about the new maid, Ellen.
Oh?
It was terribly sweet of you to engage her while I was with Mother, but... Well, I rather wonder whether she's exactly suitable. I mean, she does seem a little forward.
Well, I hadn't noticed that. I find her character excellent and her appearance very pleasing.
Well, yes, but...
Mary, I think you better begin the arrangements for the moving. I shall be home in time for dinner. Goodbye, my dear. Ninth of May. Dear, sweet Mary, how she does worry about every little detail. How can one man be so blessed with such a loving wife and family? I must provide only the best for them. I do hope that Mary likes the new house. I'm sure that she will once we are settled. June. We are going to be very happy down here in Clarence Place. The children are adjusting themselves marvelously to their new surroundings. I was rather aggravated that the insurance company refused to pay compensation for the belongings of poor unfortunate Lily. The few trifling baubles which couldn't be found in her room. I almost received the impression that they suspected I was making a fraudulent claim. I shall change companies immediately. Must remember to prepare tonic for darling Mary. She seems rather tired lately.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Ellen. Everything all right today?
Oh, yes, sir.
That's good. And what has cook prepared for dinner?
Something I'm sure you'll like, sir. By the way, sir, I forgot to thank you for the pretty things you left in my room the other day. They must have been awfully expensive.
Not at all, my dear. You're a very obliging girl. The baubles were nothing at all. Nothing. Where is Mrs. Pritchard?
Upstairs, sir. She's not feeling very well. Took a lie down after tea.
Dear me, I must run up. It's off, isn't it, Ellen?
Yes, sir.
Quite. I should know, shouldn't I? I may have to go out myself later to see a patient.
Oh, yes, sir.
Right you are, Ellen. Perhaps I can drop you off somewhere.
Thank you, sir. Thanks awfully.
Not at all. Tell cook I shall be ready for supper in 10 minutes.
Very good, sir.
Well, what have we here?
Oh, hello, Edward.
Oh, now, this will never do. What seems to be the trouble, Mary?
And I don't know. I just don't feel well.
Nonsense. Have you been taking the tonic?
Yes, dear.
No, I think that you're babying yourself. A little, perhaps. Out with it.
Well, I really don't feel at all well, Edward. My head aches and I feel sick.
Let's try a spoonful of tonic,
Oh, must I, dear? It doesn't seem to really do any good.
No. Doctor knows best. There's a sedative in here. Help you to relax. The moving must have been too much for you.
I suppose so.
Sit up, dear. There. Must take care of my sweetheart, mustn't I? I shall have to go out later. I'll leave instructions with nurse to put the children to bed. I want you to rest.
Yes, Edward. Oh.
What, dear?
Oh. It's my stomach, I think.
Now try to rest. Cook will send you up some hot broth later. I shan't be late.
I had a lovely evening, sir.
I'm so glad, Ellen.
Sir, don't you think that I ought to go round to the service entrance?
Of course not, silly girl. I walked you home, didn't I?
Oh, yes, sir.
Before we go in, Ellen, don't you think...
someone will see.
Oh, no, it's too dark here.
Your beard, it tickles. Lord, what was that? Mrs. Pritchard, sir. Oh, Lord, she's been murdered.
Go to your room, Ellen. Immediately. Mary, what's the matter, Mary?
Oh, the pain in my...
My dear, you wakened the whole house. Do try to control yourself.
What's the matter with me? I'm so sick. Edward, what is it?
Oh, more than likely acute indigestion. Nerves, you know.
Edward, I'm frightened. Will I die?
Oh, you old girl, you. Oh, you're as healthy as an ox. Now stop worrying. We'll have you fit as a fiddle and right as rain in no time. 10th of June. I am at my wit's end. Following her seizure a week ago, Mary seemed to improve. Then she came down again with terrible pain. My poor dear girl. She has sent for her mother, who's coming over from Edinburgh. I could not deny her wish, and I shall be overjoyed having Mrs. Taylor here. Some of our friends are talking about a consultation, in particular Dr. Gardner. I've given him my diagnosis. He seems to agree, but there is some doubt. Our house is a mournful place these days. I shall be so happy to see Mother.
Edward?
Hello, Mother. Welcome. Welcome. How is my sweetheart?
Your wife is very, very ill, Edward. I want to talk to you about her.
Yes?
What are you up to, Edward?
I beg your pardon?
What's the matter with Mary?
If I knew, do you think she'd be suffering the way she is?
Now, listen to me. I telephoned Dr. Gardner and...
This is extremely unethical, Mother.
If my daughter dies, that'll be more unethical, Edward. She was perfectly well when she visited me last month. Perfectly.
Now she is not. Do you find that unusual?
Dr. Gardner doesn't quite agree with your diagnosis. He feels that it's not his place to interfere, but that Mary should have hospital attention.
I think that I may be the better judge.
I can't force you to listen to Dr. Gardner, Edward. But I'm staying here to look after Mary. Is that clear?
If you feel it's your place.
I shall be with her day and night. I'm going to prepare her food, everything.
Oh, I see.
I'm glad that you do, Edward. It'll make everything so much better.
"10th of June, 5 p.m. What an extraordinarily good woman is Mrs. Taylor. It relieves me of such a burden. Ah, motherhood, like a tigress protecting her young. And I would have it no other way. I must do something for dear Mother while she's here.
Afternoon, Dr. Pritchard. Lovely day.
Lovely. I say, I need an ounce of Henley's tincture of aconite.
An ounce? Oh, of course, Doctor. You must use quite a lot of that, Doctor. Didn't you buy an ounce last month?
Oh, yes. I find it an excellent preparation for intestinal ailments.
Oh, glad to know about that. My wife...
I really shouldn't administer it if I were you without medical supervision. It could be dangerous. Quite dangerous.
Autolite is bringing you Sir Cedric Hardwicke in The Diary of Dr. Pritchard. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, that Christopher Columbus is sure a famous name.
Sure it is, Mr. McSorley. Just like Autolite, the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Why, complete Autolite electrical systems are used as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
Columbus was a fine worker, Harlow.
So is the Autolite electrical system. It goes to work the instant you turn on the ignition, and it keeps working every second your car is in operation. It works, too, when you blow your horn, play your radio, turn on your lights, or use your electric windshield wipers.
Sounds mighty important, Harlow.
And it is. So, friends, treat the electrical system of your car to a periodic checkup at your car dealers or at your nearest authorized Autolite service station, where you will find experts that know the electrical system of your car best. To locate your nearest authorized Autolite service station, look in the classified section of your telephone directory under Automobile Electrical Service, or telephone Western Union and ask for Operator 25. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Sir Cedric Hardwicke in Elliot Lewis's production of The Diary of Dr. Pritchard, a true story, well calculated to keep you in suspense.
"2 days since Mother Taylor arrived. How splendid she has been. She idolizes Mary and doesn't move from her side night or day. I know that she couldn't be in better hands. For a little while, I wondered whether it might not be better to send Mary to hospital, but now I think not. She's already showing signs of improvement. How delighted I am to see the color returning to her cheeks. And how is the patient today?
Oh, I feel ever so much better. Thank you, Edward.
I'm so glad.
Edward.
Yes, my dear?
Give me your hand. Mother has been talking to me about going to Edinburgh with her. Taking the children as well.
Has she? Has she? Now I wonder why. Do you think she feels you need a change?
I'm not going. My place is with you. We've never spoken much of these things, have we, dear?
I don't quite...
Well, I mean, here we are, 20 years married. One forgets that, doesn't one? Have you been happy? Have I made you happy?
What an odd question.
Oh, no, it isn't. I've tried to make Mother see that. She thinks that I'm not happy with you, but she's wrong. She's always been wrong. I love you, Edward.
I brought you supper, Mary.
Oh.
Well, now doesn't that smell nice? Your appetite is improving, my dear. You'll be out of bed in no time.
Yes, she will.
Thanks to you. Eh, Mother? Are we dining together?
I'll be down presently.
Good. Don't be long, will you? I'm famished. June 15th, 8 p.m. I really believe things are getting better. Mary finished every scrap of her food, and when I went up to say goodnight, she looked positively radiant. I must say the dinner with Mother was a pleasure, and very soon now all will be as it was before. Mother will be gone. I think I shall go to the music hall tonight. It's the servants' night off, and I should like to get out of the house to make a change after the strain I've been through. I know Mother will take care of Mary.
I did what I could, Pritchard. I tried to reach you, but couldn't find you. I'm afraid it was too late anyway.
How horrible. What could have happened?
I don't know.
Catalepsy, do you think, Gardner? The old lady has a history, you know.
Yes, possible. Was she all right when you left her this evening?
Quite. Does Mary know?
No. She was asleep.
Poor girl. Poor girl. It'll be such a shock.
I was on my way over to see how Mary was getting on. A friendly visit. I was alarmed when nobody answered the door, and then Mrs. Taylor somehow manages to come downstairs.
Brave soul. I do hope she didn't suffer.
Well, she died a few minutes later. She was in great pain, Pritchard.
Frightful. I don't know what this will do to Mary.
Break it as gently as you can, won't you?
Of course. Can I make you a whiskey?
No, thank you. No, I'd better be off.
Yes. I say, about the death certificate, catalepsy, you think?
I'm not sure. It was rather odd, almost as though she had been drugged.
Drugged? Oh, yes. Well, that's possible, you know. She had been in the habit of taking pills at night, insomnia, she calls it. Not a very good habit, I'm afraid. That might account for it, don't you think?
It might. Well, please offer my condolences to Mrs. Pritchard. I'll drop by in a day or two.
Awfully kind of you, Gardner. I'll see you to the door. June 16th. In the midst of life, we are in death. How sorry a truth in our house. We are in mourning. A fine old lady has died. Mary took the news bravely, and once again we are together. Alone. 25th of June. Dr. Gardner made the death certificate and Mother was buried a week ago. I have been so occupied with my practice that I've had no chance of making entries until now. Dr. Gardner has been calling quite often to inquire about Mary. What a thoughtful man. We are fortunate indeed to have such a friend. After the tragic news, Mary has suffered a slight relapse, but it was to be expected. 6th of July. Little improvement in my dearest Mary's health. Last night a severe attack. Dr. Gardner is troubled and begs me to send her to hospital. What can I say? I know that we are all better off with her at home. It is for me to use all my medical knowledge to make things easier now. I cannot bear her agonies. It has gone too long.
Oh. Hello, Doctor.
Good afternoon. I have one or two prescriptions for you to fill.
Very good, Doctor.
Oh, and, I think you can add half an ounce of Henley's tincture of aconite.
Goodness gracious, Doctor. Every indigestion case in the city must come to you.
Oh, well, I'm not really so popular, you know. Still, the medicine does serve its purpose. 6th of July, 7 p.m. I know my diagnosis is sound. I explained it to Dr. Gardner, and he must have been convinced. The children have gone to their aunts for the holidays. It is much better that way. Ellen has taken an egg flip to Mary. She eats so little nowadays.
Dr. Pritchard, Doctor.
Oh, dear. Ellen, I have asked you to knock...
I'm sorry, sir, but what I gave the madam, I tasted it.
Why? Why did you taste it?
I'm sorry, sir. She asked me to. It's awful, burning like I don't think she should have it. It must have been bad or something. I feel awful sick.
Go downstairs, Ellen.
She oughtn't to drink. It's so rude.
Now, I'll take care of it, Ellen. Go downstairs now.
Yes, sir. All right.
You only took a sip, didn't you?
Yes, sir, but it...
Well, ask cook to give you a glass of milk. You'll be all right.
I will.
How annoying.
Edward.
Ellen tells me you're being very naughty. You won't take your egg flip, and you used to love them.
It doesn't taste the way it burns my throat. I can't drink it. I can't.
What am I going to do with you? You must take nourishment. This is so good for you, dear. Please, for me.
Oh.
Here, I'll sit you up.
No, I'll be all right.
No. I expect the children to behave this way, but not my Mary. Drink it up.
Oh, no. It'll kill me, please. No, I can't.
I'm afraid you must, my dear.
Oh, no, please.
That's a good girl. Of July, 8 p.m. Tonight, my darling wife, Mary Jane Pritchard, passed from this life. Her last words were of love, and in her eyes was tenderness. How shall I live without her? What nobility and goodness she possessed. I cannot find words with which to describe my feelings at this moment. I do hope that Ellen is not indisposed. Foolish little thing. She might have been very ill indeed tasting what she did. What a tiny waist she has, and how she loves to stroke my beard. Ah, little Ellen.
Dr. Pritchard?
Ah. Good evening, Gardner.
We've just come from the chemist shop, Pritchard. We know about your purchases there.
Really?
Tincture of aconite, that's what you use, isn't it? I should have known that's what killed Mrs. Taylor.
No, Dr. Gardner, I'll take care of this. Your wife is dead, Dr. Pritchard. I warn you that anything you say may be taken down and given in evidence against you.
I imagine it will be.
Why? Why did you kill them?
So many reasons. All things considered, I thought it for the best. You probably wouldn't understand.
I shall have to ask you to come along to the station with me, sir.
Oh. Yes. Yes, of course. I wonder, though, if you'd mind waiting for just one moment. I have one last entry to make in my diary. Mary, my darling, and you, Mother Taylor, soon, quite soon, we shall meet in happier circumstances in a far happier place. How could it be otherwise? I have no fear, only regret that no one will know my last thoughts. I close this entry with these words to whom it may concern. For he who lives more lives than one, more deaths than one, must die.
Suspense. A true story presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Sir Cedric Hardwicke.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as are the 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and in still other Autolite plants in many foreign countries, as well as the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, an award-winning actor with another award-winning performance. Mr. Richard Widmark, in the true story of a man alone on an atom-bombed island, will be heard on Suspense. The Diary of Dr. Pritchard was written for Suspense by Anthony Ellis. Suspense was transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis. Music was written by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Featured in tonight's cast were Paula Winslow, Elma Lawton, Georgia Ellis, Norma Barden, William Johnstone, Ben Wright, and Joseph Kearns.
Sir Cedric Hardwicke may be seen in the fall tour of the first drama quartet presentation of Don Juan in Hell by George Bernard Shaw.
You can buy Autolite electrical parts, Autolite stay-full batteries, and Autolite resistor or standard-type spark plugs at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Undertow.
He had all summer in which to do nothing, and that's what he was doing. Driving north along the coast from New York, stopping when he felt like it, swimming when the beach looked inviting. For above everything else, John Digby loved to swim, to trot down across the white beach to the blue Atlantic water, plunge through the long, lazy rollers, out 100 yards, a mile, with tireless strokes, content with the feeling that he belonged there, that the ocean was his home. He'd been 10 days coming north to Cape Ann, and as he floated out beyond the breaker line, he knew that here was the most beautiful spot of all. Made up his mind to linger for a few days, a week perhaps, before going on. It was then, looking back at the beach, at peace with himself and the world, that John saw her. A tiny figure in a green bathing suit, standing before a beach house hidden by an indentation in the cliff. Curious, he started back toward the beach, toward the place where he saw her plunge into the water and start out.
Well, hello there.
Hello, mermaid.
You're a wonderful swimmer. I've been watching you through the glasses. Had to come out and join you.
It's a big ocean. Anybody can use it. National policy, you know.
What?
Freedom of the seas.
But I hope you don't mind the intrusion.
Oh, not at all. You swim very well.
But I never have anyone to swim with. That's why I came out now.
Oh, I'm glad you did.
Give me a head start and I'll race you in.
Okay, you're on.
Oh, I win.
Yeah, nice going.
Oh, I'm going to collapse right here in the sand and catch my breath. Oh, wasn't it glorious?
Oh, nothing like it. I love to swim, always did, since I was a kid.
You're from New York, aren't you?
Yeah, I got my first taste of water off the East River docks. How'd you guess?
The way you talk.
And you're a denizen of the deep. Only what did you do with your long silver tail?
Only wear it on Sundays.
Say, do you live in that house around the bend?
During the summer.
Just where I'd want a house if I had my choice. Sand and water and no one around for miles.
Gets lonely sometimes.
Doesn't have to.
Would you like a hot drink, coffee, or anything else?
How about anything else?
Well, if I remember correctly, we have a whole cabinet full of assorted anything else. You know how to mix it. Why don't you give me 15 minutes to get dressed?
He smiles, walks away from you toward the house around the shoulder of the cliff. Her long, slim legs swinging gracefully over the sand. Her hair bobbing easily from side to side, like a honey-colored cascade in the still air. And back at the car, when you finish dressing, you find yourself taking a little extra care to comb your own sparse hair over the bald spot, feeling your 40 years a little guiltily for the first time. It's a very long 15 minutes before you walk up to the door.
Come on in. I'm making sandwiches.
Wonderful.
And will you have bourbon,
You
scotch?
can stop right there. Bourbon straight.
I see you're a man of very definite opinions.
Oh, I've been known to waver.
I like that.
Wavering?
The definite opinion. I bet it goes right down the line with you. Business, politics, the books you read.
Oh, please. I'm not pig-headed, really.
I didn't mean that at all. Here you are.
Thanks. Well, here's looking at you.
Yes, so I've noticed.
Will you drink to it?
Of course. Why not?
Well, the sandwiches were wonderful and the anything else.
You'll be back again tomorrow to swim.
I think so.
Will you let me start out with you?
You were right a while ago. I have pretty set ideas about politics and business.
Oh?
Women, too. My name is John Digby. I'm stopping at the Gloucester Inn. I'm, not married.
I'm Sandra Merivale. Mrs. Sandra Merivale.
I see.
You will make it tomorrow.
Goodbye, Mrs. Merivale. Thanks for your hospitality.
You're welcome. Except for weekends, my husband never comes home till late. He has his business in Boston.
I'd like to meet him sometime.
I'll expect you about 10.
Goodbye, Mrs. Merivale. Hello?
It's me.
I thought it might be.
I'm calling from the drugstore on Main Street.
Yes?
I'll park my car in the drive near the statue in 10 minutes.
Do you always do that?
What?
Give a man the exact number of minutes to meet you? Suppose I'm not there in 10 minutes.
You'll be there.
You're making it difficult.
I think I know what I'm doing. So do you.
Yes. All right. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Here's the place.
Yes, it's very nice.
In the daytime, you can see for miles. That's the town back there. The lighthouse.
Yes, I see it.
Got a cigarette?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. There, that's better. I always come up here when I want to think. strange, isn't it? Being up high this way, looking down on the ocean, on the town. Gives you a curious sense of power.
I do most of my philosophizing out there.
In the water?
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever swim at night?
Sometimes.
Harrison does. It's to show he's not really afraid. He doesn't swim well, but he grits his teeth and swims out to where it's just over his head, then back again.
That takes courage, overcoming two fears at the same time, the darkness and the water.
You're not afraid of the water, are you, John?
No. But there are other things.
Like what?
Like married women.
Any ethical objections?
No. Strictly practical.
We're very much alike. Tell me more about yourself, John.
My name is John Digby. I'm stopping at the Gloucester Inn until tomorrow. I'm not married. I'm 40 years old, about twice your age.
I'm 25.
Not quite young enough to be my daughter.
Harrison's 50.
Good for Harrison.
Why didn't you ever marry, John?
Hard to say. Why did you?
Check. John.
Wait a minute. Look, Sandra.
Please, John.
Oh.
Why are you afraid of me?
Skip it, will you? Come on. Let's go back to the hotel.
Her kiss tasted salt, like the ocean, like tears. And somehow you find yourself remembering the time you battled the undertow for 2 hours off the Carolina Cape. And during the week that follows, the feeling stays with you. Through the morning swims off the bright beach, the lunches with her, the afternoons lying in the warm sands, even with the final realization that you were so in love with her that you shut the future out of your mind. Something would have to be done, of course, but you hoped it would take care of itself when the time came. Then, when you drive up the following Monday, she comes out to the car in her bathing suit.
Don't get out.
Why not?
There's a barge anchored 100 yards offshore. Some scientist from Woods Hole conducting some sort of experiment.
Oh, why did they have to pick on our little piece of ocean?
Oh, I don't know. But I don't want them to see us together. We'll swim on the other side of the Cape. I have lunch in the basket. We can spend the day.
You think of everything, don't you?
I try to, darling.
Oh, it's nice here.
John.
Yes?
What are we going to do?
Do?
About us.
Oh.
You know, we can't hide away from people forever.
All right, so we won't hide. We'll face it out. You can pack up some things and we'll start driving.
Oh, he won't give me a divorce. I've talked to him before.
We can make Reno in 5 days. 6 weeks after that, you're free.
No.
Why not?
Harrison's made everything possible for me, John. Given me things I always dreamed of having someday. Everything except...
Yes. Look, Angel, you've got to be sensible. You can't have your cake and eat it, too, you know.
I can't give all those things up, John. I love you, believe me, but I can't give them up. You must think of a way some way. You're smart. You know how to do things.
All right, Sandra. Just give me a little time to think.
He says he wants to close up the beach house and go back to the city.
Why?
I can't understand. He's become more interested in swimming lately. Goes all the way out to the barge. 100 yards. Boasts about it to his business friends.
You mean he swims out at night alone?
Yes.
That could be dangerous.
I've told him so, but he insists on showing off.
I see.
What do you see, John?
Little girls shouldn't ask questions.
With the prologue of Undertow, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. This, you know, is the 5th consecutive year that Signal Oil Company has sponsored The Whistler. A long time for a radio program, yet short compared with the 17 years that Signal has served the West. And just as The Whistler has grown to be the West Coast's most popular mystery show, Signal has grown, too, grown from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to almost 2,000 dealer-owned stations serving 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. Now, obviously, there must be good reasons why so many drivers have switched to Signal gasoline. And there are. One important factor, of course, is good mileage that has made Signal famous as the Go Farther gasoline. But equally important is the thing which makes such mileage possible. I mean the superior efficiency today's Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which naturally means superior performance for your car. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It's something out of a fantasy, John, like swimming underwater, with blurred shapes and shadows, your mind moving past everything except what you must do to have Sandra. 2 weeks ago, you'd have laughed at the kind of thoughts that have taken hold of you, because that was before you met her, before she'd come swimming out to you from the white beach shoreline of the cove at Cape Ann. But now the things she said come to you over and over.
It's to show he's not really afraid. He swims all the way out to the barge, 100 yards, all alone. He boasts about it to his friends in the city.
You shiver slightly, John, but then you tell yourself it's the only way, and you have to have her. During your swim the next day, neither of you talk very much. You find yourself surprised and a little alarmed that Sandra has sensed your mood so quickly. And it isn't until almost time to start back to the village that you can bring yourself to mention his name.
Sandra.
Yes, darling.
He'll be home tonight, as usual.
Harrison? Of course.
No special plans, no appointments in the village?
No.
Good. Sandra, make sure he goes for his swim tonight.
But...
Never mind the questions, just be sure he goes swimming tonight. It's cold out there.
He'll go.
Good.
There's only one thing.
Yes?
Well, someone might think that I went with him.
Oh, I didn't think of that. Could you have someone over for dinner? Somebody who doesn't care for night swimming?
I think so. Betty had come. But what if she wants to watch?
All the better. There won't be anything to see. There's no moon.
But if he cries out?
He won't.
All right. I'll arrange everything.
You start early, John. But even in the darkness, you have a little trouble finding the barge. It's necessary to swim out to sea a ways and get the house lights behind it. Then, clinging to the anchor chain and cables, you wait, stiff with the cold. But just when you're almost ready to give up, Sandra's voice carries across the water to you, crisp and clear.
Now, do be careful, Harrison, please.
I'm all right.
We can watch from here, Betty.
You won't see much.
You strain to get a look at him in the darkness, but it's no use. You'll have to go by the sound. And then you hear him swimming towards you. You listen to him moving closer and closer. When he's almost to the barge, you take a deep breath. Pull yourself down on the anchor chain. The water is pitch black, John, and it won't be easy to find him. But you move under the surface to the point where you plan to meet him. His thrashing feet give off a faint luminescence. And you glide toward it, using a flutter kick, hands outstretched. A few seconds later, you reach him and pull him down.
Good morning, Mr. Digby.
Good morning, clerk.
Hope you slept well.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Have you heard the terrible news?
What news?
Oh, of course you couldn't have. There's been another drowning. One of the regular summer residents. He was swimming off the dunes last night and evidently was pulled down by the undertow.
Oh, that's too bad. Who was it?
Mr. Harrison Merivale. Very nice man. Only 50 years old.
Well, accidents will happen.
Mrs. Merivale and the guests were there. They saw him go in. Poor man. Never came back. Couldn't have been anything else.
No. No, it couldn't have been anything else.
Hello?
Hello. It's John.
John, listen, I can't talk. The house is still full of friends and relatives. You've got to be patient. They're already asking questions.
It's been 3 days, Sandra. I want to see you. Get rid of them, will you?
Well, I'll try. Goodbye, John.
It isn't easy, is it, John? Waiting for a phone call that never comes. Finally, you can't stand it anymore. And you drive out for the dunes, run the car out of sight off the road, and walk until you're inside of the house. If only you can see her, talk to her for a few minutes, you'll feel better. A half hour goes by, and then she comes out of the house in her bathing suit, starts toward the water. It's perfect, isn't it, John? You can swim out, too. Talk to her somewhere offshore. And then you stop, staring unbelievingly as a young man comes out, joining Sandra. As they move off to splash about in the surf, you edge toward the house. Still, empty. Not a sign of a mourning relative. There's a large clump of hydrangeas growing near an open window. You ease yourself in behind them, crouch down to wait and to listen. It isn't long.
Oh, Clark, you simply must learn to swim. It's so much fun.
And so dangerous. No thanks, darling. I'll keep my feet on the ground.
But nothing would ever happen to you.
You can bet on that, sweet. Now that we're out of sight of those nosy scientists on the barge, how about a little kiss?
Oh, Clark. Clark, dear, let's be serious for a moment. What are we going to do?
Well, we'll get married.
But when?
Oh, I can't get away before next week. How about Monday?
I'd like to go sooner. There's a reason.
What reason?
I'd rather not say.
Monday, my pet. Now, how about some lunch?
The tramp. The little tramp.
You're shaking all over as you get up and stumble back to the road. You drive around to get control of yourself, to think, and then...
John, you shouldn't have come here.
Why not? No one's going to see me.
Well, it's so soon after...
That's what I want to talk to you about, Sandra. I don't want it to appear as if you were in a terrific rush to get married.
Oh?
I thought maybe I'd go back to New York tomorrow and get some work in until you can join me, say in about a month or so.
Oh, that's a splendid idea, John.
Then we can have a quiet wedding, go on a trip or something, and come back and settle down with nobody the wiser.
John, you are thoughtful, dear.
I thought you'd like it, Sandra. Only since I won't see you for so long, I'd like to take something back with me, a memory, sort of.
Oh, sentimental.
I guess I am, sort of. Anyway, I thought we could say goodbye in the same way we met. You know, swimming.
Swimming?
Mm-hmm. Let's go for a long swim, Sandra, way out. Then in the morning, heading back for New York, I'll remember you as you were that first time. My lovely mermaid.
Oh, give me time to change.
My trunks are out in the car. I'll meet you in the water on the other side of the barge.
I'll be there in 20 minutes. Darling.
Over here, Sandra. Hang on to this cable.
Oh, isn't the water wonderful?
It's wonderful, all right. Just like the night you sent your husband out here for me to drown.
John, I don't want to hear about it.
This isn't about it, Sandra. This is about me, John Digby, the man you said you wanted to marry, remember?
John, I don't know what...
It's no use, Sandra. I know all about your friend Clark.
You know about... Get away from me, John. Let go, I'm going in.
Not in, Sandra. No, down. The way Harrison went down. Another accident in the undertow.
No! Please, John, let me go.
No.
Clark, please stop. He could be...
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since you hear so many claims these days about various motor oils, Signal has asked me to pass along to you some scientific facts so that you can draw your own logical conclusions. In grueling road and laboratory tests, today's finest straight motor oils were compared with Signal Premium, the new type Signal lubricant, which combines pure paraffin base with 5 scientific compounds. And what were the results? By actual test, motors stayed 6 times cleaner and cylinder wear was reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium motor oil. Now consider what this means to you. Less carbon means that your motor runs quieter, smoother, and less cylinder wear means more power. So there you have it, proof that Signal Premium motor oil is your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Good reason why more and more drivers who want to keep their car's performance young are making their next oil change a change for the better. A change to Signal Premium motor oil. And now back to the Whistler.
2 days later, it doesn't seem real, does it, John? As you drive on from Cape Ann north to the Maine beaches, as you fill your eyes with the beauty of the down east coastline, and as more long, lazy weeks pile up, it recedes farther and farther into your memory, and you can't believe that you committed 2 murders, that the undertow pulls you out beyond your emotional depth for 5 horrible days. For Sandra's gone now, and you're as safe as on the day you dragged yourself out of the undertow on the Carolina Capes. It's 2 days after you arrive back in New York that a man drops into your apartment, flashes the headquarters shield.
I'm Lieutenant Patton, Mr. Digby.
Oh? Well, what can I do for you, Lieutenant?
I'd like you to drive downtown with me, if you will.
Any particular reason?
Yeah. A few weeks back, there were a couple of drownings in Massachusetts. This way, please.
Now, look here, Lieutenant. I insist on you tell me the reason for all of this. I don't know anything about...
You'll know in a minute. Hello, Dr. Alderman.
Yes, sir?
This is Mr. Digby, Dr. Alderman.
How do you do? How do you do? I'm an ichthyologist, Mr. Digby. Fish, you know. For the past year, I've been conducting some experiments from the Woods Hole base.
You've heard of Woods Hole, of course, Digby?
Well, yes, but what has
Go on, Doctor.
Very interesting experiments they were. During the war, the Navy discovered its underwater detection apparatus was picking up some curious impulses, vibrations, which we later discovered were made by fish, the sound of fish. I'd like to play you a recording we made.
Now, wait a minute, Lieutenant. I haven't got time to sit around. It'll only take a moment, Digby. Got the turntable ready, Doctor?
Yes, here we are. Now, our microphone is in about 50 feet of water, right over a bed of snapping shrimp. This is the way they sound. That noise is made by snapping their claws together. Now, here is a chorus of croakers. Our microphone is right over this school of fish. Here are some single fish. There is a rock cod. That's a flounder. The records you have just heard were official recordings made for the Navy several weeks ago. But a few nights later, we were testing the equipment. Well, listen to this record.
Oh, isn't the water wonderful?
It's wonderful, all right. Just like the night you sent your husband out here for me to drown.
John, I want to hear about it.
This isn't about it, Sandra. This is about me, John Digby. The man you said you wanted to marry, remember?
John, I don't know.
What about that, Digby?
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
All right. All right, I can't argue with that.
You don't want to hear the rest?
No. I know the rest. By heart.
Of course you do. You're a wonderful swimmer, Digby. I guess you just got in a little too deep.
that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Doris Singleton and Wally Mayer. The sounds of fish used in tonight's script were actual undersea sounds recorded by University of California oceanographers at the Naval Research Lab. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by George and Gertrude Fass, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint, as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, present Wild Bill Hickok!
Hi, you folks, hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, A Letter of Warning. Have you ever tried some tasty ripe bananas on top of a bowl of Kellogg's Rice Krispies? Oh, believe me, bananas never tasted better. But then a bowl of Kellogg's Rice Krispies with just a little milk or cream is quite a treat in itself. They're always so fresh and crisp, and they let you know with their merry snap, crackle, pop. Tell Mom you'd like her to get you a package when she goes shopping. That's Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his mountainous deputy Jingles had stopped in the town of Mossy Bend to refresh themselves after a long ride across the Arizona desert. By noon the next day, they were ready to hit the trail again when Jingles got sidetracked by the shiny silver mountings on a new bridle in Mooney's harness shop. The delay was just long enough for adventure to catch up with Wild Bill and Jingles, a smashing adventure which began with A Letter of Warning.
Here, Mooney, here's your money. Now give me my bridle.
All right, you big hunk of lard. Here it is.
You got your bridle, Jingles. Now let's go. Joker's sure gonna like this new bridle. Look at those silver conchos shine, will you, Bill?
Yeah, partner, it's right pretty. Well, here we are. Steady, Buckshot.
Yeah, looky here, Joker. Look what I brought for you. Pretty, huh? See, Billy likes it.
I believe he does it that, partner. Well, come on, into the saddle.
Well, I'm in now. Which way we heading?
We'll take this road out, then head northeast. Come on, Joker.
Hey, Mr. Hickok! Now, who's that yelling at you?
Looks like the sheriff.
Hey, wait, Mr. Hickok. Wait up!
Hey, he's waving a letter in his hand. Bill, doggone it, I hope that ain't no telegram sending us off on a trail of trouble.
Hey, Jingles, look at that hombre down at the other end of the street with that rifle.
Billy's aiming at the sheriff.
Unlimber that 6-gun. Get on, Sheriff!
And Billy shot the sheriff.
Maybe we'll give him a dose of his own medicine.
Doggone it, he's too far away for these 6 guns, and he's hightailing it out of town.
I think I nicked him. We better look to the sheriff first. Come on, Buckshot.
Come on, Joker, move.
Ooh, Buckshot. Ooh, boy.
Oh, Joker, oh. Bill, the Sheriff looks like he's done for.
He sure does, partner.
That bushwhacking coyote. We should have taken off after him, Bill.
We'll get him.
What about the letter?
Yeah, just looking at it, Jingles.
Is it for you, Bill?
No, Jingles, it's addressed to Mr. Millard Weston.
Millard Weston? Hey, Bill, we know him. Ain't he the big rich rancher that lives about 20 miles north of here?
That's right, Jingles, but his place is only about 10 miles out on the northeast road.
Well, what do you reckon he'd want to kill the sheriff for?
Easy, partner. You're off on the wrong track.
Well, then who did it? Who was that, Jasper?
I don't know, Jingles, but after we get the coroner to take care of the sheriff, we're going to deliver this letter and see if it'll lead us to the killer.
The house down there in those rolling hills, Bill?
Yeah, we'll be there in a couple of minutes.
I'm sure curious to hear him read that letter and see if it tells us who the killer is.
Looks like we got some bushwhackers out here, too, Jingles.
This country's getting right unhealthy. Maybe we should have stayed in Abilene.
Come on. Let's find out what those shots were.
Hi, Buckshot. Hi. Head straight for the house.
Right down the gun barrel, you crazy partner?
There's somebody on the porch. Hey, Jingles, it's a girl.
Yeah, it is. Hey, didn't old man Weston have a daughter?
Sure, that's Rosemary Weston. But what's she shooting at us for?
Well, now, when you find out the answer to that one, I wish you'd let me know. Now, Dad blasted, why doesn't she cut that out?
Partner, there's something dead wrong down at the Weston Ranch.
Now, ain't you smart? Even I could have figured that out. And I got a feeling from that look in your eye that we're going to find out what it is. I'm afraid.
Hear that, kids? That's what the cook on the ranch uses to call all the cowboys to eat. Oh, it's surely a mighty welcome sound, isn't it, Slim?
You bet your boots, Charlie. Especially when it's calling all of us cowpokes to a breakfast of big, heaping bowls of Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right you are, Slim. Take a bowl of Kellogg's Rice Krispies with a little milk or cream, and you've got a breakfast that everybody enjoys. Then, if you're like me and have a soft spot in your heart for peaches, you just see how wonderful those peaches can taste spread over a bowl of Rice Krispies. Oh, there's a real lip-smacking treat that I like having most any time. I think you will, too. Try the world's only talking cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies, that way tomorrow.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies,
Kellogg's Rice Krispies. You'll like 'em. It'd be a good idea to see if there's a package on your family shopping list right now. Oh, and say, be sure that Mom and Dad are listening later on in the show, because we have a very important message that they'll be interested in. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill and Jingles. In hopes that the letter in the sheriff's hand might give a clue to the identity of his killer, Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles decided to deliver the letter to the Weston Ranch. Just as they approached the ranch at sundown, they heard shots coming from the direction of the Weston Ranch house. They rode on, and seconds later, somebody began firing at them with a rifle. Bill made the discovery that it was Millard Weston's daughter, Rosemary.
Bill, what do you reckon's got Miss Rosemary all riled up?
I don't know, partner, but we'll soon find out.
Who are you?
Doggone it, Miss Rosemary, it's Wild Bill and Jingles. And I don't like the way you're making us welcome one little bit.
Wild Bill and Jingles? Oh, Wild Bill. Oh, Wild Bill. Jingles.
Bill, she sure is excited.
Looks more scared than excited, partner. What is it, Miss Rosemary?
Oh, Bill,
You catch her, Bill, she's fainting.
Yeah, easy now, Miss Rosemary. Rosemary.
Now, doggone it, ain't that just like a woman? Here I am busting with curiosity, and right when she can tell me what this is all about, she has to go and faint.
Well, come on, let's take her in the house, Jingles.
Well, I'll take her. Hey, she's whiter than a feather.
Yeah, right in here.
Poor little gal, she sure went out like a light. Hey, Bill. Wonder where Pa is.
We'll look around. Better put her on the couch here, Jingles. Then you might get her a glass of water.
Sure.
I think the pump's out back, if I remember right.
Yeah. I'll go out and get her some fresh water. Bill. Hey, Bill.
What is it, Jingles?
Bill, look. No wonder the poor little gal was spooked up like that. Billy's dead.
Her pa.
Yeah, it's Millard Weston, all right.
Well, I guess that's the shots we heard, Jingles.
Well, this doggone mystery's getting thicker than bears around a honey tree. Hey, Bill, she's coming around.
Yeah.
Now, take it easy, Miss Rosemary.
I'm sorry I fainted. Dad wouldn't have liked that.
No, but it's all right.
You want to tell us about it?
Bill, I don't know anything. That's the honest truth. Dad and I were just sitting here, and I was about to get up and go fix something for dinner when I heard a shot, and the window crashed.
Yeah, it is broken.
Dad fell out of the chair there just like that without a word. Oh, Bill, who'd want to do a thing like that to Dad?
Now, I don't know, Miss Rosemary, but I may have something here that'll give us a clue.
You think the same one that shot the sheriff killed Rosemary's pa, too?
I don't know anything yet, Jingles, but I want to know what's in this letter.
What letter?
This one. It was addressed to your dad, but I reckon you'll have to be the one to open it now.
Oh, yes. What? It's from Uncle Bob.
Your father's brother.
Yes, he's back east.
Oh, a dude, huh?
Jingles.
Oh, sorry.
Bill, Jingles, listen to this.
What?
It says, Millard, this is a letter of warning. Rack was released from prison a week ago. He's changed. He's a real hard case now. He's coming west. Watch out for him. I'm afraid he's out to kill you. Signed, Bob.
Who's Rack, Rosemary?
Rack is Dad's other brother. He and Bob were in partnership back east until 3 years ago.
Then what happened?
Quiet, Jingles.
Oh.
Well, there was some shady deal, and Uncle Rack was sent to prison. Dad never talked about it or about Uncle Rack after that.
Well, that settles it. Your Uncle Rack killed your dad.
We don't know that, Jingles.
Oh.
Rosemary, have you seen your uncle out here?
Not that I know of. I never saw either one of them. They've never been west.
Hey, Bill, there's somebody coming.
Yeah. You know who it is, Rosemary?
No, it's a stranger.
Looks like he's had some trouble. He's got a bandage on his left arm.
You'd better get it, Jingles.
Well, howdy, stranger.
Good afternoon. I'm Bob Weston. I'm looking for my brother, Millard.
Uncle Bob, come in. We were just reading your letter.
Well, you just got it?
Yes, but it was too late.
Too late? What do you mean?
Dad was killed about an hour ago.
Oh, that Rack beat me out here. I guess it was him that ambushed me after I got off that stage yesterday.
Oh, Uncle Bob, I want you to meet United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok. And this is his deputy, Jingles.
How do you do, John?
How are you?
Mr. Hickok, I don't know a better man to be here at this time. If anybody can find Rack and bring him to justice, I guess you can.
Yeah, you're doggone right we can. Yeah?
Well, Jingles, if we're going to find him, we better get started. We're following a cold trail.
I just can't believe my own uncle would do such a thing.
You don't know how Rack has changed, Rosemary, honey.
Well, Miss Rosemary, I guess you'll be all right now that your Uncle Bob is here.
Sure, I'll take care of everything now, gentlemen. Just leave it to me.
All right, that's what we'll do. Come on, partner, we're cold trailing a killer.
Mooney, Bill and I've been chasing all over the country looking for a stranger. Didn't none come in on the stagecoaches?
What? Dad blame it, we ain't had a stagecoach for 3 weeks. Indians got the one last week, no survivors.
No stagecoaches for 3 weeks, Mooney?
That's what I said. You ain't thief, Marshal.
But, Bill, Rosemary's Uncle Bob said he come in on the stagecoach yesterday.
Why, I couldn't have done such a thing. I meet every stage. There's one due in today. The fact is, should be along in a minute if it's on time.
And you haven't seen a stranger?
No, sir, Marshal. Ain't seen nary one. Only one that's been in town, I reckon, is the one that killed the sheriff. I didn't see him. Just his dust as he left town.
That's about all we saw, too, Mooney.
Oh, I wish we'd have caught that bushwhacker. Might have been able to save Millard Weston's life. Bill, do you reckon it was Rack Weston that shot his brother?
Well, partner, if it was, we're going to have to prove it, and first we got to find him.
Well, Marshal, if you're looking for strangers, here comes the stage. Might be some on that. I gotta go meet him.
Bill, there's a man getting off the stage. I ain't never seen his face before. Hey, he's walking over here towards us.
Howdy, gents. I just got off the stage. Saw your star and thought you might be able to tell me where I'd find a fella by the name of Millard Weston. Got a ranch around here someplace.
Millard Weston?
That's right. He's a brother of mine. I'm Rack Weston.
Now here's Charlie Lyon with an important message that Mom, Dad, and the whole family will be interested in. Charlie?
When you were in the grocery store recently, you probably noticed some of the signs announcing that this is National Better Breakfast Month. A month set aside to remind us all to live better, work better. Well, now, if you'd taken a closer notice of those signs, you've seen that a good cereal is a very important part of a nourishing, substantial breakfast. Yes, sir, all of us, young or old, should start the day with a cereal that gives us lots of energy we need. A cereal like Kellogg's Rice Krispies. You know, I think that sometimes we take for granted the fact that Kellogg's Rice Krispies are good for us. Most people that enjoy Kellogg's Rice Krispies enjoy them because they taste so good and fresh and crisp. And I think that's as it should be. So keep right on enjoying Rice Krispies in the morning and know that you're also getting a good part of the necessary nourishment that you need. Tomorrow, start to live better with a cereal breakfast. A breakfast of delicious, fresh, crisp Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Remember, live better with a cereal breakfast. A breakfast of Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Wild Bill and Jingles, in search of a two-time killer, are very much surprised when the very man they suspect steps off the stage in Mossy Bend, walks up to them, and announces that he is Rack Weston.
Rack Weston? All right, reach for the sky, you Gila monster. I've got you covered.
Hey, what is this?
Jingles, put that hog leg away.
But, Bill, we've searched all over the country for this varmint. Now he falls right in our laps, and I'm not letting him get away.
You've been looking for me? What for?
I guess that'll come out in time, Rack. But right now, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
I've got some questions to ask myself, but go ahead, Marshal.
Where did you board this stage and when?
I took it at the railhead day before yesterday.
But, Billy, couldn't have.
That's easy to check, partner.
Sure it is. Ask the driver.
I reckon that won't be necessary. You figuring on going out to the Western Ranch this afternoon?
Yes, but first I'm going over to the hotel and get a room and clean up.
Well, Bill, you ain't letting him get away now.
Never mind, Jingles.
Bill, you gone loco?
Now, wait a minute, Jingles.
Marshal, you're making things mighty confusing.
Well, I'll clear it all up for you before sundown, Rack. Just keep right on with your plans of going to the hotel and then right out to the Western Ranch by 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's 10 miles northeast of here. You take that road down there, right on out of town. You can't miss it.
But, Bill...
Come on, Jingles, we've got some riding to do.
Bill Hickok, you just ain't making sense. All night last night and all morning this morning, we ride all over this country looking for Rack Weston, and then he walks right up to us and you let him go. Now, what's the idea?
Partner, you can't arrest a man without proof, and right now we're going to get some proof.
Where are we going to get it?
Back at the Western Ranch.
Oh, we're going to lay a trap for Rack Weston, huh?
We're going to lay a trap for the coyote that killed the sheriff and Millard Weston.
Hey, somebody's shooting at us. Hey, that bullet went right over my head.
Look out for the one that doesn't go over your head.
Where did it come from?
Up on that hill to our left. Pay no attention to it, just keep riding. Hi, Buckshot, hi!
Oh, sure, just pay no attention to it. Let him shoot me and see if I care. Come on, Joker, and get me out of here! Ho, ho! got here all in one piece.
Did you find him, Mr. Hickok?
Well, now you can just bet your pretty little boots we...
Jingles.
Oh, doggone it anyway.
Where's your Uncle Bob?
Oh, he's out looking over the ranch. He's been wonderful, Mr. Hickok. Golly, I don't know what I would have done if he hadn't come.
Well, that's fine.
He should be back any minute.
Tell me, Rosemary, did your dad ever make out a will?
Well, I don't know. Oh, say, now that you mention it, he gave me a letter, 2 or 3 years ago, and he told me that if anything happened to him, I should open it after his death.
Have you still got it?
Yes, I'd forgotten all about it. Do you think it might be a will?
It might be.
I think I'll go get it.
You think that might have another clue in it, Bill?
It just might, Jingles.
Doggone if this isn't the worst mystery we ever got tied up in. 2 killings, and we don't look any closer to the killer than a nanny goat gets to a porcupine.
We may be closer than you think, partner.
Well, howdy, Uncle Bob. Didn't hear you come up.
Well, I've just been riding around the ranch, trying to see how things line up for Rosemary, now their father is gone.
Uncle Bob, I'm glad to see you got back. Here's that letter, Mr. Hickok.
What letter's that?
Oh, a letter Dad gave me some time ago.
What's it about?
He told me not to open it until after his death.
Well, I'm glad you found it, Miss Rosemary.
Yeah, it's getting darn near time we found out who's done these killings around here. And if that letter has any clues in it,
I'll take care of that letter, Rosemary.
Oh.
You don't want to bother your head about details of the business now.
But Mr. Hickok wanted to see it.
Well, now, Marshal, I think we can take care of our own family affairs. I'll see that Rosemary gets her just due.
I understand that, Mr. Weston. But you forget there's been a murder.
2 killings.
That's right, 2.
Hey, Bill, look out the window.
Yeah, looks like we got company.
Who is it, Mr. Hickok?
Why,
Well, that's him.
Who?
There's your killer, Marshal. That's my brother, Rack.
Uncle Rack.
Yes, he's come to kill us too, Rosemary. Marshal, you got to shoot him before he gives us the same as he gave Millard.
Seems you're getting right excited, Bob.
Excited? Why, sure I'm excited. You think I want to get killed?
Bill, what are you up to?
Shoot him. Shoot through the door.
No, I reckon we can wait till he comes in.
Well, I'm not waiting. He's not going to shoot me. The moment that door opens, he's going to get it.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Bill!
Now, doggone it, everybody settle down. Bill, what happened?
Stand where you are, Bob, and drop those guns.
So, Bob, you tried to get me, huh?
Yes. I'd have done it, too, if Hickok hadn't been faster on the draw.
Mr. Hickok, you've got my dad's killer. Oh, Uncle Rack, how could you do it?
How could I do what? Where's Millard?
You killed him, you ought to know.
Millard is dead?
Bill, I reckon it's about time you cleared something up here.
Looks that way, Jingles. Miss Rosemary, let's see that letter.
Here it is. I just opened it.
What does it say?
Let's see. It says... Mr. Hickok, Dad leaves the ranch to Uncle Rack and me. He says Uncle Bob framed Uncle Rack and sent him to prison.
Well, I'll be doggone. Then, Bill, it was Bob Weston, not Rack, that did those killings.
Yeah, partner. That bandage you noticed on Bob's left arm was where we nicked him yesterday morning when he shot the sheriff. That's where you overplayed your hand, Bob.
Yeah, Bill, he said he came in on the stage yesterday and there wasn't any stage.
He made a lot of mistakes, partner, but most killers do. He was after Millard's money and the ranch, and he thought he'd tricked me into shooting Rack when he came here this afternoon.
Well, if you're getting me, you'll have to shoot me.
I don't think so, Bob. I've owed you this for a long time. There he is, Mr. Hickok. Take him away. He's made a mess out of my life.
Well, he won't be troubling you again, Rack, and we want to wish the best of luck to you and Miss Rosemary.
We can't thank you enough, Mr. Hickok, and I guess the best luck we could have would be for you to come back and see us real often.
No, now, Miss Rosemary, you don't know what you're saying. Having Wild Bill Hickok around is just inviting trouble. That's what's made such a wreck out of me. This rate, I may not live to be 100 years old.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
We'll be back with you again Monday, folks. And, Andy, what's the story going to be?
Oh, it's a pip, Guy. All about a pure white stallion, folks, called a killer horse. The story is White Fury. Don't miss it.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right. It's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Marion Richmond, Tyler McVeigh, and Clayton Post. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok tames White Fury. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Our story is called Obsession. What is an obsession? It is a persistent and disturbing intrusion of, or anxious and inescapable preoccupation with, an idea. More simply, it is a siege. And the obsessed person is laid siege to by an unreasonable, absurd, obstinate, inescapable conviction.
I couldn't believe it. I'd known the guy all my life. We grew up together, lived on the same street. Why, he was best man at my wedding. I named my first son after him. Now here he was, standing in front of me and asking me to... I simply couldn't believe it.
Our mystery drama, Obsession, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Robert Dryden and Mandel Kramer. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There is an older definition of obsession regarded as obsolete, but one, I suspect, showing signs of coming back into fashion. This is it. An act of the devil or a spirit besetting a person or impelling a person to action from without. Take the ancient definition or the modern one. The tale we're about to tell you deals with the phenomenon of obsession.
My knees were shaking. My mouth was parched. My palms were damp with sweat. I was standing in front of a door marked Chief of Police. And the man on the other side of that door was my childhood friend, Dave Chase. I hadn't seen him for quite a few years. 10, maybe. But before that, we'd known each other well. Very well. We'd been best friends as kids, and when he got married, I stood up for him. He had a son named Emmett, after me. Certainly that ought to count for something. Still, my hand was shaking when I knocked on the door.
Yeah, come on in. You wanted to see me? Desk sergeant didn't give me your name.
I didn't tell him.
He just said a friend.
You don't recognize me, do you, Dave?
Well, you look familiar, but...
Emmett O'Hara?
Emmett? You're Emmett O'Hara? For Pete's sake, Emmett. Oh, I am sorry. Of course. Now that... Emmett, it is wonderful to see you. Look, come on, sit down. I'm really sorry.
It's been a long time.
That's no excuse. I should have... Sit down. And now tell me, what are you doing in Cornford? Are you living here or what?
Just the last few months.
Well, why didn't you look me up before? Gosh, we were kids together, you and me.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, sit down, will you? Yeah, that's better. Now, let's see. The last time I saw you, when was it? Well, it's got to be 10 years, 12 maybe. I was on the force in L.A. You were a crime reporter, and a darn good one, too. Are you still working for that paper?
No, I quit that. Too much wear and tear.
I know. So, what are you doing these days to make a living?
Ever hear of Paul Pickens?
The name is familiar.
Thayer Loomis, Edward Price, Natalie Bannon.
What have they got to do with you?
They're me. I'm them.
You're Natalie... What's her name?
Also Mary McFarland. They're pseudonyms. You see, I write novels, mystery novels, murder mysteries, under different names.
Well, I'll be... Muriel reads those things. They're paperbacks mostly, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Muriel buys them. You remember Muriel, don't you? Her father was medical examiner in L.A.
I stood up for you at your wedding at City Hall.
Of course you did. Of course. How could I forget? It's been a long time. We're both getting on in years. I'm 61. I guess you must be about the same.
62.
And you're a writer now, huh? How about that?
It's a living. I manage 2-3 books a year.
Boy, you must be good at it.
Very good. Too good.
Oh, come on. There's no such thing as too good.
No, yes, there is. To come to the point of why I'm here, Dave, I want you to lock me up.
You want me to what? I don't think I quite caught that.
I want you to lock me up.
Lock you up?
Here, in a cell. You can do it, Dave. You're the chief of police. That's why I came here, to ask you this favor. Just shove me in a cell and keep me there.
Well, Emmett, why would I do that? Why would you want me to?
Because if you don't, I'm going to do something terrible.
Well, like what? What would you do?
Murder? Theft? I don't know, something. Beat up somebody and take everything he's got.
Beat up who? Take what?
I don't know. Anybody, anything. I'm going to do it if somebody doesn't stop me. You're the only one who can, Dave. And you've got to do it.
Now, just hold on, Emmett. Now, just take it easy.
Somebody's got to do it.
Now, you just simmer down and tell me where you got this nutty idea.
It's not a nutty idea. It's going to happen. I know it.
All right. Now tell me, when did you get this idea? When did it dawn on you that you were going to do something terrible, like murder or assault or burglary or whatever?
It's been growing on me for quite a while now. I think it must have started way back when I was crime reporter for the paper. I was a good crime reporter. You know that, Dave.
One of the best.
Well, I got to thinking how dumb all those criminals were. How they didn't really have to get caught if they'd just been more careful, if they'd planned it just a little better, used their heads, thought it out. You know what I mean?
Sure, I know what you mean.
So about 10 years ago, I quit being a reporter and started writing these detective novels. I must have written, I don't know, dozens of them. Of course, when you write these whodunits, the bad guy always has to get caught, always. You understand?
Sure. Figures.
So I had to have him do something stupid, overlook something, leave a clue, say some dumb thing, anything. Or the police had to be so all-fired intelligent, which they are not, Dave, I'm sorry, but we know, you know they're not really.
We try.
Well, after a while, the whole thing struck me as just plain silly. I knew for a certainty that if I put my mind to it, I could commit a crime, a major crime, and never get caught. I just knew it.
Did you ever do anything about it?
No, of course not. I'm not a criminal, Dave. I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm a very moral person.
I know you are.
But I'm not going to go on being one if you don't help me. I'm going to commit a terrible crime if you don't lock me up.
I can't do that.
But you've got to. I'm telling you the truth, Dave. If you don't...
Now, just take it easy, will you? Will you just take it easy? You know, Em, whenever there's a crime committed, all sorts of people come running to the police trying to confess, saying they did it, you know, that they're the criminal.
This is different.
I mean, we can spot those people a mile off. It's some kind of a need to punish themselves. At least that's what the psychiatrists tell us. Not for anything they've done, just for something they wanted to do.
This is different.
Personally, I think they're looking to get their pictures in the paper. You know, they feel so insignificant that they'll do anything just to get noticed. Get somebody to pay attention. At least that's my opinion.
This is different.
But you're not insignificant, Emmett. You're a successful writer. You're known. You ever get married, Em?
No, I was afraid to.
Oh? Well, maybe you should have. You got a girl?
I've had lots of girls.
No, I don't mean lots of girls. I mean anybody can have lots of girls. I mean a girl. Have you got a girl here in Cornford?
Yeah. Rosalie.
Oh, pretty name, Rosalie.
She's housekeeper for some rich people out on the River Road.
You like her?
And I like her.
She like you?
Seems like she does.
Well, look, my suggestion to you is you go and see Rosalie. Or call her up and ask her out for dinner. Or take her to a movie. There's a good one playing at the Bijou. Well, anyway, Muriel says it's good. I wouldn't know. You take Rosalie to the Bijou and call me tomorrow, Emmett, and we'll talk some more. Okay?
You're not going to lock me up?
I can't, Emmett. I got no reason to lock you up. You haven't done anything. You can't just walk in here and say, put me in a cell. The law doesn't work that way.
You could do it if you wanted to.
No, I couldn't. Jail isn't a motel, Em. You can't just check in and out whenever you have a mind to.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
I know I'm right. I know the law, Em. I know what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do. Now, you run along and call Rosalie. Got it?
Right. Got it.
And call me tomorrow, huh? Or stop by here. Okay?
Right. Okay. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Dave. Thanks for nothing. What on earth had made me think my old pal would believe me? Not only did he not believe me, he thought I was an idiot, a total idiot, soft in the head, somebody to be humored and nursed along till he comes to his senses. He didn't know that this was serious. Dead serious, you might say. Because I couldn't think of anything else to do, I did the first thing that came into my mind.
Would you care for another drink, Mr. O'Hara?
Oh, no, thanks. I tell you what I would like, though.
Yes, anything for a good customer.
I'd like to buy a quart of gin to take back to my hotel.
You want me to sell you a bottle of gin over the bar?
Yes, please.
Oh, I can't do that.
$20?
It's against the law, Mr. O'Hara.
30?
Look, you can drink all you want here. But we're not allowed to sell booze to take out. You have to go to the liquor store.
Yes, but they're all closed. Now, look, you know me. I'm a regular customer. I've never asked you for a favor before. Just this one time, Look, I need it. I really do. Believe me, I do.
Well, if you really need it, so... All right, here you go.
You won't regret this.
Slip it under your coat if anybody saw me doing this.
You got a phone I can use?
Yeah, on the wall, by the door. If it's a local call, you don't have to pay for it.
It's a local.
Hello?
Rosalie, this is Emmett. I just wanted to tell you I can't make it tonight. I got something I have to do.
Oh, gee, Emmett, I'm sorry. I was hoping
I'll call you tomorrow. Or the next day. Or the day after. Hey, Mr. O'Hara, you didn't settle up. Mr. O'Hara?
Hey!
That's him. Grab that guy. He broke my window.
Do it. I seen him do it.
Get a cop. Somebody get a cop. Of course, I just stood there. I felt calm and peaceful. Everything was all right. I had done something wrong, and they were going to put me in jail. I think I was smiling when the cop came and took me away.
I hope we're beginning to comprehend something of the strange nature of an obsession. Not only can the victim find himself beset by the notion of something he has done in the past, he can be equally beset by the idea of something he is bound to do in the future. Either way, an obsession is a torment, and there is no relief and no escape. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. You've heard me describe an obsession as a siege. That definition is taken from Webster's International Dictionary, and to me seems appropriate. For the person obsessed is indeed a person besieged, set upon, bombarded, attacked, and rendered helpless through no fault of his own. He is, in every truth, under siege.
I couldn't believe it. I'd known Emmett O'Hara all my life. Granted, I hadn't seen him for the last 10, 12 years, but we were kids together. Then he shows up out of the blue and says put him in jail because he might commit a crime. Now, I tried to reason with him. I tried to calm him down, and I thought I had. I thought he was going to call some woman named Rosalie and take her to a movie. 2 hours later, they tell me he's been brought in on a charge of disorderly conduct. The crazy loon had thrown a bottle of gin through a window.
Emmett O'Hara? Our Emmett?
Our Emmett. I tell you, Muriel, when he walked into my office, at first I didn't know him.
He's changed that much?
Well, it's not so much that he's changed exactly. I mean, he's still got all his hair. He's a little heavier, maybe. No, it was the way he looked. His expression. I can't describe it.
Well, try. I was always very fond of Emmett. So were you.
Well, it was his eyes, mostly, I think. They're kind of wild, staring. And his smile. When he managed to smile, which wasn't too often.
Emmett always had a lovely smile.
Well, he hasn't anymore. It's I don't know, it's kind of twisted. It's more of a grimace than a smile.
Well, what's happened to him to make him look like that?
Nothing's happened, not really. I mean, he's been very successful. He's had all those murder mystery books. The kind you read.
Mm.
No, it's this notion he's got into his head that he's going to commit a crime.
Oh, Emmett wouldn't hurt a fly.
Yeah, I know that. And you know that. Even Emmett knows that. I mean, he said so himself. He's a very moral person.
Well, then why in the world...
Muriel, it's an obsession. He's convinced, he's absolutely positive that he would do something awful if I didn't lock him up. Well, of course, I couldn't do that. And I told him so. I said, I can't lock up a guy who hasn't done anything.
Well, certainly he could understand that.
Well, I had to do a little talking, but I think he finally got it through his head. I told him to go and call up this girl he knows, Rosalie something or other, and take her to dinner or a movie, and then come back and see me the next day. And he said, okay, he would. And I thought, that's that.
But did he call this girl, this Rosalie?
I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Next thing I knew, must have been, a couple of hours after he left my office, one of the men on the beat brings him in for disorderly conduct, disturbing the peace and damage to property. It seems he threw a bottle of gin through the window of a bar he'd been drinking in.
Well, he was drunk. He must have been.
Well, the cop that picked him up said he might have had a couple, but he wasn't drunk. And he was just standing there with a little smile on his face. Very nice, very pleasant. He didn't deny anything. He said yes, he'd thrown the bottle, he'd broken the window.
Of course. Of course.
What, of course?
Well, you had to lock him up, didn't you?
Well, certainly. The man owns the bar, pressed charges. The judge gave him 10 days.
Then he got what he wanted. He got himself locked up.
Yeah. Know what I'm going to do, Muriel?
Tell me.
I'm going to ask the judge to cut down his time.
Will he do that?
Well, if I explain to him that Emmett's just going through a bad time right now, you know, that he has this obsession about himself, that he just threw the gin bottle to get himself arrested and jailed.
Tell him we've known Emmett for years and years, what kind of a man he is.
I'll do it. I'll go down to the courtroom right now and do it.
And listen, Dave, if the judge says okay and you get Emmett out, tell him we both love him and we're dying to see him, and you tell him that I want him here for dinner and talk over old times and all of that. You know what to say.
Sure.
And tell him, if he wants to bring his girl along with him for dinner. This Rosalie person.
Well, everything went fine with the judge. He and I are old friends anyway, and he's easy for me to talk to. I explained about Emmett being a bachelor at 62, kind of lost in the world, and worked hard writing those mystery novels. Well, that helped a lot, as it turned out. It seems the judge had read every last one of them and knew all the names that Emmett wrote under. He was really very impressed. Emmett? Hey, Emmett, it's me, Dave.
Oh, hello, Dave.
Hi. Well, you're free.
Free?
Yeah, you're free to leave. I talked to the judge.
Leave here?
That's right.
But I don't want to leave here.
All right, Emmett, look, you've committed your crime, even if it's only a misdemeanor, and you got yourself locked up. You've had your fun. So now, let's get you the heck out of here, huh?
Yeah, but I don't want to get out of here.
You want me to let you sit in this cell for the whole 10 days?
I don't ever want to get out. I want to stay.
Well, you can't. I mean, look, once you get this notion out of your head, you'll go back to living a normal life and everything will be okay. Now, come on.
Yeah, but it's not a notion.
I know. It's an obsession. I talked to the police psychiatrist about it, and he says you can be treated for it.
I can?
Certainly. Listen, Emmett, people get obsessions all the time. You know, that the world's going to blow up, that the Martians are coming. Some of them even get the obsession they're God. I mean, yours is just a tiny obsession. You're just neurotic. Now, you can get some therapy and be your old self again. Now, how about it? How about coming along with me?
Now?
Right now.
Oh, I don't know.
Now, listen to me. Muriel sent you her love and said to bring you home for dinner.
Really?
Yes. I mean, she's dying to see him and talk over old times, you know, all like that.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Matter of fact, she said bring your girl along with you if you feel like it.
Rosalie?
Yeah. How about it?
I don't know if Rosalie would fit in.
Well, okay, then it'll be just you and me and Muriel. Okay?
Okay.
6:30 be all right for you?
6:30? What am I supposed to do between now and 6:30?
Oh, I don't know. You know, you could take a walk or do some writing maybe. Hey, did I tell you the judge has read all your books and he thinks they're great?
What, did he really say that?
He really did. Now, look, here, I'm jotting down the address of our house. All right, now you stick that in your pocket, okay?
Okay.
I'd hang around with you till dinner time, but the Cornford Savings and Loan got held up this morning. We got a lead on the perpetrators, and I have to follow up on that. You'll be all right, won't you?
Maybe I'll go down to the library and find something to read.
Good idea. Fine idea. Just don't go breaking any more windows, huh?
Oh, no, I won't. I won't.
Okay, so let's go.
It'll be nice to see Muriel again. I always liked Muriel. Always. I liked her a lot.
I have to say, I didn't think too much about Emmett for the rest of the day. I had to go back to my office and turn my attention to the problem of catching up with the bums who'd robbed the Cornford Savings and Loan. I was surprised when I looked at my watch and saw that it was already 6:30. So I shut up shop and hurried home fast as I could, wondering if Emmett really did show up. I'm home.
About time.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. It couldn't be helped.
I'm putting dinner on the table.
Emmett here?
Mm-hmm. In the living room. I mixed a drink for him since you weren't here to do the honors.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Well, hi, Emmett.
Hello, Dave.
Hi. Make it to the library okay?
Oh, yeah. Read one of my own books.
Learn anything?
I wrote it so long ago I'd forgot how it came out. Of course, the criminal got caught.
Sure, due to the innate sagacity of the police. Muriel, is it time for me to have a drink?
Yeah, make it a fast one.
How about you?
A small glass of sherry.
Okay. Well, how do you think Muriel looks after all these years?
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Hardly changed at all.
He put on a little weight, but, 4 kids,
You got grandchildren?
6.
6? Boy, that must be wonderful.
Yeah, it is kind of wonderful. Of course, we hardly ever see any of them. They're scattered all over the country.
You see them at Christmas, probably.
Yeah, some of them. And once in a while, all of them.
Oh, that must be sensational.
Well, it is, kind of. Gives you a sense of, continuity or whatever. Emmett, your namesake, he's got 2 boys and a girl.
You don't say.
Mm-hmm. And one of his boys is named Emmett.
Boy, is that so?
That's right. Tell me, are you sorry you never got married, Em?
Right now I am.
All right. Where is my small glass of sherry?
Right here, honey. Ready and waiting.
Thank you. Well, here's to all us good old friends.
Here's to us.
To us.
Emmett was just asking about our grandchildren. And Muriel knows all their names and how old they are. I kind of get them all mixed up.
Well, there's Emmett David Jr. He's 19. And then there's Melinda Muriel. She is 17. And...
Hey, excuse me a minute, will you?
Oh, sure, Emmett.
Anything wrong?
No. I'll be back in a minute.
You need anything?
I have to take a pill, a tranquilizer. They're in my overcoat pocket. The doctor recommended them. I keep forgetting.
Think he's all right?
He's just very nervous, that's all. He'll be all right.
He looks all right.
You think so?
Yes, I think so. Anyway, I think so. I'm glad we got him here for dinner.
You were the attraction.
Me?
Sure. As soon as I said you wanted to see him, he came right along. He likes you a lot, Muriel. He always has. He said so.
You want to get the phone?
Sure. Yeah, I'll chase it. Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah. Well, good work. All right, I'll be right down. Hold everything till I get there.
You going out?
I got to get back to headquarters. They've collared the guys who held up Cornford Savings and Loan.
But what about Emmett?
What about him?
You're going to leave me here alone with him?
Honey, it'll be all right. Emmett's okay. You don't have to be scared of him or anything. He's not going to do anything to you. Matter of fact, he's not going to do anything to anybody. It's all in his head. Come on, give us a kiss. I'll be back as soon as I can. I really believed what I said, too. Every last word of it. Emmett O'Hara was our friend. Old Em wouldn't hurt a fly.
No, of course, old Em wouldn't hurt a fly. Not the old Em that Dave and Muriel knew back in Los Angeles. Not good old Em. Not that good old Em. But this is a new Em. The new M obsessed with the idea that he can commit a perfect crime. Not old M at all. And perhaps not good at all. I'll be back shortly with our final act. Chase has left his wife, Muriel, alone in the house with their friend for 40 years, Emmett O'Hara. Emmett O'Hara, as we have learned, is convinced that he can commit a crime without being apprehended. But more than that, he is certain that he will do so unless he is restrained.
So I sat down to dinner with Emmett. Never have I talked so much so fast. About anything, everything. Emmett threw in a word or two now and then, but mostly he simply listened with his eyes fastened on my face. Not really looking at me, I felt, but looking through me or beyond me. His look was intent and at the same time vacant, if such a thing is possible. Finally, dinner was over, and I was faced with the prospect of an evening alone with this man I'd known so long, so well, and now hardly knew at all. You know what I think I will do, Em? I think I'll go get my knitting.
Oh, well, sure, if you want to.
The fire's all laid in the fireplace, so if you want to set a match to it.
Yeah, I could do that.
I'll just go fetch my knitting. It's in the bedroom.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back.
Take your time, Muriel.
I'm finishing up an Afghan for my newest grandchild. I'd like to have it ready for Christmas.
Sure.
Emmett, look, if you don't want to hang around here.
No, it's nice here.
But if you've got any place else you want to go.
I've got no place to go.
Oh, well, Dave said something about you having a girl here in Cornford. Rosalie, wasn't that her name?
Oh, yeah. Rosalie.
Well, if you want to go see her or call her up, ask her to come over, anything at all, you go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Muriel. Maybe I'll do that later.
I rushed into the bedroom and shut the door behind me. My heart was pounding. How silly I'm being, I thought. Emmett wouldn't hurt me. Emmett wouldn't hurt a fly. Then I saw his overcoat where he'd flung it on the bed when he first arrived. And on the bed were half a dozen little plastic bottles. They must have rolled out of his pocket. I recognized most of them right away. Red devils, yellow perils, and some tiny white ones. But there was one I'd never seen before or heard of. Was this the tranquilizer Emmett was taking that gave him that strange glazed look? On an impulse, I scribbled down the name of the pharmacy, the prescription number, the doctor's registration number. And then I saw the name of the patient. Not Emmett O'Hara at all. It was Rosalie Cash. I just got everything back into the overcoat pocket when there was a soft knock at the door. Oh, yes, is that you, Emmett?
Okay to come in?
Yes, sure. Sure, come on in.
Find your knitting?
Oh, no. I can't imagine where I put it.
Oh, want me to help you look?
Oh, no. You don't have to do that. It'll turn up somewhere.
Muriel, I was thinking about what you said. Maybe I should call Rosalie. Maybe she's expecting me to.
Why don't you do that?
Or maybe I'll go over there and see her.
Uh-huh. Where does she live, Emmett?
Out on River Road somewhere. I know the house when I get there. She's housekeeper for these very rich people.
Well, if you think she expects you...
I didn't say she expects me.
Whatever. You want me to help you on with your coat?
Oh, thanks, Muriel. Thanks very much.
There you are. Want me to call you a cab?
No. I'll pick one up down at the corner. Muriel.
Yes, Emmett?
You know, there are different kinds of people. I mean, different people have different obsessions. Did you know that? It's true. Some people have this obsessive thought that the world is going to go up in flames. They could be right.
Yes, they could, the way things are going.
And then there are people who think they're God. Of course, they're wrong. Because nobody's God. Except God, of course.
That's right, Emmett.
Well, those people are crazy. Psychotic is what they call it. But then there are other people who are not crazy. They're not psychotic. They're just disturbed. You know what I mean? Neurotic is what they call them. Well, I'm one of those. I'm neurotic.
It's because I'm so depressed.
I see.
Well, thanks for dinner, Muriel. It was very good. You're a wonderful cook. Dave's a lucky man.
Well, Emmett, it was wonderful to see you, and we'll see you again, I hope. You call up any time.
I will, Muriel. I'll do that. No, don't bother to come to the door. I can find my way out. You just look for your knitting, and I'll call you one of these days.
I heard the outside door slam. Then I looked at the piece of paper that was still crumpled in my hand, with its numbers, the name of the pharmacy, and the name Rosalie Cash. I don't know just what I had in mind, but I called a taxi.
Just closing up, lady.
My husband is David Chase. He's the chief of police.
Oh, well, what can I do for you, Mrs. Chase?
Your pharmacy filled this prescription, I believe. I wrote all this down from the label on the bottle.
Right.
There's the prescription number and everything.
Oh, it's possible. What do you want to know about it?
First of all, I'd like to know what the prescription is for. I've seen the pills, but they weren't like any I've seen before.
I don't know, Mrs.
If
Chase.
necessary, I will get my husband on the phone. Now, I don't want to buy anything. I just want to know what kind of pills they are.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Then I would like to know who this Rosalie Cash is. That's the prescription that was made out for.
Yes, ma'am.
And where she lives.
Mm-hmm, yes, ma'am. Oh, hey. This is a very strong drug. We don't get many prescriptions for these. Here, let me look it up in the desk reference. I hope whoever's taking these knows how to... I mean, if she doesn't... Oh, yes. Here we are. Uh-huh. Well, it's an antidepressant. It's not to be taken with amphetamines or diet pills or with caffeine or alcohol. Here, extreme caution is advised. Well, I should hope so.
All right, now, will you give me the address of this Rosalie Cash? I know she lives someplace on River Road.
Oh, yeah, sure, I'll give it to you. Oh, I do hope... Oh, my goodness. Oh, here it is, yeah. Number 13 River Road. Well, that should be about 12 miles out in the direction...
Never mind. I'll find it. A dozen thoughts chased themselves crazily through my head as the taxi drove me toward 13 River Road. Emmett would kill Rosalie Cash. Emmett would rob the house where Rosalie Cash worked. Emmett would bludgeon Rosalie Cash into unconsciousness and then set fire to the house. Emmett would... How could I know what Emmett O'Hara would or would not do? The taxi pulled up at the house and I started to pay him off.
Hey, wait a minute. Taxi, wait. Will you wait there a minute? Hey, are you through with this cab?
Who are you?
Oh, what do you care? Hey, driver.
Are you Rosalie Cash?
Would you get out of my way, lady?
Do you know Emmett O'Hara?
I never heard of him. Would you just get out of my way, please? I need this cab.
He came to see you tonight. I know he did.
Look, are you going to let me have this cab?
No, I am not. Listen, Rosalie, my husband is chief of police in this town, Dave Chase. Maybe you've heard of him.
I didn't do anything. Well, we were just having...
Driver, here's your money. We won't be needing you.
No, please, wait.
Now, Rosalie, I know Emmett O'Hara came to see you tonight. He was at my house. He said he was coming here to see you.
I didn't ask him to.
But he did, didn't he?
Well, he showed up here. As a matter of fact, he called first to see if the people I work for were going to be in or out.
Oh, Lord, which was it?
Out. They went out. So he came over and he brought a bottle of champagne with him. Yeah, I don't even like champagne, and he knows I don't like it. So I should have known right away from the start.
Known what?
Well, that he was up to something.
Like what?
Well, like something. Well, I got out some champagne glasses, and we went and we sat down in the drawing room. I mean, as long as people were out, it seemed all right. I mean, we've done that before. See, I always clean up afterwards, and, we started to drink the champagne. Only I didn't like mine. I mean, I really didn't like it, more than usual. It tasted funny, like bitter, like awful. So, when he wasn't looking, I poured it in the potted palm, but he just kept on pouring it in, and he kept on saying, "Come on, drink up," and I couldn't drink it. I mean, I just couldn't, you know. It tasted so peculiar. So, after a while, but by that time he wasn't noticing anything, so I switched glasses. And he tossed off the one that was supposed to be mine, and then he... God, it was terrible. I mean, it was just terrible. I couldn't bear to look at him. He turned white as a sheet, and he grabbed his head, and then he just fell over. He just fell over. And I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to get out, to get away, you know.
Where is he now?
I don't know. I guess he's still on the floor. I mean, right inside. That's where I left him.
Is he dead?
I don't know. He could be. I didn't wait to find out.
Come on. We're going inside. Emmett wasn't dead, thank the good Lord. But he was unconscious, and I could hardly find his pulse. I called the ambulance. They got there in jig time and took him to the hospital. I left him there and went home and waited to tell Dave the whole terrible story. It was several days before we were allowed to see our old friend Emmett at the hospital.
That's a pretty darn fool thing to do, Em.
I told you.
You could have killed that girl, Emmett.
I told you.
What were you going to do after you killed her?
I don't know. Maybe steal some jewelry. I don't know.
What kind of a dumb doctor gave you that prescription?
One I always go to.
Well, how come Rosalie Cash's name was on the prescription?
I told him I needed it for a friend.
For a friend, hmm?
Yeah. A friend who was really depressed. In a deep depression, I told him. That's what I told the pharmacist, too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. No need to cry about it.
I told you to lock me up. I begged you to, Dave.
You don't have to beg anymore.
I warned you. I said I'd commit a terrible crime.
You did.
What?
You committed a crime.
Well, I was going to.
No,
but...
not going to. You did. Didn't you know that attempting suicide is a crime in this state, Em?
But I didn't attempt suicide.
No? Well, we'll take you to court and see what the judge says.
Do you think he might?
Yes, I think he might. Then we'll have to lock you up for a while.
Will that make you happy, Emmett?
Kind of. Yes. Happy. Kind of.
That's what I thought. Come on, Dave. Let's go home. Dave and I sat up late talking about our old friend, Emmett O'Hara. We got to wondering if, after he got out of jail, he would be free of the obsession he'd had, that he would commit a perfect crime. He'd committed a crime, all right. But it was far from perfect.
I do not know if the obsessed person is freed from his obsessive idea once it has been executed. I do know that when the obsessed one is a strictly moral person, yet convinced that he is dangerous to others, there is every likelihood he will prove dangerous to himself. I'll be back shortly. Hostility and violence reside in each and every one of us. Most of us control it or conceal it, sometimes so cleverly and so completely that we ourselves do not suspect that it is there. But it is there, and it can turn and destroy us. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Robert Dryden, Terry Keane, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I just wish you could have liked Dolores better. She brought you a plant.
That brownish, hairy, scraggly thing.
Oh, Mom, she's really a sweet girl. I wish you'd give Dolores a chance.
A chance? I never want to see her again.
Mom got her wish. She never did. The next morning, when I brought up her breakfast tray, the first thing I noticed was the plant in full bloom, heavy with blood-red blossoms. The next thing was Mom, whiter than any ghost, with a dry, drained whiteness that made her seem to be made of powder, as if when you touched her, she would turn to that. I didn't even have to put down the tray to know she was dead.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to involve my trying to prevent a revolution with just one weapon, a box of busted bills. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve. Take a look at this map of the Middle East.
Uh-oh, I might have known.
Known what?
I read the newspapers, too. So they're having a little trouble in one of the countries over there. Right away I get elected, I suppose.
You do, and it's more than a little trouble. How much do you know about it?
Only that it's some kind of a scandal involving one of the bright young boys in their government, an ex-lawyer named Katouf.
Yeah, Katouf is the leader of the majority party there, and as such, he is, in effect, the strongest voice in the government.
Wait a minute. Seems to me I remember he was accused of treason.
Yes, by a minor official named Matala. Shortly after Matala made his accusation, he disappeared. Bloodstains were found in his house. The theory is that Katouf killed him before he could furnish proof of Katouf's treachery.
So it sounds like Katouf's in hot water, huh? What's that got to do with us, Commissioner?
Plenty. You see, Steve, Katouf's government had already consented to sign an agreement permitting the United Nations to establish an air base in that country.
I see.
You can well imagine how vital such a base could be. But if Katouf's party falls from power as a result of this scandal, the control of the government is liable to fall into the hands of a highly organized minority party, who undoubtedly would like to prevent the agreement concerning the airbase.
From where I sit, it looks like a real sweet mess. Look, Commissioner, one thing I don't get. You say this Matala disappeared right after he accused Katouf of treason?
That's right.
Has his body been found?
No.
Well, then how can they hold Katouf? You can't convict a man of murder unless you produce the dead body of his victim.
They don't have to convict Katouf, Steve. The mere fact of Matala's disappearance under those particular circumstances is enough to discredit him. And that's what I think they're after. You see, there's an election coming up next week.
You know, the way you're talking, Commissioner, sounds like you figure this whole deal's a frame.
Get over there, Steve. Talk to Katouf. Try to find out what really happened to Matala. Go anywhere and do anything you have to get to the bottom of this whole rotten mess. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of sticking my nose into a nasty political mess in the Middle East to try to prove that Katouf's been framed. All of which gives me an uneasy hunch that if he has, the same person who's out to kill him off politically will be trying his best to do likewise to me, literally. Well, it's Tuesday when my plane lands in the capital of the Middle Eastern country. I learn that Katouf is in a session of the legislature, so I wait outside in the hall, and from the sound of it, it's a pretty stormy session. Finally, it breaks up, and they start straggling out.
It looks bad, General. Our entire party is being discredited because of this lie about me.
We must not give up hope, Katouf. We will go on fighting it as we have done.
Excuse me, are you Katouf?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm Steve Mitchell from the States.
Oh, yes, I have been expecting you, Mitchell. Allow me to introduce General Abba.
General?
I am honored, Mr. Mitchell.
Are you not going to introduce me to your friend, Katouf? This is Hassan, leader of the minority party, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh?
The minority today. Next week, who can say?
That is a matter to be decided by a popular election, Hassan.
You're quite right, General Abba. But there is little doubt of the outcome when the leader of the majority party is obviously guilty of treason. That is a lie, Hassan. My record is completely clear. On the contrary, my dear Katouf. I would say that at this point your record looks extremely dubious, and no amount of meddling by your friend from the United States will clear it.
Look, Hassan, I'm just here
it is quite clear why you are here, Mr. Mitchell. To whitewash Katouf. But unfortunately, your mission is doomed to failure.
Hassan, you are...
General, please. You really should watch your temper. And now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen...
Now, there's a real keen kid.
Unfortunately, he is making political capital of this situation, Mitchell.
Yeah, I can see that. Look, Katouf, you better give me all the background you can on this deal.
The background is one of 6 years of dreams, hopes, and ideals going up in smoke, Mitchell.
How do you mean?
It was General Abba here who sponsored my career in politics, Mitchell. Remember how ignorant I was, General?
But you have made great progress.
Yes. With the support of our party, I have brought our country a long way toward democracy. And now, to see all of that go by the board is a bitter thing.
Yeah. Now, look, as I get it, Katouf, you were accused of treason by a minor government official named Matala.
Yes. And it is very ironic that I should be accused of treason after all the overtures that have been made to me in the past year. Overtures which I always immediately refuse.
What kind of overtures do you mean?
Veiled proposals made undercover, proposals that I would find it extremely beneficial financially to sell out my party.
Who was making these proposals?
I could never find out who was behind them. Naturally, I would not listen to any of them. And then when this Matala brought his absurd charge of treason against me, I concluded this was the next step in their plan. If they could not buy me out, they would discredit me.
It could figure that way, all right. But it's going to be pretty tough to prove the whole deal is a frame.
I do not think so, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
I am not completely without friends, both in my own and other countries. It was reported to me this morning that the man answering Matala's general description was seen in Cairo, Egypt, 2 days ago.
What?
Katouf, I did not know this.
No, General. I did not wish to arouse your hopes until the rumor could be investigated.
Well, I guess I'm the boy to investigate it. Cairo, huh?
Yes.
Mitchell, if you can find this man, perhaps if you were to offer him money, he would return and clear Katouf. I personally am willing to pledge any necessary amount.
Yeah, if he sold out once, he probably could be talked into selling out again. But that's the trouble right now.
How do you mean?
Sooner or later, whoever hired him is going to realize that. They'll figure out that they don't want him running around loose.
Yes, that means they will be trying to find him also, to kill him.
Yeah, it also means I'd better be heading for Cairo in a hurry. Grab the next plane to Cairo and check in at a hotel, and then I head for the street bazaar. Pretty soon I find the place I'm looking for. The Shop of 1,000 Bells. Just as I get there, a bunch of native kids come charging past and take a swipe at the bells with a long stick. The proprietor tears out and shakes a skinny fist at them.
Little barbarians! If I ever catch you, I, McCann, will personally show you how it feels to be jangled with a stick. I will, well. Well, good afternoon, Fondy. Would you perhaps like to purchase one of my fine bells?
What's the matter, Mikan? Don't you recognize an old buddy?
Ah, Steve Mitchell, it
Yeah.
has been so long since these innocent old eyes have rested upon you.
Innocent old eyes. How are you old pirate?
As you see, Steve, still struggling to make a poor but honest living in the face of many difficulties.
Brother, you haven't changed a bit. Poor but honest. You've probably got more piastres tucked away in your sock than the Bank of Egypt. And 3 years ago, I had to buy you a dictionary to show you what the word honest meant.
And it's perhaps just as well I do not see you very often, Steve. You are very damaging to my reputation. But how may I serve you?
I think there's a guy named Matala hiding here in Cairo. I've written down his description. I want you to find him.
I see. You realize, of course, that this is a very difficult thing.
Yeah. I also realize that you and your 10,000 cousins and nephews can find him, if he's here.
And there is, of course, the consideration of expense.
Yeah, I know. How much?
Let us not think in terms of anything so crude as money, Steve. Let us rather appreciate the beauty of my bell.
Oh, no, not that again.
This bell, for instance, it is not beautiful? Ha-ha! Such tone!
Well, not too bad, considering it's got a crack in it 1/2 inch wide. Look, the last time I wanted some information from you, I had to buy every cracked bell in your shop. Now, don't tell me...
And you would not believe it, Steve, how much breakage is involved in this business. Since I last saw you, I must have accumulated at least 100 more cracked bells. And for some reason, they seem to gain in value. I would say they are worth at least 50 piastres each.
50? Why, you will... Well, okay. Crate them up and send them over to my hotel, but you'd better find Matala or you're going to get them all back fast. Yeah.
Mikan here.
Yeah, McCann.
You would not believe it, Steve, but since you left my humble shop 3 hours ago, I have found at least 20 more cracked bells, which I neglected to include in your first order.
Now, look, I'm not buying any more busted bells until you...
Oh, Steve, I forgot to add that I have also found this Matala.
What?
Yes, my third cousin, twice removed, located him. It appears he has dyed his hair and shaved off his beard, but we are certain it is the man you see.
Good. Where is he?
The bells, Steve?
Okay. Send the rest of them over. I'll have enough cracked bells to put Liberty Hall out of business. Now, where's Matala?
You will find him at number 23 Esbakia Road.
It's after dark when I get to the address McCann has given me. It's a large house in the foreign residential district. I go up to the front door, but just as I'm about to ring the bell, the blast knocks me flat on my back. It looks like the whole house is going to cave in. I get back on my feet, still groggy, and shove my way inside through the wreckage. The place is filled with smoke and flames. Then I spot a body on the floor. I start dragging him out. The smoke's getting too much for me. Finally, I make it outside with him. The crowd is gathered by this time, and I put the body down and start there, weaving back and forth, trying to keep from passing out. Then a girl runs up to the body and stares down at it.
Matala, he's dead.
Then, all of a sudden, the sidewalk comes up at me fast. I've had it.
Mitchell.
Huh?
Mitchell.
Who are you?
Lieutenant Gallifa of the Cairo police.
How did you know my name?
I examined your credentials while you were unconscious. What happened?
Well, looks like somebody beat me to Matala. Must have been a time bomb.
Matala?
Yeah, the boy I'm after, or I should say was after. He's lying right over there.
No, I'm afraid you have made a mistake, Mitchell.
Mistake? What do you mean?
The dead man, he is not this Matala, you see.
What? Well, then who is he?
He was well known to the Cairo police. A common house thief named Vardisium.
You're listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, this is just great. I bust my back trying to find Matala and end up by walking into a booby trap to pull out the wrong body. Then I remember the girl who identified the body as Matala, and I'm suddenly very interested in why she lied about it. I look around the crowd, but she's gone. Then I spot a taxi sitting at the curb. I go over to it.
Good evening, Effendi. My cab can take you to any part of Cairo you desire. Kindly step in and
No,
relax.
thanks. I don't want transportation. I want information. Now, look, Gabby, I'm in a hurry.
I am Sidis.
I'm still in a hurry. What I want to know is, did you see a girl slip out of the crowd a couple of minutes ago?
Liana?
You know her?
Almost everyone in Cairo knows Liana, Effendi. Such a dance she does. You would not believe it.
Do you happen to know where she does this dance?
But of course.
Okay, Sidis, you just bought yourself a passenger. Let's go.
Here is the club where Liana dances, Effendi.
Okay, come on.
One moment, please.
Huh?
Just putting the car keys in my pocket. You see, I had 2 cabs stolen from me before I learned not to leave the keys in them.
Hey, this place looks like a real hole in the wall.
One of the very finest, Effendi.
Oh, brother, you've been cutting this air with a 2x4.
Shall we take a table so that you may buy me a drink, Effendi?
Yeah, I guess we might as well, Sidis.
And now, the beautiful Liana.
Hey, looks like we're just in time, Sidis. Now, look, when Liana finishes her dance, I want you to...
How can she finish it if she will not come out and start it?
Huh? Hey, yeah, where is she?
And now, the beautiful Liana. I think...
She still does not make her entrance, Effendi.
Wait a minute. She could have spotted me from behind that curtain. Come on.
But...
And now...
Where are we going?
Outside.
I hope...
So, now we are outside. I still do not see why we are...
I'm going to circle around to the alley and... Wait, there's a car coming out of the alley.
It's Liana.
Come on, into your cab. I've got to find out where she's going. Come on. Fish those keys out of your pocket and get this bucket of bolts going.
Very well.
Come on, hurry up, will you? We'll lose them.
Effendi, may I observe that all this fast driving will put a great strain on my ancient cab, much more so than the regular fare will take care of.
Okay, so you're on salary. Looks like I'm going to need a steady driver for a while anyway.
That suits me to a W.
Tea.
No, thank you. I prefer coffee.
Oh, fine.
That is a joke I always say for the tourists. It works every time.
Yeah, I'll bet. Now quit making with the jokes and start making with that gas pedal. You better stop your cab here, Sidis. She just turned into that pier ahead.
Yes. She is parking her car out on the pier.
Yeah. She's heading for one of those houseboats, looks like.
What is it?
That's funny. She didn't seem to be trying to shake us.
Maybe she did not realize you were following her.
Maybe not, but I think I'll make sure she doesn't give me the slip again. You wait here for me. I go into a little restaurant near the pier, telephone Mekanada's shop, and arrange to buy another shipment of cracked bells from him. After my call, I wait about 15 minutes, and then I head for the houseboat on the pier. I go up the gangplank. But just as I step on the deck, I get a sudden chill. Funny how cold a gun barrel in your neck feels.
Get inside.
Huh?
You heard me. Inside.
Okay, Liana. Much cozier in here, anyway.
For you, it will not be so cozy.
Where's your boyfriend, Matala?
Ah, yes. You would like very much to know that, would you not?
Yeah, I would. I'd like to talk to him.
Talk to him. You wish to shoot him, but I will shoot you instead.
Now, look, Liana, you've got the wrong party. I'm not the boy who rigged that time bomb. I want to make a deal with Matala. And because of that attempt on his life, I think he's probably ready to talk turkey right now. Where is he?
That is something you will never know. Because right now, you are going to die.
Effendi,
I'll take that gun now, Liana.
Give it back to me.
Sorry. Thanks for the timely entrance, citizen.
When I observed her forcing you into the cabin at the point of the gun, it occurred to me that here was an opportunity to increase my value to you. And, of course, my prize.
Of course. Now, look, Liana. Your boyfriend, Metallo, was hired to bring a phony charge of treason against a political figure named Katuf in a country east of here. He was also hired to disappear and make it look like Katuf killed him.
No, that is not true.
Save the innocent routine. I want to talk to Metallo and find out who hired him.
He will never tell you.
I think he will, because whoever did hire him realizes now that he doesn't want Metallo alive anymore. He tried to get him with that time bomb. Next time, he probably won't miss.
But
Metallo is liable to wind up dead unless he makes a deal with me.
What is this deal?
I'll give him protection if he'll tell me who it was and come back to his own country with me to clear Katuf.
I see. Very well, Mr. Mitchell. I will go to Metallo with your proposal.
Let me go with you.
No, you must wait here. I will bring his answer to you in 1 hour.
Might I make an observation, Effendi?
What is it, citizen?
2 hours have now passed, and there is no sign of her. Obviously, she has no intention of returning.
I guess you're right, citizen. Looks like I'm pretty stupid, doesn't it?
What good will it do you to wait here in the houseboat?
Listen, I don't think I'll have to wait any longer. Come on out on the deck.
A small truck on the pier. Mitchell, you think she has returned after all?
No, I don't think that's Liana. Mikan?
Yes, Steve?
Mikan, where'd Liana go when she left this houseboat?
I followed her to a small hotel out of the city away.
You arranged with this man to follow Liana?
Sure. I telephoned him before I came aboard the houseboat. Liana made no attempt to shake us on the way here, and that made me figure she wouldn't be leading us straight to Batala. So I arranged with Mikan to take over for me.
And all the things I was thinking about you. Sometime I learned to keep my mouth shut, Effendi.
You lead the way in your truck, Mikan. We'll follow in the cab.
That must be the hotel Mikan meant, Effendi. He has stopped his truck in front of
Yeah. This the place, Mikan?
Yes.
You wait here in the cab for me, citizen.
Will there be violence?
Could be.
Then I will be happy to wait here in the cab. It suits me to
A W. Come on, Mikan. You find out which room she went to?
No, but as you see, it is a small hotel. You should not have much difficulty in locating the room.
Yeah, it really is a small hotel, not even a desk clerk. Well, we'll check the rooms downstairs first.
Steve, look! At the head of the stairs!
Liana and Matala.
Good, Metallo. Don't hold.
Come on, Mikan. We pound up the stairs. Liana tries to block our way, but we shove past her. Matala makes the fire escape and heads for the roof. We follow. Halfway across the roof, he turns and throws a shot at us.
Watch out, Steve!
Yeah, I can't shoot back. I want to take him alive.
Look, he's heading for the fire escape on the other side of the roof.
We pound after him, but just as we get to the fire escape...
Oh, he is shooting at us again.
No, that shot wasn't at us. Look, down there.
Oh, it is Matala, lying in the alley.
We climb down the fire escape to the ground, but Matala's dead. We grab his body and start carrying it out in front.
Oh, it is very heavy, Steve.
Hurry it up, McCann. I want to get his body out of sight.
Oh, Steve, I do not understand. I did not shoot Matala. You did not shoot him, but he is dead.
Well, Liana could have done it. But if she was about to double-cross Matala, I don't know why she should have waited until now. Here's the cab. Let's get the body in. Wait a minute. Where's Sidis?
Well, he is not behind the wheel.
Here I am, Effendi.
Eh? Hey, what are you doing down there on the floor?
When I heard all the shooting, I decided that down on the floor would be the best place for little Sidis.
Okay, dump the body in the back, McCann.
Very well. There.
Look, we got to get out of sight for a little while.
Well, there's a deserted warehouse around the corner. I will lead the way in my truck.
Okay, go to it. Come on, Sidis. Get this baby cranked up and follow McCann.
Very well. Here are the keys.
Hurry it up, will you? Start it.
Yes, Effendi. I do not understand all this.
Look, I'm sure that whoever plugged Matala is still around here someplace and would like to get this body away from me. Here, turn here.
Look, that must be the warehouse. McCann has already driven his truck
turn in, Sidis. Okay.
What are you going to do now, Steve?
Well, here's the way it adds up so far. I didn't get Matala alive, but his dead body is still enough to clear Katuf of his murder, if I can get to the police station in Cairo with it.
I do not understand how producing a dead body clears anyone of murder.
Look, we know Matala was killed a few minutes ago here in Cairo. That means Katuf couldn't have killed him last week in another country, doesn't it?
Ah, but of course.
So if we can get the body to the police station, I'm okay. But that's the hitch. Whoever bumped off Matala will be trying to prevent that, so we'll have to work a switch.
Switch? What is this word switch?
Have you got any tarpaulins in that truck of yours, McCann?
Yes, Steve.
Good. We'll rig up a dummy and cover it with a tarp in your truck. You take off from the warehouse and go anywhere you want to. We'll leave the body in the cab, and after we've given you a few minutes head start, Sidis and I will head into town for the police station.
Ah, now I understand. Mikan will lead your enemies on what you call the wild goose chase.
Yes, Sidis. You go on outside the warehouse and keep watch while McCann and I rig up the dummy. If you see anyone, let out a yell and make sure we hear it.
Do not worry, Effendi. Such a yell I will let out will cause the Sphinx himself to turn his head in our direction.
Sidis goes outside, and McCann and I make the necessary arrangements with the dummy. I fill him in on exactly what he's to do, and he takes off. Sidis comes back inside. He and I wait a few minutes, and then pull out of the warehouse in the cab and start heading to the city.
Effendi, I cannot say I care to be carrying a dead man in the back seat of my cab.
Don't let it bother you, Sidis. You don't even have to look at him. McCann and I pulled a tarp over him.
Even so, I don't...
Let's see. We're on the outskirts of the city now. Nobody's following us either. Well, so far, so good. Hey, why'd you turn off the main road?
It is shorter this way, Effendi.
You sure?
Quite sure.
Hey, look, this isn't the police station. It's just a big house.
Exactly. And we are going inside.
Huh? Hey, why the gun?
Get out.
So you're my boy, Sidis.
Out?
Okay. Guess I should have figured it. You're the boy who planted that time bomb.
Exactly. I waited in my cab outside to see whether I would be successful.
Then, when you realized that you'd missed and I was after Matala, too, you figured to string along with me and let me lead you to him, huh?
Which you did, Effendi. Inside.
Well, what happens now?
That is not for me to say. It is up to my superior.
You ever... General Abba.
Sidis, you fool, to bring Mitchell here.
Well, Katuf's closest friend and political sponsor turns out to be the big boy in this deal.
Sidis?
I had no choice, General.
Well, I guess it all figures. I remember Katuf telling me how ignorant he was when you gave him his start in politics. You were figuring on making a puppet out of him, but he started getting ideas of his own, didn't he?
Too many of them.
So you made undercover overtures to sell him out, and he wouldn't. Then you rigged this frame to discredit him.
It would have worked if it had not been for this blundering fool, Sidis.
But you are wrong, General. It will still work. I killed Matala, and Mitchell was trying to get his body to the police station. But if that body does not get there, the suspicion against Katuf still stands, does it not?
What are you trying to say?
Simply that the body is now in the back of my cab outside.
You know, I got a nasty surprise for you two kids.
What do you mean?
Matala's body isn't in the cab.
You're lying.
Am I? You were outside the warehouse on watch when McCann and I rigged the dummy, remember? We put the dummy in the cab and the body in McCann's truck. I'm sure it's safe at police headquarters by this time.
Sidis, you...
But you do not understand. I could have sworn that
You see, I had you pegged right after Matala was shot, Sidis. When we brought his body back to the cab, you had to fish your keys out of your pocket to get it started. That meant to me that you had been out of your cab. I remembered you telling me earlier that you always took your keys with you.
I will deal with you later, Sidis. Right now we must kill Mitchell and get out of here.
You're a little too late, General Abba. This place is surrounded right now by the Cairo police.
You are bluffing.
Wait. I heard a car outside. He must be telling the truth. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are. You are the one who killed Matala. I am in the clear.
Let go of me. I am getting out of here.
Sidis pulls away from the General Abba and dives for the window. Abba jerks a gun out of his pocket and lets Sidis have it in the back. I dive for Abba. He swings his gun towards me, but it's too late.
Oh, shooting. Every time I'm with you, Steve, there is shooting.
Well, it looks like it's all over now, Mikan.
Well, I did as you instructed me. Followed you and Sidis here.
You were almost too late. What kept you?
Well, you see, Steve, I had to stop off at my shop to break... to see how many broken bells I could find.
Yeah, you probably were right the first time. You and your hammer. Well, you'll be interested in knowing I just passed you off as the Cairo police force.
You what?
Yeah, I know. It must be quite a shock.
Oh, Steve, it puts a severe strain upon our friendship.
Well, don't worry. You'll bill me for it. Or maybe I should say bell me for it.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Now it's The Man Called X. Tomorrow, hear Danny Kaye on The Big Show on NBC.
General Mills Radio.
Welcome again to the magic world of radio, the world of wonder and imagination, the world not only of today, but of tomorrow. I'm Tom Bosley. We live on Earth, but beyond are the stars, and beyond the stars are infinite other universes. And we're not alone. And every so often, an alien wind blows in from another frontier to terrify us, because it is beyond our understanding. Our adventure story, The Other World, was written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jada Rowland. I'll be back shortly.
Complex audio, huh?
This is a let's suppose story. Let's suppose we have enough imagination not to be like our fathers and mothers. I mean, they tend to brush off the talk of other worlds. But the 20th century is catching up with them, and all of us. From here on in, anything is possible. So let's suppose you're Jenny Blake, not quite 16. Can you imagine this happening to you?
Hi, JJ.
Jenny, what are you doing in here? How'd you get past security into headquarters?
Easy, once you know the ropes. Where's my father?
Oh, up in Magna Control. Does he know you're wandering about in a security area?
Of course not. Who does?
You shouldn't be fooling around, Jenny.
Oh, don't worry about me. Nobody does.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
If my dad is smart enough, this whole top-secret magic house here at the North Pole, don't you think his daughter is smart enough to figure out how to get past all the electronic surveillance?
Well, what are you telling me? You have a special gadget that offsets all the safety beams, or a secret magnetic field that makes you invisible?
You're cute.
That's an answer?
That's a comment. You want an answer. I'm 15, going on 16, and I'm just small enough to duck under all the seeing eye beams.
You're not kidding me, Jenny. You have some secret charm going for you.
It's about time you started to recognize it.
Will you quit it?
Oh, I just have to keep on needling you. So you'll remember to wait for me to grow up and be old enough for you. What's new on the scanner?
Well, nothing, thank the Lord.
What about out there? The other world.
No, we don't have to worry about them, thanks to your father. No way they can get through to us now that we've plugged the hole in the donut.
Well, Alex, what report?
They've closed off our one chance to conquer them, but I'll find a way.
We must. Our star is dying. We must have their planet to live, or we die too.
Why can we never solve our problem? Why do we have to absorb more moisture than any star can provide for long?
We do. By wandering to new worlds, so the planet called Earth must be ours if we are to survive.
What do you mean? Plug the hole in the donut, JJ?
Forget it. Right now, what's more important is how did you get into this complex without top secret clearance?
Easy. Daddy set it up.
He did? Why?
That's my business.
Okay, supposing I buy your story. Now, where's your security badge?
Right here.
Let me see. Okay, so far. But you're supposed to wear this where it can be seen.
I know. I just ducked it before I came through the door to put you on a little.
Well, it isn't funny. The lives of everyone on this planet depend on what's going on here. Now, where's your radiation shield?
In my shirt pocket.
Have you switched it on?
No. Well, I thought as long as I wasn't in the red area...
Now, you listen to me. Every minute you're in this complex of buildings, I don't care how it's coded, yellow, green, blue, red, you keep that shield on. I repeat, the lives of everyone depend on it. Now, I don't care how many precautions are taken. We can't stop every minute to check what's floating around.
All right, JJ, I'm sorry.
I don't want you to be sorry, Jenny. I want you to be safe.
JJ? Professor Blake asked me to tell... Oh, hello. Hello, Miss Blake.
Hello, Sergeant Brown.
General Blake sent me out to tell you that Jenny was on her way in.
A little late.
So I see. We had a slight emergency. Everything's on target again.
Can I go in and see my father now?
Your father asked if you'd wait for him in his standby quarters.
Where's that?
Oh, that's the door at the end of the hall.
Is it open?
Professor Blake told me to open it.
I think I'd prefer to let myself in.
No, you can't. I'll come with you. It's a combination lock.
Oh, I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd still like to know what plugging the hole in the donut means.
I'm afraid that's something you'll have to ask your father, youngster.
Youngster? Oh.
That little girl has a crush on you.
She's got better sense than you have, Trish.
Oh, let's not go into that again. I get enough from Jenny. She hates me because she thinks I cut her out with you.
I wish it was true. If you think Jenny has a hate on you now, can you imagine what it would be like if she knew about you and her father?
Hi, Duchess. Sorry I was so long.
Hello, Daddy.
No salute for the General? Or am I still in the doghouse?
Oh, Daddy. There's your salute.
Thank you. No smile to go with it?
Oh, let's not get icky. What does it mean, plugging a hole in the donut?
Where'd you pick up that phrase?
Oh, around. What does it mean?
I want to know who said it to you.
I'm not going to tell, so don't try to push me. Why not try leveling with me instead of shutting me out?
I'm not shutting you out. It's top secret.
From me?
From anyone. Except the very few who do know what it means.
And I can't be one of them. What are you afraid of?
Let's put it this way. It's something I don't want you to know because just having the knowledge could be dangerous to you.
Did Mom know?
Yes. She knew. Or at least what I was trying to do. Too late for her.
If Mom knew, why can't I? Am I too young for state secrets?
It isn't that, Jenny.
Well, then what? You let me into the house of mystery, then I only get so far, and whammo, I'm shut out again. Just the way you've shut me out ever since Mom died.
Jenny, listen to me.
Well, maybe I'd listen if you'd level with me for once.
I try, believe me, I try.
Sure, by shipping me off to all those tacky boarding schools. And then when I keep busting out, the best you can do is drag me up here halfway to the North Pole.
I wanted you to be with me.
Well, that's all I wanted. But I never, ever am.
That's why I tried to bring you right into the complex here.
being with a person isn't just being where he is. It's sharing. Being what's left of our family.
I can't share what I'm doing here, Jenny. It really isn't mine to share. But I can have you living in the same quarters with me again, and when I have time off, we can be together.
Oh, well, what do I do the rest of the time?
Well, there's school and...
Oh, stop treating me like a child.
What are you?
Will you wake up, Daddy, and stop living 5 years ago when Mom died? I'm almost 16.
So grown up. Are you all that anxious to join the rest of us who wish with all our hearts the world had just stopped spinning then and never gotten to where it is now?
What do you mean?
I mean...
This is Red Alert 3. Red Alert 3. Attention, General Blake. Sole attention, General Blake. Will he report to the control center immediately? Confirmation C158138. This is Patricia Brown. Please signify.
Sorry, Jenny. Have to cut this short.
Patricia Brown. Big deal.
Don't be that way, Duchess. What is it, Trish?
Scramble 5, sir. Enemy in contact.
I'll be right in. Gotta go, Jenny.
Daddy, you never have any time for me.
The whole horror is if we can't stop it, none of us will have time for anything. We can't just let the other world take over.
They would call it.
How?
It may not be completely sealed.
Are we ready to take advantage of it?
8 interplanetary centrifuge airships are hovering, waiting for the word.
They are manned.
These must be.
How many of us will we lose?
A handful when they crash. But what they carry can wipe out the alien Earthlings and make the planet a fit home for us.
Excellent. Then order them to attack.
Not yet. We have a limited amount of germs. None can be wasted if we are to clear the Earth planet. We must be sure the field of radiation is weak and narrow enough for us to break through.
When will we know that?
When our first ship fails to get through. It might have been so easy.
What does that mean?
We waited too long. They laughed at us and called us UFOs.
UFO?
In their terms, unidentified flying objects. We fill their skies, but they do not believe we are real. The few of our spinning circles that crashed disintegrated and became part of their landscape as we planned. So gradually, without problem, we could release the quiet death.
We have no time for that anymore.
I know. That is why the attack is poised and ready.
Then, attack.
Gently, Master, gently. We must first be sure of success. Let us find out for certain what defenses the enemy has left against us. In this struggle, one civilization must die. Let us be sure it is their world, not ours.
So many planets ride the skies. How many of them are inhabited? And of those that are, or might be, how many of them are hostile to us? Those spinning circles, flat tops like a saucer that have been sighted everywhere. The so-called UFOs that dart elusively through our skies. Are they visitors from another world? I'll return shortly with that, too. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
On a thanking, Betty.
Returning to today's adventure story, let's keep our feet as near to the ground as we can on our own universe, and with the guardians of it, a group like JJ and Trish and General Josh Blake, who are profoundly troubled, and a teenager like Jenny, who figures them all too uptight. Is she right or wrong? Well, You're going to have to ride with her and get your eyes open to what's happening at this moment.
You think it's a serious attack, J.J.?
Maybe just a probe, Trish.
Why do they want to destroy us?
From all the readings we get, because they're desperate. Their planet can't sustain them anymore.
I just checked the scanners. Hi, Trish, J.J. What do you read out?
It's hard to lay down, sir. My guess is they're not up to task force size. They're just testing the barrier.
Oh, I wouldn't count on it. They just might figure a breakthrough.
All right. We're on Red Alert 3. Step it up to Red 2 and have all units stand by on war footing.
Yes, sir. Will do.
Trish, I'll want hour-by-hour reports, minute by minute if it comes down to that. We'd better contain them on this or we're down the drain.
Do you think this might be a full-scale attack, Josh?
Whatever a full-scale attack is, how would you describe it?
A world epidemic of disease? An attack of germs to destroy all of us and make the world ready for invasion by the other world?
You're right about everything except the invasion. By the time that happens, if their plan works, there would be nothing to invade.
Are we going to stand by and see that happen?
You can ask me that. They killed Jenny's mother in the second wave because we were still standing by. They wouldn't listen to us. The microbiologists who isolated the virus, and the physicists, and the engineers, like myself. They claimed that the first epidemic was an accident of nature, not an invasion from outer space. The second wave shook the world, and me. When I lost my wife, I promised her I'd try to save the world. At least for Jenny, if no one else.
Please, Josh, don't go back over it. Stepping up the magna projector.
She's in phase 3 now.
Will that shut them out?
It has, up till now. We'll have to see. They must have found the way through the outer Van Allen radiation belt, which brings them too close for comfort. Let's hope the inner one and our patches hold.
Why did we have to patch it, Josh?
Because the Van Allen belts are like donuts.
I never quite understand. I try to do my homework. I know, for example, that there are 2 belts of radioactive material that Van Allen discovered. And I always thought they were like envelopes or layers of protective skin around the globe.
Well, they are, in a sense. But they're not skin. They're just pieces of atoms held together by magnetic fields. And over both the North and the South Pole, some negative magnetic force opens a hole in them.
That is what you developed the magna projector for. To fill those holes.
The best scientific brains working together developed the magna projector. I was their leader.
The vision was yours. The final technique of maintaining the
adhesive tape, the patches. So far, we've made it stick on the South Pole. That's relatively stable. But the North, something else again.
What?
The hole we're trying to keep plugged is constantly changing shape. That's why the radiation we throw out from the magna projector has to be constantly monitored, sprayed, just almost like a hose. Because if just once, we nod and leave any parts uncovered, they can bombard us with the killer germs and wipe out all life on Earth. We've made contact with them. Come on, let's get into the control center.
They have intercepted us.
Good. Let me see. Why are our craft breaking off and retreating?
The ray. The death ray. Our ships cannot stand against it. The armor is too thin.
We can pass through the outer ring.
Not where it is radioactive. Only at each end of the axis, where the way is open.
But the inner ring is the same.
Not anymore. The death ray guards our way in.
Then we must build stronger armor for our ships.
No time.
Then must we shrivel and die?
No. The way must be opened. We must use the optical phaser.
How?
To probe through all their defenses and into the brain of the commander.
Who is their commander?
They call him General Joshua Blake.
And what will you do with his brain?
Possess it first. train and computerize it from the central machine so it will print out whatever we feed in. Once we have used it to unlock the doorway for us, we will distract it and the rest of his people.
General Blake, sir.
Yes, Lieutenant Holman.
Wish to report enemy turned back. They lost 4 spacecraft, just disintegrated when the magna projector beam struck them. It was a rout.
This time, J.J., this time. We better stay lucky.
You mean it goes on and on like this forever?
No. That's the one good thing. If we can hold them off long enough, they're the ones who'll be wiped out.
We'll attack?
We won't have to. You see, they may be a superior race in every other way, but they have an Achilles heel, too.
What's that, sir?
For all their vaunted brain power, they've never learned to adapt to their environment. Without water, they'll die of thirst.
Yes, sir, but how long will that take?
Sometime before they find a way to penetrate our defense armor, I hope. Well, I think I'll go back to my quarters and have dinner with my daughter. Then I'll be back.
Why don't you get some rest, Sir, you need it. J.J. and I will watch things and alert you if you're needed.
I might just take you up on that. What's today's code on the doors?
8574, sir.
Thanks. 8754. Must have mixed the digits. I'll try again. 8574.
Oh, it's you, Daddy.
Did you open the door from the inside?
No. I heard someone at it, but it started open before I got here.
8574.
What?
Well, there's a different combination to open all doors inside the red area. We change it every day.
And that's today?
Well, you just forget it, young lady. It's top secret.
But I'll have to know to get around.
Now, you call J.J. or Trish Brown whenever you want to go anywhere. They'll handle it.
Supposing I want to go through the door at the other end of the hall.
You don't, Jenny. That's off limits.
It would be nice to know what's in there.
Just a lot of machinery you wouldn't understand. Oh, boy, I'm so tired.
Sit down.
All right, I might close my eyes a moment or so. But don't let me drop off.
Just take it easy. Relax.
I hate to conk out on your first day here at Nemo.
What's Nemo mean?
North Emergency Magna Projector Outpost.
What's a magna projector?
Well, nothing for you to bother your pretty head about. I should be paying attention to you.
Don't you worry, Daddy. I can take care of myself. Daddy? Daddy? Asleep. 8574, huh? Okay. Nobody wants to tell me anything. I'll just go find out for myself.
Did the beam cut through?
Yes.
Did you find the man?
Look for yourself on the screen.
He's asleep. Now you can get to him.
No.
What is it?
He has some kind of radiation shield about him. I cannot get through. Hold. The little one. There.
She is opening a door. Going through. The machine which makes the death ray is there. But what use could she be to us?
She is of his family. He would fight to the death to protect her. If we controlled her mind, we could control him.
Will she have a radiation shield, too?
We can find that out in a moment.
All I have to do is open this door, and I'll find out what they're trying to keep from me. 8574. Oh, my head!
Red alert number 1. Red alert 1. Plan Alpha, daytime. General Blake, will you confirm? What the Sam Hill's going on, J.J.?
I don't know. General, you'd better get over here sooner to Control Center. Someone penetrated Omega Security. Excuse me. Now hear this. Now hear this. All emergency plans are go. This is daytime. Daytime. Daytime.
Over 2,000 years ago, a girl in Greek mythology opened the lid of a chest and let loose every plague which since has tormented the world. In our day and age, has Jenny opened a door to the same disaster? Since from outer space, ruthless enemies have broken through to take possession of her mind? I'll return shortly with the exciting Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Dapper?
Now let's see just where we are. The enemies of Earth have turned to a giant computer whose deadly photoelectric phaser beam will control a human brain if they can plant it there. A radiation screen protects all those in the Nemo complex. But headstrong Jenny has carelessly failed to turn her radiation shield on, and so the enemy from outer space has captured her mind. But not before Jenny has inadvertently set off Earth's full alarm system.
All right, guard. Double cover on all entrances. Special detail, follow me to Control, and... Jenny! What are you doing here?
I was just looking to see if... Who are you? I don't understand.
You will. Listen to me and do as I say.
Jenny, how did you get as far as the command post?
Daddy was asleep, so I wanted to explore. Can't we stop all the noise?
No, it isn't just noise. It's... here comes the General.
What is it, J.J.? What's going on?
It looks like a false alarm, sir.
You sure?
Security flights are all in the air. All scanners have been checked. Satellites have picked up no threat of attack.
So, what set off the alert?
Unauthorized personnel in critical area, General. Jenny, I'm afraid she tripped the switches. I warned her about keeping her radar screen turned on, but she got into the Magna projector area without full electronic clearance.
Any damage to the systems?
Oh, I don't think so, General.
Then scrub the alert. Immediate.
Yes, sir. This is command control to all units. We have had a false alert. I repeat, a false alert.
Come on, Jenny. We're going back home. Jenny, I can't tell you how furious I am at you. Now, I want you to sit right there while I make some staff calls. Whatever possessed you... Well, we'll talk later.
Whatever possessed you, but you know what did, don't you?
I don't know who you are.
All you have to know is to do what I tell you to do.
What is it you want?
When the time is ripe, we will tell you.
All right, now, Jenny, let's you and me have a little talk.
There's nothing to talk about. I was just curious and lonely.
Wait a minute. Let me put the artillery away so I can sit with you more comfortably. Guns. The price I pay because they had to make me a general. I hate them. I'm a scientist.
Then why don't you just turn your back on it?
Because if I did, it'd be turning my back on your mother. And you. And the rest of the human race.
You know something, Daddy? I think ever since Mom died, you've been kind of off the tracks. Why don't you quit all this? turn off your old secret machine or whatever it is, and you and me could go bicycling or jogging or play tennis, just like we used to when Mom was alive.
Jenny, I can't.
I'm asking you to put me first, just for once.
Be a traitor to my country? To my world? Would you ask me to do that?
Well, why not? If you really love me.
Jenny.
Oh, Daddy, I didn't mean any of it. I know you love me. That wasn't me speaking. That was...
Jenny, what is it? Jenny? Jenny!
What happened, Alex? Slight mishap, Coleos. I had to put the little earthling to sleep for a while. Why? She is not so deeply programmed as I had thought. She will have to be monitored constantly.
We must move. They're dying. We must risk everything in one last attack. Program her to do what has to be done.
Jenny.
Very well. Now you must listen.
Yes.
You will come out of your trance. You will tell them that you did not sleep last night, that you were just tired and fainted from exhaustion. You will say you must sleep.
Yes. Sleep. Sleep.
When I need you, I will enter your mind again, and you will do what has to be done. Now, wake up, Jenny. Wake up.
Is she coming out of it, Doctor?
Yes, Jenny. Jenny, can you hear me?
I hear you. Who are you?
I'm a doctor, Jenny.
Oh, what happened?
It's all right, Jenny. You just fainted.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy.
Oh, I don't care about that. How do you feel?
So tired. I didn't sleep at all last night. I'm just pooped, I guess.
Doctor, do you think that's all it is?
I don't see any evidence of physical symptoms to worry about, but I think she ought to have a sedative. I'll dig something out of the bag and bring it in.
Thank you. Okay, Jenny. Want me to carry you, or do you want to walk?
Oh, no, I'd rather walk. As long as I have your arm to lean on.
Dr. Samish,
Yes, Sergeant?
you're holding something back. You don't think it was just fatigue.
What I think, Sergeant Brown, is that the child is out of my area. That child wasn't suffering from plain fatigue. The pupils of her eyes told me that, and her muscles before she woke up, rigid as boards. That was a catatonic trance.
I agree. Almost as though she'd been hypnotized.
Or possessed by some private demons.
Wake up, Jenny. Wake up.
Who is it?
The one who controls your mind. Get dressed. Time to go.
Where?
To the Magna Projector.
The what?
The machine that stands between your father and you.
What are we going to do?
You, Jenny, you are going to stop it. Then it will be destroyed. And you can have your father to yourself again.
He does love me. Trish says he does love me.
Hurry, Jenny. And when you are dressed, take this stun gun with you.
The stun gun?
It fires electric darts that stun but do not kill. You will see. And your father's revolver from the drawer.
Why?
No more questions. Do as you are told.
Command post to control room. Lieutenant Holman here. 24 hours check. Roger. No, all clear, yeah. No, we changed combinations on all locks. Synchronized watches coming up 23:59 right now. You read me. Good. Change in 1 minute, Roger. Oh, Jenny, what do you want here?
Don't change the lock combination.
Are you kidding? I'd have my head handed to me if I didn't.
Stop.
Fire the stun gun.
What's the matter with you?
Hurry. Now, Jenny, go to the Magna Projector.
Jenny, what are you doing here?
I'm going through that door behind you.
What's the matter with you? Jenny, you're not yourself.
You can't stop me.
Of course I can.
Oh, no. I didn't mean...
Little fool. You can't stop. Quick, while you can still open the door.
Jenny, what happened to JJ? Huh? And Trish?
Keep away from me, Daddy.
Not the stun gun. It's empty. Use the real gun.
That's my gun. What are you doing with it, Jenny?
If you come any closer, I'll shoot.
You wouldn't kill me.
Don't make me.
What are you going to do?
Shut off that thing in there. The magno projector machine.
I can't let you do that.
Don't make me have to shoot you, Daddy, please.
I'll just have to take my chances on that for all our sakes.
No, stay back.
You can't go in there anyway. You're not authorized. You'll set off the alarm again.
Not if I switch on my radiation unit.
No, you little fool. You can't.
Oh, Daddy. Oh, what am I doing here? What am I doing with this gun?
Give it to me. All right, that's better. Now, I just hope there is some explanation.
I think maybe, General, I can give you that.
Okay, Trish. From what Jenny has been able to tell me and from what you've guessed, I'm ready to go all the way down the line with both of you. So I'm going to turn off the Magna projector.
Dare we risk it?
To free us from fear, to end this threat hanging over the world, we have to.
Our last protection against them.
Let them start through the belt, as they're doing this minute. Then, when they're inside it, we'll have them trapped. And we turn the radiation back on again and destroy them.
Did that really work, Daddy?
I believe so.
After all these years, free.
No, we'd have to keep working at it. Freedom isn't bought. It has to be fought for. Let's flip that switch and buy the future.
Horde space fleet carrying the deadly virus germs had penetrated deep into the radiation band. When the Magna projector was turned on again, all of them were fragmented to dust, ending the whole threat of the other world from outer space forever. I'll be back shortly.
3-4.
Well, as I said in the beginning, it was a let's suppose story. But between you and me, forgetting the old folks who were like the BLUEBEARD, mightn't it just have happened? What's a BLUEBEARD? Oh, that's a bird who flies backwards because he doesn't care where he's going. He just wants to see where he's been. Our cast included Jada Rowland, Russell Horton, E.B. Juster, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
Every day you want.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with a question and ended when the secret locked in a man's mind brought sudden death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. America's favorite whole wheat flakes. That's an honest description of Wheaties in 5 well-chosen words. But it really doesn't begin to tell you how Wheaties got to be that way. And if I expect you to pull up a bowl and spoon to a box of Wheaties tomorrow morning, there are at least 2 reasons I think I ought to mention. First of all, Wheaties taste good. They taste mighty good. Either plain with a little milk or cream, or with your favorite fruit sprinkled on top. They're crisp, delicate, flavorful flakes. Good right down to the bottom of the bowl. And secondly, good tasting as Wheaties are, they always remember to be good for you, too. I could tell you all the vitamins and minerals Wheaties contain, but why don't I just say Wheaties are 100% whole wheat flakes? That says more than a lot of fancy words. It's really amazing that anything that tastes as good as Wheaties can be so good for you. But it's true. Try Wheaties, America's favorite whole wheat flakes, next time you're up before breakfast.
Tonight I had another story to write. Find it somewhere in the 3,000 square miles of Chicago, among the people who are Chicago. People. Ever get the feeling you'd like to forget that word? Close a mental door, snap a psychic lock, and boom, you're alone? Can't do it, pal, because maybe you're people, too. So tonight I watched them again. I wandered south on Western Avenue, crossed Addison, and there was Riverview Park. I walked around there, watching the people hurry themselves from one thing to another, each one trying to catch up with a couple of hours of fun.
Get your weight here. I can't get your weight for 25.
And then I saw a sign that read, Mentalo, the marvel of the age, knows everything. Admission 25 cents. Okay, I'm a sucker for any man who knows everything and freely admits it. He might even know what makes the world tick, like a time bomb. That'd be worth 2 bits of anybody's money. I went in. Mentalo was in the middle of his act.
Battle of Waterloo proper was begun at 11:30 a.m. on June the 17th, 1815. The battle went through 5 distinct phases until the French were routed.
That right, lady?
Well, yes, it is.
It sure is. Now, who's next? Who has the next question? You, sir. You just came in. You seem a little skeptical.
Are you talking to me?
I am, sir. Maybe you'd like to ask Mentalo a question.
Oh, all right. What's the temperature of the sun?
Mentalo, the gentleman thinks he stumped you.
The temperature of the visible surface of the sun is about 6,000 degrees centigrade. The interior temperature is estimated at approximately 20 million degrees centigrade.
Is that correct, sir?
I'll take his word for it.
And you can, sir. Now, who's next? Who?
I got a question.
Very good. Ask it.
Menelo.
Yes?
What happened? What happened to you on the 15th of last month?
What happened? The 15th?
Yeah, the 15th.
Menelo.
15th. Make him get out of here. Get him away.
That's all for this show. That's all. Nothing wrong. Cheer up, folks. Everything's all right now. They're up. Okay.
Medlow, come on. Let's get out of here.
It happened again, Phil. Again?
You want a doctor?
Huh? Now, look, mister, I said everybody clear out.
Yes, I know, but this man collapsed. He looks pretty beat.
I said get out.
Okay.
And make it fast.
Okay.
Real fast.
So I made it real fast, like the man said. But as I walked through the carnival grounds, that bird brain of mine that just won't let me grow old gracefully started working overtime. Why did Mentalot do a nosedive when that question was asked? What happened to him on the 15th of last month? Listen tomorrow at the very same time, and Just Plain Stone will tell you all about it. But then, just as I'd reached the edge of the carnival grounds, a voice pushed its way through my thoughts.
Test your eye and your aim, folks. Knock down the ducks.
It was the man who'd asked the question.
Take brickwater here.
I walked over to the shooting gallery. He picked up one of the rifles.
I say, here you are, mister. Test your eye and your aim.
Why, sure. Thank you.
Well, that was close. Pretty close.
I'll try to do better.
Just a little more practice, that's all. A little practice.
Yeah, like everything else.
Well, that's better.
By the way, what happened to you on the 15th of last month?
I take your shots and beat it.
Why did you ask that question?
Give me the rifle, mister.
I got 5 more shots coming.
Not tonight. Give me it.
I pays my quarter. I takes my shot.
I said hand me the rifle.
Okay, here.
You want to see something? Watch.
Well, with bullets or words, the man's good.
You ain't a connie man.
No?
No. But you're awful curious.
That's an old family failing and an occupational hazard. Why did you ask Mentalot that question? Did you know how it would affect him?
You know, mister, a couple of months back, a guy picks up one of these rifles. He don't know nothing about guns, see? He gets careless and the gun goes off. At him. He's dead. Accident.
Pal, you have a strange, oblique way of making me feel uncomfortable. I see what you mean.
Now you're hitting the bullseye. So long, mister.
Okay, twice I got curious, twice I drew blanks. I thought about it some more and then decided to pass it up in favor of the cotton candy. And then I saw Mentalot. He was walking down the midway, but like a man in a trance. There was something about him that screamed, I need help. His little figure seemed odd, incongruous against the laughing, hurrying people. I followed him, wondering. And then he stopped in front of the roller coaster. For a moment he watched it, and then, as if suddenly making up his mind, he headed for the ticket booth. That didn't figure, so I bought a ticket, too, and followed him to the loading platform.
Tickets for the next ride, please. Tickets for the next ride.
Hey?
Oh, thank you. Tickets for the next ride. Tickets for the next ride, please.
I got in the car directly behind Mentalot. That dazed, bewildered expression was still on his face. His hands gripped the side of the car. He half rose in his seat as though he were going to leave, but he sat down again. And then...
All right. Lock the safety bars. It's 200 feet up. Lock your safety bars.
We started up the long incline toward the top of the 200-foot grade. I kept my eyes on Mentalot. He gripped the safety bar in front of him until his knuckles whitened under the pressure. A couple of kids behind me began to rib me.
Hi, I'm getting scared. Hey, mister, you gotta have a girl with you.
I did, but I left her in the fun house.
Oh, what a square she must be.
Yeah.
Hey, if you get scared, mister, hold on to me.
I'll keep that in mind.
Hey, baby, I paid 4 bits for this. Let him grab his own cookie. hey, watch it. We're going over.
Oh, here we go!
And And then it happened. He started down the almost perpendicular drop. Mentalo stood up. Mentalo!
Let me go. Let me go.
Mentalo struggled to his feet, almost dragged me out of my seat. I held him while we hurtled down the long drop and finally hit the bottom. And then Mentalo stopped struggling to get free. He went limp and sank back into his seat.
Why did you stop me? I've got to kill myself.
Well, he almost did, and me with him. My arms ached from the effort of holding him down. But the ride was finally over. I got him off and away. He let me lead him like a child out of the park and to his cheap hotel room on the north side. I told him who I was and then waited until he spoke.
Why didn't you let me do it?
Well, I'm just an old busybody. How about some coffee?
No, nothing. Just leave me alone, please.
Just a minute, I saw your act tonight. I heard the question that sent you off.
It's always someone different who asks it. Never the same person twice.
Have you ever got hold of the person who asks it?
No. I was afraid to.
What did happen to you on the 15th of last month?
I don't know. Something tells me that I must not remember. I must not.
Your act is legitimate, isn't it?
Legitimate?
Yeah, no fake. No shills to ask questions you're sure to know the answer to.
I have a photographic memory, Mr. Stone. I never forget him.
Yet you've forgotten one day of your life.
Yes. You don't believe it, do you?
Oh, yes, I do. But why did you try to kill yourself?
Because I know that if I do remember, I wouldn't be able to stand it.
Don't you have any clue at all?
Two things. Two things that mean nothing.
Or maybe they do. What are they?
Just streamers in the sky and the name Helene.
Streamers in the sky and Helene. Who is Helene?
I don't know anybody by that name. I don't. I tell you, I don't.
All right. Now take it easy, Mentalo.
Oh, get out and leave me alone. Get out.
Yeah. Get out and leave him alone.
Phil.
Well, my friend Barker, hello.
What are you doing here?
I brought Mentalo home after he tried to kill himself.
What? Mentalo, you all right?
I'm all right, Phil, but I don't want to remember.
Look, Phil, for what it's worth, he's sick. He's got to see a doctor.
No, Phil, get him out of here.
Oh,
Mister, get out.
But this man is...
Get out and don't come back. Because if you do anything that hurts Mentalo, I'll kill you.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. If someone asked you to describe a bowl of Wheaties topped with fruit and swimming in thick, rich cream, you couldn't do better than to say Breakfast of Champions, because that's a fact. A lot of champions in the sports world really go for Wheaties. They like the way Wheaties taste, and they admire the solid nourishment Wheaties has to offer. Finding a breakfast cereal that's good and good for you is just as much of a bargain to a baseball champion as it is to anyone else. For example, the world's champion New York Yankees have a sparkling third baseman named Bobby Brown. He eats Wheaties. He's been eating Wheaties for 10 years. He must know what he's talking about when he says this. You can put me down for milk, fruit, and Wheaties almost any day of the year. Those whole wheat flakes taste swell and hand you lots of good nourishment, too. I'd recommend Wheaties to anyone, anytime. Well, I don't suppose you'll be fielding any hot grounders along the third baseline anytime soon, but before you know it, you'll be eating breakfast again. And we feel you're entitled to champion nourishment just as much as any player in the New York Yankee lineup. Have yourself a bowl of Wheaties, won't you? Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Like I said before, sometimes you'd like to seal off the rest of the world and forget it. Let 1,000 people die in a flood, we click our tongues and say, how terrible. And that's as far as it goes. But let one kid scratch himself on a nail and 87 people come running with the iodine. The human reality of what happens to a lot of people at once is too big for us. But what happens to one individual is something each of us can get hold of. I don't know. Maybe that's what sent me to a friend of mine, a psychiatrist whom I dragged out of bed.
Oh, but, Randy, what concern is mental of yours?
Oh, I don't know, Ken. Why'd you become a psychiatrist?
Well, I see what you mean.
Okay, you see what I mean. Now, what gives with Mendelow?
Self-protection. His mind is protecting him. Whatever happened on the 15th of last month is suppressed. The memory is horrible enough to force a complete blackout.
Yeah, but he remembers two things, Ken. Streamers in the sky and the name Helena. What do the streamers mean?
Almost anything. This guy's symbol for something else.
Yeah, he tried to kill himself tonight. Will he try it again?
It's likely.
Well, what'll set him off again?
Hard telling. Question, object, anything. Was Mendelow upset when you left him?
Upset? He was practically hysterical.
I'd better go with you.
Oh, you're worried too, huh?
I'd feel better if I saw him.
Here's the room. It's right here, 612.
Randy, try the door.
Open.
You know where the light is?
I think I saw a switch by the door.
Randy.
Mendelow.
Don't try to unfasten that buckle. Cut the belt.
Whip him. Hurry.
All right. Cut that belt. Hurry up, Randy.
Is he alive?
I think so. All right.
Easy, Ken. There.
Pulse is still strong. He couldn't have been hanging more than a few seconds before we came in.
Poor little devil, Ken.
Look, Randy.
What?
There's something clutched in his hand.
But, well, yes, that's a key. That's an old-fashioned house key. Now, why?
I don't know.
Well, what's your guess?
It's hard telling, Randy, but I do know this. He's no longer responsible for his actions.
Well, then the next time he tries anything like this, maybe nobody will be around to stop it. Ken, is there anything that we can do? Is there anything you can do?
It's up to him, Randy, but let's get him to my office. We'll see what we can do there.
Feeling better, Mendelow?
Yes, thank you.
You know where you are?
No. No, where's Phil?
Oh, you're Barker? I don't know. Now listen to me, Mendelow. You tried to hang yourself. Do you remember that?
Yes. After Phil left, I felt so hopeless.
You had this in your hand, this key. Look at it.
I found it in my pocket, and then I knew I had to kill myself.
Is it your key? Do you remember what it's for?
No.
You won't remember that, Randy.
Oh.
Who are you?
He's a friend of mine, and he's a doctor, Mendelow.
Well, I don't want to...
Now, look, twice tonight you tried to kill yourself. Once is enough to call in the police.
No.
Oh, don't worry. That's not what we want to do. I want to help you, and the doctor wants to help you. Please believe that.
No one can help me because I can't remember, and I must not remember.
The police will ask questions when they learn you tried to kill yourself.
But it's no business of theirs or yours. Why don't you leave me alone? Why do you care?
Oh, that's the same old question asked the same old way, and this time I've run out of answers. Make up one of your own. I don't know.
I'm sorry. And I believe you do want to help.
Yes, we do. Now, look. There'll be no need to call in the police if you'll let us help you. You're sick. Do you know that? You're sick.
Let us help you.
All right.
Good. Now, you trust Mr. Stone, don't you?
Yes, I do.
All right. You're going to sleep. When you feel this hypodermic needle, start counting backward from 100. Just a little sting. Then start counting backward from 100. Now.
Mr. Stone.
What, Mendelow?
You stay near?
Oh, yes, I'll stay.
Start counting. 99.
99. 98. 95. 90.
He knows your voice, Randy. He trusts you. You asked the question.
Me, is it all right?
Yes.
Mendelow, can you hear me?
Yes?
It's the 15th of last month.
The 15th of last month. Streamers in the sky.
What streamers? What are they? Where are they?
The Aurora Borealis.
The Northern Lights?
Yes. Aurora. I went to Aurora.
Aurora, Illinois?
Yes. I was there.
Now, you're in Aurora. Where did you go there?
The house. Yes, I've got to open the door. And the key...
Here's the key.
Unlock the door. She's going to be here. Helene.
Who is Helene?
I love her. She loves me. There's the room. The room?
All right. Now, you're in the room. What did you do?
I waited for her. And she came in. And then Helene!
Mentalo.
Oh, Helene!
Ken, is he all right?
Yes.
We still don't know what happened.
There's one way to find out, Randy.
What, find the house in Aurora and take him there?
That's it. What we've done here is bring him to recall that far.
You see?
Now it's a question of bringing back the whole thing, bit by bit.
Ken didn't go along. Mentalo didn't want him to. It wasn't a long drive in miles. I watched Mentalo when I could. His face was contorted in an agony of effort as we drove through Aurora slowly, looking for one street, one house. Then...
That house.
But it's all boarded up. Are you sure, Mentalo?
It's that house.
All right. The house set back from the street. The only light came from a street lamp half a block away. Mentalo walked slowly ahead of me, up the walk toward the porch, then up the porch stairs. Open the door.
Locked. It was locked that day, too.
Well, unlock it. You got the key.
Yes, the key.
Where's the light switch?
No light.
All right. We'll use the flashlight. Now, go ahead, Mentalo. Go ahead. But there's no furniture here, Mentalo. This house is vacant.
This is her house. I know. There were 3 of us here. 3. This is the room.
Go on. Mentalo, think. Oh, you've got to think. It's the only way you'll remember what happened. It's the only way you'll find out what's torturing you.
She's here. She came to me in this room.
Helene came to you here?
Because she loved me.
Where is she now?
Her clothes. In this closet.
Mentalo walked to the closet, opened it. A row of dresses hung there. A faint odor of perfume drifted through the room. For a moment, Mentalo stood there, and he started toward a door. Mentalo, where are you going?
I know. The basement.
Wait for me.
Down there. Down there.
There's no one here, Mentalo. No one at all. The basement's empty.
Not empty. She...
Under the earth where I put her. Under the earth.
Get it out. Come on, get a hold of yourself. What are you talking about?
I killed her.
She came to me because we loved each other. I was holding her in my arms when I killed her. Now she's down here. Under our feet. I killed her.
Who was she?
I killed her.
You're satisfied now? You're satisfied?
Bill.
What are you doing here?
You had to stick your nose in. You had to make him tell, didn't you?
Mentalo, are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, he's sure. And so am I, because I helped him put her here. He'd never known if you didn't make him remember.
Who was Helene?
You're never going to know.
Helene.
You had to go and make him remember. It was all over. Nobody would have known because we traveled with the yak.
Yes, but somebody did know. Because somebody asked him tonight what happened on the 15th. Somebody always asked that question. Why? And who was Helene?
Helene? Helene was his wife.
What?
He was jealous because she never loved him. She loved me.
Then how could you have killed her, Mentalo? Listen to me. You only think you killed her. Because if she hadn't come here, she wouldn't have been killed. You blamed yourself. That's what it was. And then you forgot. The shock made you forget.
Don't listen to him, Mentalo. Don't listen.
Oh, I remember now. I remember. You killed her. Made me believe.
But you're not going to tell anybody else about it. Both of you are going to stay here.
I'm not afraid anymore, Phil. Because I know now I didn't kill her. You did, Phil.
Mentalo went toward Phil. Phil had a gun pointed at him. I jumped back, turned off the flashlight. For a moment, there wasn't a sound. And then...
Mentalo. Where are you? Mentalo.
Wait, Mentalo. Don't move. You hear me? Don't move.
Mentalo. Stone. Mentalo.
Helene is here, Phil. Down here.
Shut up!
Mentalo.
I'm all right.
Good. Phil. What's it going to be now?
Get me out of here! Away from her! Get me out of here!
Well, it's almost dawn now. I can go home to my little trundle bed and sleep the day away. Yo-ho-ho, the reporter's life for me. Oh, sure. But anyhow, I got my story. Two men, one whose feelings of guilt forced him to believe he'd killed a woman he loved, and another man whose feelings of guilt made him a gibbering coward. But where's the moral? That someone always pays for a crime? Sure, but who is guilty? Maybe we should say, what is guilty? What's in that space above our eyes that makes us act the way we do? That makes us people? To louse up Shakespeare, there are more things in the darkness of the mind than are dreamed of in your philosophy, Mr. Stone. Oh, you can call me Randy, pal. Just call me Randy. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, first on the Wheaties Big Parade, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Here again is Frank Lovejoy.
Stepping out of the role of Randy Stone, I'd like to make a very important request of you and your family. Pick up the May issue of Reader's Digest and turn to page 73 and read the short article called, What Do You Eat for Breakfast? I was amazed to learn from this article how important a good breakfast is to the health and welfare of every one of us. And that means the health and welfare of our nation. To all the men who sell Wheaties, you, the sales force of more than 700 enterprising men of General Mills, and you, the hundreds of thousands of grocers who must meet the exacting needs of the American homemaker, to all of you, I want to say that I'm mighty proud to be back on your team again. We have a big job to do. Together, we can help more families to help themselves by eating a good, substantial breakfast. One built around Wheaties, the breakfast of champions. As we do this, we can take pride in the fact that we're making a real contribution to the health and welfare of our nation. Good night, and thank you.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's script was written by Russell Hughes, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Mentalo was played by Ben Wright. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. And now, on Wednesday night, listen to Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. Nightbeat came to you from Hollywood. Stay tuned for a special all-star...
The Harold Perry Show.
You said it. yeah.
And now, Harold Perry as Honest Harold, the homemaker. Well, let's look in on the little town of Melrose Springs, home of that popular radio entertainer, Honest Harold. It's early morning now, and we discover Harold on the way to the radio station.
Working, yeah.
He's about to pass the residence and clinic of his oldest friend, Dr. Yancey, the veterinarian.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. There. Gosh, the bright morning sun certainly makes old Doc Yak Yak's clinic look a little antiquated. Look at that old weather-beaten shingle he's got hanging on the porch. You can hardly read it. Dr. Quentin Yancey, D.S. D.S. Wonder what that stands for. Oh, distemper shots. What a character. I think I'll drop in and see him a minute.
Hello, Herr.
Hello, Doc. How's the pasture of the poodles this morning?
Now, Herr.
Yeah, only kidding. Hey, you must be going out on a case. You're wearing your alpaca coat and your surgical sneakers.
Of course, Herr. This is the morning I make my weekly visit downtown to the animal shelter. See if there are any warm noses down there.
Yeah. You've been doing that for quite a while now, haven't you, Doc?
Oh, yes. I've been resident physician there for 20 years.
Resident physician.
In fact, the county veterinarian inspector is coming to town today. Oh, of course, he'll appoint me for another year.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, sir. Harold, you ought to see me, my little friends down there, the way they wag their tails when I walk in. If I had a tail, I'd wag it right back at them.
If you had a tail, you'd be in there with them.
Oh, say, that'd be kind of nice.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, I better get started. I want to pick up a present on the way down. One of the Cocker Spaniels is having a birthday today.
Oh?
Yeah, thought I'd get her a pound of hamburger and put 3 candles on it. Oh, well, here's Arthur, my goat. Hello, Arthur.
You're sure fond of that goat, aren't you, Doc?
Of course, Harold. Arthur has personality. He has a certain air about him.
He sure has. See you later, Doc. Get out of the way, Arthur. Bah, yourself.
Good morning, Station KHJP. Just a moment, I'll connect you.
Good morning, Glory.
Oh, good morning, Harold.
Is my dear boss Stanley Peabody in?
No, he's down to City Hall this morning. He had some things to do as mayor.
Mayor? How can a pinhead like that hold down 2 jobs?
Well, he had to meet the county veterinarian inspector this morning.
Oh, yes. The inspector's here to make the appointment at the animal shelter. Of course, he'll pick Doc again this year.
I don't know if he will or not.
What?
Well, there's a new inspector coming this year.
There is?
Yes, I heard him talking to Mayor Peabody on the phone.
Gloria, you listened in on their telephone conversation? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. What did they say?
Well, he said he might appoint that young veterinarian that just came to town.
Huh?
He's going to visit them both and inspect their offices before he makes up his mind.
Inspect Doc's office? Oh, my goodness. Wait till he gets a look at Doc's mailbox. An old red heart can.
Yeah.
Gosh, Gloria, it'd be awful if Doc didn't get that appointment. Why, it would break the old fellow's heart.
I guess it would.
Wonder if I could talk that new inspector into appointing Doc. Maybe I could bribe him with a couple of cigars. Oop. If the FIBBER committee is listening, I'm only kidding. Poor old Doc. He was so proud going down to that dog shelter this morning with his briefcase full of dog biscuits. I gotta help him get that appointment. Well, better talk this over with Pete. Hope he's in the police station this morning. Pete, I want to talk to you.
Just a minute, Harold. I'm on the phone. Huh? I'm talking to my girl, Eloise Zeigenfuss.
Oh, no, not that.
What was that, Eloise? Oh, sure, Eloise, you know how I feel. I don't have to tell you again.
Ooh.
Oh, now, Eloise, don't make me say it right here in public.
Ye gods, tell her, Pete.
Well, all right. I'll say it just once more. Eloise, I think you make the best marble cake in town.
Well, that fits, a marble cake for a marblehead.
Well, I'll see you tonight, honey bunch. Goodbye. Oh, she's a wonderful girl, Harold.
Yeah. I gotta meet her sometime, Pete. You and I are Doc's oldest friends, Pete, and we gotta help him.
Help him?
Yeah. You know he may not get appointed at the animal shelter this year.
What? Why not?
Well, there's a new county inspector coming, and I heard he may give the job to that young veterinarian. You know, the one that's got that up-to-date fancy office.
Oh, well, I guess Doc's office is a little old-fashioned.
A little old-fashioned? He bought his office equipment at Army surplus. Must have been from the Spanish-American War, though.
You know, I always wondered why his doormat said, "Remember the Maine."
Yeah. Well, it's up to us to do something, Pete. We can't let old Doc yak down.
I'm with you, boy. You got any ideas?
Well, maybe we could help Doc modernize his office before the inspector gets there.
Say, I could lend him my picture of Theda Barra.
Oh, thanks. Now, I got an idea, Pete.
What's that?
You and I could pay a little visit to this young veterinarian's office and kind of snoop around a little. Maybe we could get some ideas how to fix up Doc's place, huh?
Harold, that is a doozy.
Yeah, thanks. Come on, Pete, let's go right now, huh?
Okay. Oh, just a minute till I say goodbye to the prisoners.
Oh, yeah.
Be back in a little while, boys. Don't go away.
Come on, Pete. Well, here we are, Pete.
Yeah.
Pretty fancy place for a dog and cat hospital. All painted white and green shutters. Look at that sign. Tail Wagger Towers.
And look at that doctor's name. Dr. J.J. Winchester. Sounds like a repeating rifle, don't it?
Well, come on, Pete, let's go in.
Yeah, okay, boy.
Don't forget now, we'll act like we've got a sick dog.
Gotcha, boy.
And keep your eyes open. We'll find out how they do things in a modern place.
I'll put everything down in my notebook.
Yeah, notebook, all right. Got a buzzer on the door.
Buzzer on the door. Let me write that down.
Pretty swanky waiting room. Chromium chairs, Venetian blinds.
Venetian blinds. Let me write that down.
Look at that picture on the wall, Pete. An autographed photograph of a Doberman Pinscher.
Say, Harold, that dog writes a nice hand.
Let's see what it says, huh? Dear Dr. Winchester, thanks for cropping my ears.
Thanks for cropping my ears. Let me write that down.
Never mind, Pete.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Dr. Winchester.
Howdy.
What can I do for you?
What? Oh, just thought we'd come in and see a man about a dog. Nice little place you have here, Doctor. Suppose you have all the latest equipment.
Oh, yes, the very latest. Air-conditioned kennels, exercise yard, X-ray machine.
X-ray machine. Let me write that down.
What was that?
Pete, you're a lint head.
Lint head. Let me write that
down. Doctor, what we came in to find out is just how you'd go about treating our little animal.
Well, I use the most modern methods. First, I have my nurse prepare him for examination.
Nurse?
Let me write that down.
Then, after examination, I give whatever treatment is indicated. Internal medicine, shots, or diathermy.
Let me write that. Harold.
What?
How do you spell diathermy?
You were saying, Doctor?
Of course, I record a complete case history on every animal. I keep them in that steel filing cabinet.
Doc keeps his in an old milk and magnesia bottle.
Well, gentlemen, I've told you all about my hospital. Let me ask you a few questions. What kind of a dog do you have?
Dog? Well, Airedale.
Collie.
I beg your pardon?
Well, he's an Airedale, but he looks like a collie from the back. He's high-waisted.
I see. What seems to be the matter with your dog?
The matter with him? Well, I don't know. You're the doctor.
And, has he had a diagnosis?
A diagnosis?
Gentlemen, you want to know what I think?
What's that?
I think your dog is mythical.
No, he's a collie.
Come on, Pete, let's get out of here before Winchester goes bang. Gosh, poor old Doc's place looks worse than ever after seeing Tailwagger Towers. Maybe I can talk him into fixing his place up a little before the inspector gets here. It's his only chance. Look at this door. Almost off the hinges. Better knock easy.
Come in.
Where are you, Doc?
I'll be with you in a minute, Harold. One of the legs just came off my operating table. I'm nailing it back on.
Oh, my goodness. Old Doc's about as modern as a Stanley steamer. Look at those magazines. They're so old they're turning yellow. Let's see one. Literary Digest. What's this on the cover? Results of the election poll. Landon by a landslide.
Looking through my magazines, huh, Harold?
Yes, Doc.
You can borrow any of them if you want it.
Thanks, Doc, but I know how the First World War came out.
Oh. Well, Harold, I had a wonderful time down at the dog shelter this morning.
Oh?
Yes. Dogs were so glad to see me. And next week we're going to have a farewell party for Spotty the Terrier. I found a home for him with some awfully nice people.
You did, Doc?
Hey, it'll be kind of a double celebration. I'll be beginning my new year at the shelter, too.
Poor old fellow. Little does he know. Doc, have you ever thought of modernizing your office here a little?
Huh? What's the matter the way it is now?
Well, nothing, but it does look a little old-fashioned.
Oh.
Now, Doc, I mean, you might fix it up a little. Get some magazines that are up to date. You might make a better impression if you wore a white coat and took off those orange suspenders.
Well, if you're ashamed of me, Harold, you don't have to come here, you know.
Oh, but Doc, I didn't...
Oh, it's all right. I suppose I am just an old fuddy-duddy. But my animals love me.
I love you too, Doc. I want to help you. That's what this is all... Oh, my goodness. And you shouldn't let that billy goat run around your office.
You hear that, Arthur? We're not good enough for Harold anymore.
Oh, Doc, you don't understand. The inspector is...
Arthur, what do you think of a man who's too high-toned for his old friend? Go on, tell Harold.
Who asked you to horn in? What's he up to, Doc?
I don't think Arthur liked that, Harold.
Call it off, Doc. I better get out of here. If I can just beat into the door. At least Doc will have to get a new door. Maybe he'll have to get a new goat.
We will return for the second act of our story, Honest Harold, in just a moment. Jack Benny, the eminent violinist, is going to turn piano tuner on CBS this Thursday evening, and Jack Benny, the eminent comedian, at the same time will essay a straight dramatic role as the same piano tuner on CBS's famed Suspense program. We cordially invite you to lend your ears as Jack Benny stars on Suspense this Thursday night on most of these same CBS stations. And now, back to Harold Perry as Honest Harold, the homemaker. Well, it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. And Honest Harold is learning that it's even harder to get an old dog doctor to change his ways.
You're doggone right.
Harold's efforts to get Doc Yancey to modernize his office have been unsuccessful, and it looks as though the old veterinarian won't be reappointed as resident physician at the Melrose Springs Animal Shelter. Right now, we find Harold and Pete, the marshal, deep in conference at the police station.
Pete, I don't know what we're going to do about Doc.
Well, Harold, did you tell him they might pick that young Dr. Winchester for the job?
I didn't have the heart. Would only hurt his feelings. You know how proud he is.
Yeah.
Say, we could fix Doc's office up ourselves. We could just get him out of there for a little while.
Yeah, but how are we going to do that? Say, maybe I could arrest Doc.
No, Pete, he wouldn't stand for that. You know that. Let's see, I'll find some way to get rid of him. You can be picking up some of the things we'll need.
What things, Harold?
Well, you know, like Dr. Winchester had in his office. Let's see, he had a door buzzer.
Yeah, I can get that at the hardware store.
A few pictures, some new magazines.
Gotcha, boy. Say, he had one of them diathermy machines. Wonder if I could pick one up at J.C. Penney's.
Yeah. Well, we better skip that one, Pete. Now, let's see. What else did we have? Oh, a beautiful nurse.
Can't pick that up at J.C. Penney's.
I know, Pete. I'll call Florabelle. Yeah, she'd make a cute nurse.
She sure would, boy.
Yeah. Well, let's go, Pete, before Doc Yancey goes to the dogs. Doesn't go to the dogs. Oh, what the heck? Come on. Hello, Doc.
Oh, hello, Harold.
Doc, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings this morning. We're still friends, aren't we?
Well, of course, Harold. I just thought you was ashamed of my office, that's all.
Ashamed? No, of course not. Doc, you've been working awfully hard lately. Why don't you take the afternoon off?
Huh? But, Harold, the county inspector's coming at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, but you could go away for an hour or two, go to a movie, maybe. They're showing a new serial at the Bijou today. The Adventures of Ren 1010.
Oh, I saw that on television.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, maybe you could go out and pick up a stray cat or something.
A stray cat? Did you see one, Harold?
Well, I thought I did when I was driving over here just now.
You did? Well, what did it look like?
Well, it could have been kind of gray. I think it was kind of skinny looking.
Oh, he's probably hungry. The poor thing.
Yeah. This is a sneaky thing to do.
I can't let him wander the streets. Well, I better go look for him. Where did you see him, Harold?
Well, it was over on the other side of town, Doc. We're way over. Yeah.
Oh. Well, that little stray doesn't have to worry. Doc Yancey's coming.
Good. I'll watch the office for you, Doc. You better hurry. Goodbye, Doc.
Goodbye. Oh, Harold.
Yes?
If I'm not back by 3 o'clock, will you give the puppies their pablum?
Oh, sure.
Mix it with some warm milk.
Warm milk. Okay. Goodbye, Doc.
Goodbye. Oh, Harold. Add 4 drops of vitamin D.
Yeah, I'll do that, Doc. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thought I'd never get him out of here.
Oh, Harold.
Ye gods, now what?
Be sure that Arthur takes his nap at 2:45.
The goat?
Yeah, he needs his beauty sleep.
He certainly does. All right, Doc.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hate to send old Doc on a wild cat chase like this, but the only way we can help him. Well, let's see. What can I do while I'm waiting for Pete and Florabelle? Guess I could straighten out Doc's roll-top desk a little. What's that big stack of papers over here? Uncollected bills for veterinary service. Doc's certainly soft-hearted. He hasn't made much money, but he's sure made a lot of friends. Come in.
Hello, Harold.
Well, Florabelle, come in.
Thank you, sir.
Wow. Where'd you get that nurse's uniform?
Like it?
Yeah, I sure did.
It's just a little old thing that's been hanging in my closet for years. I wore it in that high school play. I was Florence Nightingale, remember?
Oh, yeah. And I played Dr. Murine, the famous eye specialist. Certainly nice of you to come over, Florabelle.
Well, I want to help Dr. Yancey, too.
Yeah, I knew you would.
What am I supposed to do, Harold?
Do? Well, when the inspector comes, just stand around and look kind of professional. Count a few pills or something. That'll help the doc make a good impression.
Oh? Do you think I'll make a good impression on the inspector in this uniform?
I think you will, Florabelle. Well, let's get down to business, huh? Why don't you kind of dust off that microscope there, huh?
All right. I think I'll just take a peek through it. Well, looky here.
Why?
All those cute little things swimming around down there. Why don't you come and take a look, Harold?
Well, just for a minute.
Put your face down here close to mine. We can both look.
Well, all right.
Your shaving lotion smells wonderful, Harold.
Yeah, Menins for men. Well, better look in the microscope. Well, what do you know? Amoebas.
Is that what they are?
Mm-hmm.
Look at those two getting off in a corner by themselves. Must be a boy amoeba and a girl amoeba. You know something, Harold? The big one looks like you.
He does?
He's got your long lashes.
Oh, that's his antenna.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I declare. Oh, it looks like they're kissing each other.
Yeah. Florabelle,
Yes.
let's pretend we're amoebas.
Now, Harold.
Think I'll swim over your way? Yeah. Here I come.
Hi, Harold. I got... Oh, pardon me.
Hello, Pete. Florabelle and I were just looking at amoebas.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Pete.
Only joshing, Harold. How are you, Miss Florabelle?
Oh, just fine, Marshal.
Well, Harold, I got all the stuff.
Huh?
Here's the buzzer for the door, and the battery.
Good.
Magazines, white coat. Got that at the barber shop.
Oh, well, the inspector will be here at 4 o'clock, Pete. Now, let's get busy.
Oh, what can I do, Harold?
Well, Florabelle, if you don't mind, will you take these old magazines out in the back and hide them?
All right. Well, Harper's Bazaar. Look how short the skirts were in those days.
Where? Well, never mind. Come on, Pete. Let's hang up these pictures.
Yeah, well, just a minute, boy. I want to check this door buzzer. Testing. Nice tone.
Now, come on, Pete. Put the buzzer down. Let's get the pictures up, huh?
Okay.
Guess we better take down these old pictures first. This one over the desk has got to go. Grover Cleveland. Hand me the chair, Pete.
Okay, Harold.
What? Oh, my goodness. Arthur, you're supposed to be taking your nap.
He's probably hungry, Harold.
Well, I'll feed him when I feed the puppies. And I'll lock him up. Okay, Pete. I'll get up on the chair and hand you Grover.
Gotcha, boy.
What is it, Pete?
Well, Arthur just swallowed the door buzzer. What? Batteries and all, Harold.
Arthur! Cough that up, Arthur! Oh, there goes our door buzzer. Pete, what are we going to do?
Guess folks will just have to ring Arthur.
Arthur, you glutton, I'm going to shake that out of you.
You blush for me, Harold.
No, that was Arthur.
Who?
Don't ask me to explain it. It's Pete's invention. It must be Doc. Let him in.
How do you do?
Yeah, how do you do?
I'm M.C. Benson, County Veterinary Inspector.
Zoink.
I guess I'm a little early. Is Dr. Yancey in?
No, Dr. Yancey's out at the moment.
Oh, well, I'll wait.
I'm Harold Hemp, a friend of Dr. Yancey's. And this is Florence Nightingale. Florabelle.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir? Oh, would you excuse me, please? I've got to go count some pills.
Yes. Very well, nurse. And this is Pete, the city marshal.
Howdy, Inspector. We're just decorating the office.
Pete. Why don't you go help Florabelle count the pills? Huh?
What? Oh, sure. Gotcha, boy.
You mustn't mind the appearance of the office inspector. We just doing a little spring cleaning.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Dr. Yancey's really a wonderful veterinarian.
Mm-hmm.
Years of experience. Runs a very neat and orderly establishment.
My goodness, is that a goat?
Yeah, that's Arthur.
What's that buzzing sound?
The buzzing? Well, there's an airfield near here.
I'm back, Harold.
Oh, hello, Doc. This is Mr. Benson, the new county veterinary inspector.
Oh? Well, how do you do?
I'm glad to make your acquaintance, Dr. Yancey.
Where did you get the cat, Doc?
Oh, this is the stray cat you told me about, Harold.
Oh, you found him.
Naturally.
Huh?
Only you were mistaken about the color. He's not gray, huh? He's brown with a white tail. Now, dear, don't you fret. You got a home now.
Dr. Yancey.
Yes?
I wanted to talk to you about the appointment at the animal shelter.
Yes, of course.
I was just over inspecting young Dr. Winchester's office.
Oh, you were, huh?
Yes. He has a very modern place there. All the latest equipment, exercise yard, X-ray machines.
Diathermy.
What?
It's a little warmish in here.
Dr. Winchester's place is quite a contrast to yours, Dr. Yancey.
Oh, brother, here it comes.
But, in my opinion, it takes more than an X-ray machine to make a fine veterinarian.
What?
Yes, it takes something that I know you have, Dr. Yancey. A genuine love for animals.
Well, now, thank you, sir.
Yeah, now, thank you.
I just want you to know that I hope you continue the fine work at the animal shelter that you've performed these many years.
Yeah.
Thank you, Inspector. Oh, isn't that nice, Harold?
It sure is, Doc.
Well, good day, gentlemen.
Yeah, good day, and thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wasn't he a fine... Why, Harold.
Huh?
What are all these new things doing here? Pictures in a magazine?
You see, Doc...
Why, Harold, old friend, you were trying to help me get that appointment, weren't you?
No.
You know, Harold, maybe I will modernize the place a little. Oh, thanks for the pictures in the magazine. Man, the Goshen, what was that?
That's a new door buzzer, Doc. Just have Arthur's batteries recharged once a week.
You have just heard the Harold Perry Show, Honest Harold. The supporting players tonight included Parley Bear, Shirley Mitchell, Les Tremaine, Forrest Lewis, David Light, and featured Gloria Holliday as Gloria and Joseph Kearns as Old Doc Yak Yak. Norman McDonald directed, and the music was composed and conducted by Jack Meakin. Honest Harold, created by Harold Perry, was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson. Two famous CBS stars, Hopalong Cassidy and Dinah Shore, will join a third-class luminary, Bing Crosby, tonight to make Bing's session one of the merriest, brightest, and most tuneful half hours of the week.
Have to listen to that.
Still another guest, Jack Pepper, composer and singer of novelty songs, will join Bing, Hopalong, and Dinah. Stay tuned for them now as they follow immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Ladies and gentlemen, through the years, the Red Cross has helped the victims of disaster, brought comfort to servicemen in camps and hospitals, and to their families. Today, with the country rising to meet the challenge of aggression, the Red Cross has been asked by the government to undertake tremendous tasks. By giving generously to the Red Cross, you will help mobilize for the defense of your families, for your community, and for your nation. Give as much to the Red Cross as you can, and give today. This is Bob Lamont speaking, and this is CBS, where you thrill to suspense on Thursday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.